Boleh transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers,
Banyak damage-nya.
ada cashback hingga 20.000.
Buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mengabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
di mana semuanya menunggu untuk penutupan minggu yang pertama di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Bunda Clara mengucapkan selamat datang untuk semua super fan yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah yang lagi nobar-nobar bareng, lagi seru-seruan bareng, yang bahkan dari Sabang sampai Merauke menantikan seperti apa penutupan untuk minggu yang pertama. Harapan tentunya mengalir dari semua super fans, tapi kalau kita ngomong-ngomong tentang harapan, ini nggak hanya yang lagi rame tuh di dunia e-sports aja, di dunia Mobile Legends, di dunia MPL. Namun tentu saja di 17 Agustus ini mendekati perayaan Indonesia, banyak sekali yang mengharapkan untuk kita semua, untuk Indonesia maju terus. Indonesia semakin keren, semoga makin jaya. Love you Indonesia. Dan memang betul saja kita baru saja mendapatkan fondasi terbaru di mana 2 gold medal baru saja didapatkan dari cabang olahraga yang baru, yaitu angkat besi dan juga ada panjat tebing. Jadi biasanya kalau kita badminton, kali ini kita mendapatkan fondasi baru di 2 cabang olahraga lain. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang Mobile Legends di MPL ini, tim-tim pun sedang melakukan hal yang baru bagi timnya sendiri. Dengan fondasi yang sedang mereka bangun, dari playernya, dari coaching staffnya, dari segi lineup dan juga gameplay, mereka sedang merombak banyak sekali. Dan juga tentu saja acara hari ini kita akan melihat seperti apa dari tim-tim yang melakukan progres yang sangat panjang ini. Dan Bunda ingin mengucapkan terima kasih juga untuk acara yang begitu meriah karena MPL benar-benar bisa dinikmati semuanya karena ada dukungan dari semua superfans dan juga karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Dan kita juga punya official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kidia, dan official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner ini esports ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan juga Games Max. Beserta dengan supplier Erigo dan Saturday. Dan last but not least, acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan tentu saja kita menantikan seperti apa perjuangan dari tim-tim yang sedang berproses melakukan dan mencari pondasi terbaru mereka. Nge-build dari mungkin ada yang dari 0, ada yang dari 2, ada banyak sekali yang mereka lakukan untuk berjuang. Perjuangan dari 8 tim di awal match kita sudah melihat, tapi masih ada rebellion yang belum bermain sampai hari ini. Akhirnya kita bisa melihat mereka untuk berperform, namun lawan mereka adalah tim Fnatic Onyx yang kita tahu mereka benar-benar sangat kuat di match pembukaan mereka. Seperti apa pertarungan dari kedua tim ini? Seperti apa pondasi baru dari Rebellion? Mari kita langsung saja lemparkan kepada para caster. Monggo caster!
To be the best, you gotta beat the rest. And to beat the rest, you need foundations. Welcome back to MPL Indonesia Season 14, Week 1, Day number 3. Still with me, Realize, and my 2 amazing partners for this weekend. It's Arashi and, of course, Mirko. How are you feeling heading into the closing day of week number 1?
For me and Arashi, we're doing amazing here. You know, our teams just got victories just yesterday, 2-0-2-0.
Let's go!
But unfortunately, this will not last. At least not until match 2. This will last until match 2, and then we're gonna have to battle.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They have to battle because today...
It can only be one, bro.
Only be one. But for one, we want to thank our sponsors because MPL Indonesia Season 14 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet, GoPay, the official destination for gaming and esports, Kidia, our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, we want to thank you, our partner in esports, Campina, Head and Shoulders, Raimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, and Games Max. Also, our suppliers, Erigo and Saturdays. And of course, MPL ID Season 14 is supported fully by PBSI or PBSI. I want to thank you for the support given to us. Now, of course, rewinding back to the matches today as we take a look at today's schedule. Matches that are packed with a lot of punch. Of course, Rebellion against Fnatic Onyx, Bigatron Alpha against Araki Hoshi. Of course, this is going to be where the bets are placed for Arashi and both Mirko. And as the closure, we have Dewa United against Geekman.
Last time Rebellion faced off against Fnatic Onic in the first leg, I believe they were actually able to get a split push going on for themselves, as it was a segue play from Mr. Cars. As flashy as ever, as fast as ever, as we called him before, the machine, the cars.
Wheel. Mr. KB was saying we need a rival here. We need a motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
That was Omawa.
Oh, no, wow, my mistake. Yes.
Omawa, but of course they gotta speed up to the top standings, and as we take a look at the standings presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series, of course, Mirko is going back to his Smirko mood because Bigatron Alpha is up there alongside Fnatic Onic and RQ Hoshi. Basically, they are all tied with 1 match point, and of course with the 2 O's they're able to get. But how long, Mirko? How long will Bigatron Alpha stay up there?
You know what? At this point, regular season doesn't matter, right? What is important is the playoffs.
Yeah.
But it does matter if you're talking about positioning. In the upper brackets, it does help you. Because if Bigatron Alpha didn't get first place in the regular season, they would be out on the first day last season in the playoffs. So, again, it comes down to how prepared they are mentally. Regular season-wise, I think Bigatron Alpha's got that done.
Yeah. But talking about Bigatron Alpha, we want to peel our eyes to the first match of today. It is, of course, Rebellion Esports against Fnatic Onic. Now, of course, Arashi, for Rebellion Esports, they have undergone a few changes, of course, with Chico out of the fray now. They have the new coach. How are they faring in today's matches? What changes will they be able to supplement their wins with?
Oh man, I feel like it's gonna be a bit different just because Coach Chico has always been known to try and make surprising decisions in the drafting phase. Not always cheese picks, but even when it's not cheese picks, you see him kind of go with something really unexpected for the last few picks. I feel like now with a change there, we can expect something a bit more straightforward for the side of Rebellion. And it's a bit sad because for the longest time, Rebellion is that team where if you want to see something surprising, if you want to see cheese picks and off-meta strategies, you look to Rebellion for a possibility to bring it to the Land of Dawn. But now I feel like they're going to go with something a bit more generic just because they're more meta-centric. Maybe down the line, once they've kind of discovered their identity, get in the groove of things, maybe then we'll see some kind of off-meta, surprising curveballs in the drafting phase. But for now, especially considering it's only the first week, I feel like for sure they're going to take it easy quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion Esports has to be known for that cheese strat, but what is cheese if you keep on picking it? It'll be your staple, of course, the Hanzo that they're able to pick up back then. But of course now, for Rebellion Esports, the fact that they have new ammunition as well, with either as one of the ex-RQ members, but of course the addition of Matt. How would you describe Matt? Because of course, he was donning the Red Robots jersey for quite some time, Mirko.
He's been all over the world, you know, from Bigatron moving into Malaysia as well with Team Secret, and then just earlier, I believe, joining in together with Max, his twin brother. But yeah, I mean, in this lineup, if you're asking me about Matt, I'm not sure myself, because this guy is actually, not only has he been around the world, he's been around the map in the Land of Dawn in terms of roles too, because when he was in Geek Fam, he was playing as XP, a rival to Luke on the Lapu Lapu as well, that signature. And for the longest time, even in the gold lane, what made him special was when he could actually use the fighters. It was the Cho, the Alice back in the day, the Esmeralda even. And now that he's back in the gold lane, I guess we'll have to see how good he is on the marksman, how well he's adapted back to that style of play. Audi though, I'm always a big fan of this guy, and now that they have a new jungler that I would say, usually, like statistically, theoretically, Vincent getting replaced by Rio should be a massive downgrade. But based on my research here, after watching SPS as well, Rio is an amazing assassin player, and I actually feel like this is an upgrade. Rio is the upgraded version of Vincent in the assassin meta. If we go back to utility, then it's going to be a downgrade again. But luckily, we're in the assassin meta. It's good for Rebellion.
Yeah, assassin meta as well. Now for the Blue Bulls, of course, they have a new Matador. The fact that Chico is gone, now they have to adapt to the new things that they will try to apply in their lineup. But for Onic now, let's take a step forward to discuss about Fnatic. Onic, of course, this is going to be one of the matches where it could be where they test their limits.
Yeah.
Because they are well known for picking up good wins in the first few matches of theirs, in the opening matches, and then they will make slight changes, either from the lineups, either from the compositions that they want to play. How will Fnatic Onic approach today's match, Arashi?
I bet they're gonna go with the same jungle-heavy style. They have great assassins in their
Wait,
lineup.
what?
Whoa, hey!
King Boots!
Coach Boots!
Wait.
Boots, man.
Boots?
He's not gonna play, is it?
No,
I don't think so.
no
Yeah, but
way.
continue, Arashi.
You were talking about the lineups, really foreshadowing a change?
Interesting. I mean, he's not in the lineup just earlier.
so he
in the
won't
game.
play.
So he won't be playing.
Okay.
But man, like I said, they have always been great at playing with the jungle, considering the talent pool they have in the jungle role, right? Kyrie is always amazing on those assassins, and a lot of people have been waiting for this moment, right? For the meta to finally shift in favor of these assassins, to try and get away from the utility that he's usually forced to be on. So with that in mind, I feel like strong laners to supplement the assassin threat is gonna be the way to go. But Baldwin with Nara gives us a bit of an encouraging shake in the gold lane. He can very easily go for something dominant there as well and try and take control. Because we've seen the all-new improved CW, usually always the weak side player, but now very comfortable just bullying his laning opponents and trying to rotate early on.
Yeah, and for Fnatic Onyx, I feel like it's forgiven for them. We give them the benefit of the doubt because they have mastered the foundations. That is something that is, I feel like, undisputed, and they are well known for trying to fix up their formations. But for this time, of course, they are well known to also try to look for new formations in terms of players. But Keyboy with the fanny there.
Keyboy and the fanny.
That might be a new possibility.
No.
Kyrie and nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
That's overboard.
No
But
way.
But yeah, of course, they are looking for new formations, either reinstating Albert back to the lineup, or maybe again testing Lutpi and Boots, of course, out of the fray. But that was something that they did in Season 13. Why is it that Fnatic Onyx are still looking for that formation? Because their foundations are all over the board.
Well, if there's a time to actually try to experiment with some of these lineups, it has to be the regular season, right? It couldn't do that. It can't do that in the playoffs, and they can't do that towards the end of the regular season when they need to secure the upper bracket slots. So I think it's a good decision by them to try to change some things. If they do it, because hey, it might as well just be the same lineup as well that we saw yesterday, that we've seen many times before in previous tournaments as well, in SPS and MSC, because I think the only time Albert has gotten playtime has been ISF in the qualifiers. That's it.
That's true.
Wow.
And I feel like that's going to be a gamble to put him back to the lineup.
Exactly.
What if it becomes quite, what if it goes south for Fnatic Onyx? What if he has rusty fingers? Of course,
What if it goes good?
What if it goes good? Will it
Exactly.
go good though, Arashi?
There's always a possibility, right? But again, what if he does do amazing, right? Now you're stuck. Like, you have such a talented jungler in Kyrie that you want to make use before you go into the international stage, where you're usually forced to use Albert. But now if Albert does well, now they're stuck in a dilemma, right? So if it goes well or not, it's still quite a difficult situation to be in. And honestly, I feel like there's a chance, but I feel like they want to stick with Kyrie, because if they want to experiment now, okay, maybe if they experiment in the early weeks, it can go well. But against who, right? You're also up against a lot of teams that are still adapting, still trying to find their groove. So is it a good measurement really, the first few weeks?
Yeah, I mean, for the current meta as well. I mean, it has been comfortable for Kyrie to pick up the Rogers, the Nolans, of course. This is his, haven. This is his the best place for him to be in. And there's no reason for him to be taken out of the lineup, I feel like, because he has been excelling with the Assassins, the Nolans, of course, his favorites. Contrary to last season where he had to play the Baxias, the Barats, it was very hard for him to readapt to the utility junglers. But what would be the sole reason for maybe Albert to be back in the lineup?
I guess just try to find something even better, right? Because we've been talking about Kyrie, I've been rating him super high ever since I saw his Ling, Lancelot, his Assassins all around at M3. So the fact that Albert, the last time we saw someone beat them in Assassins, I believe it was M4. Actually, that was a long time ago. And it was Albert on RRQ.
Let's take a look at lineup.
Whoa,
Albert!
It is Albert! Oh boy.
Speak about the devil, and he is there. He will be making his debut in MPL ID Season 14 in place of Kyrie as the starting jungler. This is going to be very, very interesting to see.
The young lord is back on stage from a long time that he's been absent. But today he will try to silence the doubters, to bring out the new. With Albert stepping in, the young lord. Let's see if he can bring Fnatic Onyx to new heights. Let's welcome to the stage the Sky Kings, Fnatic Onyx.
The Sky Kings with the young lord now taking charge of that site in the jungle. This is going to be very, very interesting to see, Arashi.
It's a keyword, kind of sticking with Albert right there. Is this foreshadowing? Are they going to be roaming as two in the land of Dawn right there? It's a separation between Kibo and CW. The theories are brewing, man, in such a highlighted matchup right here. Going up against Fnatic Onyx, it is this lineup right here.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports, Cars, Ryota, Sway, Low, Audi, CS, and Matt. Of course, for both Ryota and Matt, it's going to be the reinstatement of them in the lineup. And for Audi CS, having renamed himself from Audi TZ, we hope that he will still bring that spice, he will bring that dice, he will bring that aggressive playstyle back to the lineup.
Let's see if he can bring the usual introduction, and yes, they obviously deliver with this. The Blue Bulls this time taking inspiration from Deadpool and Wolverine. It's Rebellion Esports.
Wait, you're supposed to be a blue bull, not a wolf.
Close enough, you know, close enough. There were 4 Deadpools there too. Deadpools?
Yeah, because they're rebellion. But nah, that's bad. That's bad for them.
I don't think you want to have dead bulls unless the undead is even better.
Oh man, the Wolverine mask though on the hands of Audi, is this some kind of foreshadowing too? Hinting at their strategy here. We'll have to wait and see, because our Marshal Dainang gonna be bringing out the best in the business, the intellect behind the scenes. Adi and Coach Yeb, and Raja Yeba, and Far with Vivi as the analyst.
This is going to be one hell of a showdown, because for Rebellion Esports, a lot of burden in them having to again readjust to the meta, readjust to the coaching staff that has been changed. I mean, they have been with Chico for such a long time, and the moments where they were able to make playoffs was when Chico was in the helm as the coaching staff, as the head coach. So what will be different this time with the reinstatement with Far? Will they be able to explore even different playstyles maybe?
It's a possibility. Let's look at the Rivals Showdown right here though. The showdown of the pick-off roamers. 11 times picking the Franco with a 72% win rate, whereas Kiboy with 31 picks on that show with a 61% win rate. The win rate kind of favors Audi right here, but for Kiboy, it's not just about the Cho, man. It's a whole different story here when you're looking at Kiboy and his playstyle. I mean, we've seen him on so many different kinds of heroes. The Minotaur, the Mathilda even. It's not just pick-off. Whereas for Audi, when you do go into a pick-off showdown, he has proven to stand toe-to-toe against the best in the business, but only on his strong suit. So to answer your question, Realize, can the coach find or force a pick-off matchup here, a pick-off duel for both these teams, man? Because on the other side, by the way, you have to note that Coach Yeb, he does not have a man bun anymore.
Oh no, no longer with the man bun. Is that a buff?
He doesn't have the, you know, the I don't know what you call it.
And it is
the extra bit of hair behind
it. The Aki hair.
Aki hair. Here's the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series for Rebellion. Discipline and improved decision-making in the late game, because the early game has always been very strong, very reliable almost for Rebellion. It's later on where it gets a bit difficult for them. Flashy pick-off heroes for ODCS to make that pick-off happen, to try and enable his team. That is where Rebellion has always found a way to outmatch their opponents. But for the side of Fnatic Onyx, here's the victory here. For more varied drafts to prevent stagnant gameplay, right? Experiment with the variety of strategies they have at their disposal. Like we said yesterday, they can split push, they can team fight, and they can do a lot of different kinds of picks, defensive, aggressive. And for the national team's jungler, Albert here, get him an assassin pick, man, come on. Let's not let this opportunity go to waste.
Yeah, of course, national team jungler. That is Albert in your very screens. But it is going to be full of questions on how Albert will approach this game. I mean, we know him as that aggressive jungler as well. No, not less aggressive than Kyrie is. He is also using the assassins in a very, very good manner with so much prowess as well for Albert. But talking back again to ODCS versus Keyboy, this is going to be the showdown of the pick-off roamers. But if we're talking about Keyboy and both ODCS, I feel like Audi has been showcasing that pick-off potential. Meanwhile, for Keyboy, he's more of that versatile, flexible roamer. He can zone out, he can tank for the team, and also, in certain cases, pick off as well. And these two have had that long-time rivalry where even Odyssey has admitted that Keyboy is one of his idols.
Yes. And now it's Audi CS back again. I wonder if the name can bring him at least, be a good luck charm to him, because last time he had this name, Audi CS, he won in MPL. Megatron Beta champions, and then made it to the grand finals of Piala Presiden.
Piala Presiden, but of course, drafting phase here we go. So there's a hero ban in this patch, which is the Phoveus, which has been proven to be quite strong as well. Some say a counter towards the Hylos, if you pick it up. But if you take a look at the bans going on, the Fanny Zuxin and the Valentina taken out of the board. Meanwhile, for Fnatic Onyx, they want to limit Ryota's options with that link taken away. And of course, for the Luoyi as well, a staple of Sway Lows. And they just kind of want to target bans, the choices for Rebellion Esports here.
Right, I really respect this Luoyi because of the diversion pressure, because that has been nerfed. Or are they just concerned about the damage output, right? Because for Luoyi, the strengths come in two forms. It's that global presence, and it's also in that team fighting, and in that level 1 to level 2 early game power spike. For Rebellion though, it's gonna be the Zask. But we've seen that in the past days here, the Zask has been a lot easier to deal with compared to the Sushin. So Rebellion will have this pesky mid laner, but they won't have the kind of burst magic damage available for a threat towards the backline from their mid lane.
Yeah, on the point of the Luoyi, I feel like for Fnatic Onyx, it's just respect towards the man who started the Luoyi, right? The pioneer of the Luoyi. Yeah. They were the first ones to make a debut with the Luoyi pick, to make it work, actually. And that was also, I believe, the series where they were able to get it done against Fnatic Onyx 2-0. First game it was the Luoyi, and then game 2 it was banned out, but then they still found a segue play with Paquito on the Paquito.
Yeah, that was one of the most heartbreaking losses with the Aurora and the Roger. Again, the power of kind of like going for Roger in the first phase is, of course, you can flex it. It can go either to the jungle or to the gold lane. But with this Aurora pick, is it going to be a counter towards a Zask?
Yeah. Kind of. It's just so easy to deal with the Nightwing spawns. And later in a fight, I mean, the idea is that you go in, you use the Dominator's Descent, and you're just doing a lot of damage. Now there's just AoE crowd control that can kind of stop you from doing so, stop you from diving in, or at least stop your team from kind of backing you up when you go in like that. And we've seen when the Dominator's Descent gets left alone, it can get bursted down really, really fast. This Aurora has been banned several times in yesterday's matches. So I think we're gonna see great usage of it, especially against a Hayabusa right here. That passive, the extra chance at life for the Aurora can come in very handy here.
Of course, for the Haya ult to come through, Aurora kind of has that innate immortality. For the Moskov also picked up there for Matt, and this Arlet again, just giving away the potential of a flex. Now they can flex two lanes at once here, Mirko.
Yeah. They got the Arlet, they got the Roger. Great flex here, a great first phase draft, and now they're actually already setting up for, or banning away, denying away the setup for Rebellion Esports here. They have the Hayabusa, they have an Assassin in the jungle, so usually when you have an Assassin, you want to have a beefy boy in XP that can just go for setup. So I'm expecting maybe the Hylos and the Terizla to get banned out from Cars. We have seen, though, Rebellion try utilizing some of the full damage output composition, so it won't be strange to see him go on the Yu Zhong here up against Fnatic Onyx if the Hylos and the Terizla do get banned out.
Well, if that happens, right, I think the big weakness for that full damage composition is if there's not a crowd control to stop you, to stop the mobility from your opponents, and if there's a lot of ways to buy time. And honestly, for Fnatic Onyx, there's quite a few available right here. So if Rebellion wants to go for that, they gotta ban away some of these big counter engages, right? Something like the Minotaur, I think, should be respected. Because worst case scenario for Rebellion, they usually have this very straightforward approach, an all-in almost, when they go for an engage. If they want to all-in into a Minotaur, we've seen how chaotic that can be. Against, if you add the Final Slash on top of that, that can spell doom, man. A whole Minion Fury, Final Slash, into the Glacier combo from Aurora, that's a done deal.
I mean, Minotaur is, of course, a staple for both roamers, for Audi CS and for Keyboy as well. So you just gotta take a look at what they want to ban out. The Hylos was kind of free in the first phase, but nobody really want to pick it up. So yeah, it was all done. But the Rafaela ban, interesting, a ban there coming in from Fnatic Onyx. I don't want to deny that extra healer or healing potential as well on the side of Rebellion Esports. for Rebellion Esports, they're still waiting to pick up a strong XP laner as well for Audi CS, or rather for
Cars.
For Cars, yeah, because Cars is also well known for having that fighter style with him, the Paquito, the Benedetta, as well as the Terizla or the Yuzongs, but taken away, I feel like.
I mean, it's also a very interesting matchup we have to highlight right here in the EXP lane. Cars and Lutpi, both very dynamic, very aggressive, and they have no issue going for a more damage-oriented build. Their teams have no issue kind of drafting up a composition that allows them to just function a bit more like a fighter or even an assassin sometimes. So with both Cars and Lutpi comfortable in that situation, are we going to see a lot of solo kills, a lot of duels just happening in the EXP lane? And if that is the case, if both coaches feel like that is going to be the way to go, then you can expect some really strong dueling picks. And we've seen something like a Thamus come up, I believe, by Fnatic Onyx as well. Exactly. So I think it's quite interesting to kind of think about that.
It's so interesting to see that for both Lutpi and Cars. I mean, for Cars, most of the times, yes, he has also been the winning condition for Rebellion Esports every now and then, playing through the side lanes and also picking up those kill threat XP laners, the Paquitos and all that. But for Lutpi, for most of the times, he has been the ace card for Fnatic Onyx in a sense that he will be the enabler, he will be the initiator for Fnatic Onyx, but he has been much more comfortable now, picking up the Paquito, picking up the Thamus, just to dish out more damage, and he has been the main carry for Fnatic Onyx as well in most of the games.
I think what's a fun fact as well is if we want to go back to Season 13, that win for Rebellion against Fnatic Onyx, it was Boots that was playing, but he was playing the Arlet. Cars picked up the Paquito into the Arlet, right? So when the Arlet wants to go for team fights, that is what Lutpi does. When he does go on the Arlet, the Paquito will just punish in lane. Kind of a Dyren playstyle back in Season 10 as well. Just push your lane, try to find an individual lead, and then utilize that to work it around the team fight somehow, or fully commit, double down on the lane, and then go for another segue, forcing the enemies to maneuver away from the neutral objectives, giving the rest of the team an advantage. With a damage output composition, I think that could be the way to go. That could be something that they were thinking about. But obviously, the safer route would just be to pick up a setter, a tankier dude in the XP for Cars. Because right now, I think the Edith is also up for grabs. They could still definitely go for that. It's still also a very good flex pick for them. I don't think they can use flex pick anymore, actually, right? I mean, they're on blue side, they got to pick the two last picks after the first pick from Fnatic Onyx on red side.
Which is a bold move, because usually we see that you would let go and show your roamers first, your EXP lane first, because you just want to get a strong winning matchup with good wave clear in general. That's what you require right now to have presence in the EXP lane. So you can kind of hide your jungler, you can hide your mid laner. But for Rebellion, it's the exact opposite. They immediately show off their mid lane and their gold lane, and even their jungler immediately, right? So there's not a lot of flex available. But now you wonder, if they're so confident in showing off the picks that are usually hidden, what exactly do they have cooked up for the EXP lane, right? Are we going to see something we haven't seen before? The Phobius isn't available just yet. So you do think you start thinking, okay, like what could they use, right? What kind of idea is this? It's going to be a duelist overall?
But fun fact here, coming in from Audi CS. Audi CS is the IGN used by Audi TZ when winning MPL Season 6 alongside Matt. This was
Bigatron Beta.
Bigatron Beta, and is that name curse real? I mean,
the name curse.
I mean, the TZ name is, it's a fame name.
Yeah,
we've seen world champions use it. Kyle TZ, Flap TZ,
Carl TZ,
Kyle TZ,
other TZs.
We've seen a lot of different TZs win world championships before, but unfortunately for Audi, maybe the TZ name just doesn't fit for him, right? Maybe now he just has to go back to CS. And when he was CS, he did win a championship.
Or maybe he has to double down, right? And call himself like Audi TZ. There's not enough TZs, man. Waiting for the next big star in Mobile Legends. TZ.
What if he goes for Audi TZ CS? Kind of meshes it together.
What about just Audi?
What about Audi?
Oh, so he's
Take
a
away
car
the
now.
CS. Take away the TZ.
Because he's playing with cars. Oh,
exactly. He's playing with cars. He could be a car brand himself, you know? Mr. Audi and cars in the team.
Yeah.
With some slippers. Sway low.
Oh, let's go.
It's an Indonesian brand, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, right? It's
yes,
Indonesian slipper
I believe
brand.
so.
Staple slipper brand.
It's the slipper brand.
It is the slipper brand.
The Chancla brand. You know,
Yeah.
those sandals with the straps on them, you know. The classic Southeast Asian mom weapon.
Mom weapon, plus 99 damage.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage as well.
It's harder than a heptasis.
So all the debuffs on that sandal. We're waiting on this on the conclusion for this draft. I feel like something happened right there.
Technical
I don't
issue.
have any confirmation on what, but considering the magnitude of this match, I think we have to make sure that everyone agrees with like the process, you know? The last thing you want to hear is, you know, the game concludes and like, well, you know, on the drafting phase, you know, we do not want that, ladies and gentlemen.
Complainers.
No,
we don't want that.
We don't even want to allow the situation to even allow for complaints like that. So I think both teams are just waiting on this, man. And I gotta say, for Rebellion, they seem locked in, man. You can see that not a lot of jokes, not a lot of conversations happening. They just tuned in. They know that they have to go up against overwhelming odds right here.
But at one point of the draft, after the bans, to take a look at the player head-to-head for Audi TZ, Audi CS, not Audi TZ anymore, and as well as Keyboy. Of course, you know, for roamers, stats don't really matter, to be honest, except for teamfight participation, because that kind of shows the proximity of the roamers towards their laners. For Keyboy, it is higher with 50%, KDA as well, but for hero pool, Keyboy has been picking up more heroes, just 3 more ahead of Audi CS. But how would you describe both players? I mean, aside from the pick-off type of heroes that they play, are they both versatile roamers? Are they able to play healers in the same time?
I think we've seen Audi almost forced to try and experiment with some of those healers back then. But for Keyboy, I feel like he's a lot more comfortable doing so, but only in the healers that can do other stuff. If he's only playing healers that just heal, I feel like he kind of feels restless, you know. It's a lot of wasted potential right there. His instincts, the way he can read movements aren't really used if he uses a hero like let's say an Estes, you know? It would be such a shame. So we've seen him play like the Mathilda, for instance, and that's just a great fit, right? Good utility, some healing, some shielding, but more importantly, that ability to just be aggressive. I think the same thing can be said about the Rafaela as well, and I believe back then he did play it occasionally, on occasion when it is required. So I feel like he has a bit more diversity in how he can play, and considering how his team plays as well. Whereas for Audi, I think the moment you really put him on that reactive kind of style, he just falls short, man. It doesn't seem to be the same kind of guy with the same kind of impact. Whereas for Keyboy, he still can't go full defense, but he finds ways to get heroes where he's defensive, but, you know, it's Keyboy.
Yeah, it's very, very, very nice to see that both teams also kind of play to their roamers as one of their winning conditions. For Keyboy, zoning has been the name of the game. For Audi CS, the pick-off style play with a Franco, sometimes that they want to pick up. But of course, take a look at player performance for Sans. With total games of 55 games, win rate 64%, and 8 total MVPs that he has been able to pick up. The most picked heroes for him, of course, the Paramis and the Valentina, but yesterday with the Valentina, or rather in the first day, it was headbanging.
Yeah. First pick, just always picking up the Valentina. Really solid player, obviously, when you give him something to play make with, something that's creative. And I think both of these picks that you see for the most pick, Paramis and Valentina falls under that category. He can be very creative in how he uses the Nether Realm. Very different to a lot of other mid laners here in MPL Indonesia. When they use the Paramis, it almost seems like they use the Nether Realm in the exact same way. Meanwhile, Mr. Sans over here, sometimes he just waits for his teammates to be 1 HP before he decides to flicker in with another realm to shock his opponents. And it has happened many times before. It got them the wins in the team fights. Just a moment of doubt for their opponents, definitely, right as you go in with another realm. But another point that I want to make is for everybody watching back at home, please be patient with us. Yeah, still trying to troubleshoot this issue here. So don't worry. We want to ensure the players are all G here. Fair play is our #1 priority. So we're going to give the players and the referees, the marshals, as much time as they need to fix some of these issues.
I feel like the mind game there is kind of underrated, right? The reason why Onyx is just so difficult to deal with, of course, is the skill, is the reaction time, the mechanics. But moments like that where like, okay, we're going to let you believe that you're going to get this kill and then deny you from it. It's moments like that that creates doubt, right? Because the next time you see a low hero, you're like, okay, cool, we can get this kill. But is Sans there though? Even though Sans is all the way somewhere else, that lasting impact, right? Because clearly, Mobile Legends is a game that's played in a long duration. So lasting impacts on your mental state. You know, whether it's a tilting lord take, whether it's a save or an outplay, it sticks in your mind. The same way now, whenever you see any team go up against Onyx and they're trying to secure a kill on Kyrie, you're seeing a lot of ultimates, a lot of skills used up because they know, right? They know that worst case scenario, if the moment they made a mistake, the moment they don't time their spells properly, Kyrie is about to dash, just get out of there and leave with a kill.
Basically plundering resources from their opponents.
It kind of forces you to play a different way.
Yeah, and just be in their minds and their heads 24/7. Yeah, for Fnatic Onyx, this was what?
This is a replay, guys.
Yeah,
calm down.
Play number 1. This is not what is going on.
I saw level 15. I'm like, whoa.
This is Sans.
The wall.
Of course. Yeah,
the wall walker.
The headbang.
Look at this. Look at this. Hey. And then he
2000
dashes out from the final slash.
Yeah, it was like he was playing with a high ping, with 2000 ping, with lag. For Sans, of course, he makes his enemies lag.
The showboat, man. I mean, the fact that he can time it so well. I know the final slash has been nerfed. It's no longer as instant as it used to be. But man, he just read through. It seems like he was dashing before it was even casted. So he predicted it. It wasn't a reaction, you know? And that is something that we've heard a lot being said about Sans. The fact that this man has next level gaming instinct. Before the opponents even make the decision to do so, in his mind, he's really looking forward, like, hang on a minute, there's a chance for this guy to use an ultimate, to use a stun, and he'll react before the guy even knows he's about to do it. And that's an insane, you know, it's an insane talent, you know, it's like foresight.
And that kind of raises up the question towards Sans on how high is his ceiling? You know, is this his prime, or can he reach greater heights, of course, as a player and as a mechanically gifted player? Is this his peak, or rather, will he be able to perform in this consistent level that he is currently showing here? Let's take a look at the end of that first game in match number 1, day number 1. That was kind of like a forced end for Team Liquid ID. And also, you mentioned it, Mirko, backstage, that, you know, there was a call to end the game coming in from Team Liquid ID. But sadly for Kabuki, he had to, you know, face his demise.
Definitely. That was a tough call to make, man. You know, they could have gone for the Lord. They wanted to go for the risky one. That could have gotten them a win against Fnatic Onyx in Game 1 of MPL ID. That could have changed the tides of, you know, Liquid's performances, because I think that big throw, or that big decision, rather, kind of tilted everybody after that game. Because in Game 2, it definitely felt like they were just not the same team anymore that performed in Game number 1. And then even in their next matchup against Bigatron Alpha, it just seems like they were lost, especially Game 2 against the Yin, right? So that's how important winning your first match is in MPL Indonesia. In a long league, you want to start with momentum. That's exactly what Rebellion wants to do here with their first match in MPL Indonesia. Fnatic Onyx were already able to get the dub, so not as much pressure for them. Actually, no pressure at all. They've decided to try out a new lineup here with Albert. For Rebellion, though, we'll see if their new lineup can work out, because I think they've had plenty of time to make it work. Like they've had SBS to synergize.
Yeah.
They didn't make it out of groups, but still, it was promising. Very promising performance from Rebellion. They got a game off of Falcon's AP Brent.
I remember that ODCS interview. he was so confident as well with that performance of his. But for Fnatic Onyx, of course, they are a team that likes limit testing. You know, reinstating, or rather taking Boots out of the fray, and then putting Lutpi in the lineup after a string of losses in MPL ID Season 13, and then now trying to putting Albert in the lineup because, you know, Kyrie has been performing pretty well. So that was the question. But yeah, we're still waiting, of course, for the troubleshoot being done by our referees. So I feel like we will take a break for a short moment. So stay right here after the break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. Of course, we are deeply sorry for the trouble caused, but of course, our professional referees has been able to sort it out, and it's all dandy and fine, and we will jump right back to the game very soon. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi.
The RMA combo. That is the initials of your favorite team in football.
RMA.
Oh,
RMA,
really?
Of course.
Is that what we call here?
Kylian Mbappe. I'm joking.
Well, what are we called? Because you know, with Chevin, we're the mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese? But how do you get the mac and cheese?
Mirko Arashi
Arashi
Chefin.
Chefin.
I make cheesy jokes. The mac and cheese.
Yeah.
So we gotta
What is
come
this
with
combination?
one for us. You know, is it the arm combo?
Oh,
Because
Is it the arm?
You know, we
I've been working out.
we've been working out here.
Yeah.
We have the arm combo, or what else? The ram combo.
The ram.
We got unlimited memory.
Because I like to ram.
But
my
RAM doesn't have
opponent.
unlimited memory, right? Like
No.
RAM actually has less memory than ROM, so
I think it's talking about like the animal, the ram. But I don't think that works either.
oh, we could be the blue. Well, we could just be right now the red
Red
and ram.
black.
The red goats.
Red
We ram
goat.
people.
Who's trying to ram? Just, can you imagine you're walking in the arena, like, wow, and you just get hit by Mirko. Mirko just barrels into you, like,
It's a specialty here. It's a bonus, you know, an added bonus.
Yeah. It's a
Some
feature.
people ask for signatures when they meet me. They say, "Can you ram me?"
whoa.
Wow. So you're a blue bull.
No,
Red bull.
no.
Oh, wait.
I mean,
I'm a red
red
robot.
and bull.
You know, fun fact.
What?
The Bulls do have a little bit of red in them, right? Audi and now Matt.
Ah, that's true.
Technically, they have a bit of geek in them as well.
They do with Matt. He's a bit geeky. He played XP for Geek Fam.
Yeah.
So a bit geeky with a little bit of family.
Bit
Just a
geeky.
pinch of family and a dash of geek.
Oh. He has been Mr. Worldwide.
Was it a look, realize?
Yeah, a little bit of Malaysian.
Malaysian as well.
Oh.
So,
Oh, he has
Mas
secrets.
Lemak.
it's good for him to come back home
Yeah.
from where it all started.
It's really cool again, right? Because it does feel like for Rebellion, I don't know. do you guys think it's an upgrade or a downgrade from last season? The rosters here.
I don't know.
man.
I don't know.
I think it's hard to cope with the loss of Luke, man. I mean, you saw Shevin yesterday.
Luke.
Talking about Rebellion.
Oh, sorry. Wrong game. I mean, it's tough to cope with like a move from your team, you know, like a big figure. Because even Shevin, with Luke's case, was like, man,
Yeah, it was sad.
you know. So I think for Rebellion, it's almost like the same kind of deal, right? You're like, it's a new, different thing. You kind of miss the old dudes, the old guys. It's like that one friend group, right, that you started back then, and now you're the only like real OG member. It's still a great friend group, but by all means, you can't help but reminisce about the good old days, man.
Relatable.
So is it upgrade or downgrade?
I'm just yapping over
That was a
here.
solid non-answer.
We've been yapping.
The question was
For an hour
upgrade
straight.
or downgrade. Man started a literature class. So upgrade, downgrade?
Realize, what do you think?
I'd say it's a downgrade.
You say that, okay.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you think it's a downgrade?
I don't know. I just prefer Vincent
Oh,
for so long. I feel like like Vincent has so much potential, but he hasn't been able to showcase that because my opinion is that he has been forced to these cheesy type of heroes that he doesn't really want to play comfortably. You know, if you give him the assassins, he does excel. If you give him the utility as well, he does excel. But then again, that cheesy strat hasn't been working for him, and they haven't been playing through him as well. So, yeah.
for me, it's an upgrade.
Wow, really? Why?
I think it's an upgrade.
Why?
They got a better
why?
jungler on the assassins. And I say that with a lot of confidence. Rio's been able to perform on the assassins.
That's a
much
coincidence because, you know, the assassin meta has been back on track as well.
But exactly, in this meta, if we're talking about now, I would say Rio probably is the better jungler compared to Vincent. Maybe not on Retri, but in the ways that he can actually be the carry for the team. I think Vincent has struggled, and we did actually just see him struggle yesterday on the assassin slash fighters or marksman, fighter slash marksman in the Roger in the jungle. So with Rio coming in, it definitely does strengthen the trio mid setup in the top side of the map. But it's a bit of a downgrade, I would say, in the gold lane, because I'm a big fan of D.
Exactly.
Yeah, big fan of D.
That's where I was going to come in. I was going to say that I'm not really convinced by Matt just yet.
So upgrade or downgrade?
I feel like I would say downgrade purely because he hasn't proven himself. By all means, if in this game Matt pops off, I'm like, alright, okay. Cast a curse as always. It worked on Geek Fam yesterday with Chevin.
Yeah. But a lot of people has been hyping up Matt's comeback. I mean,
really?
Yeah, a lot of people.
Especially me, because Matt's my boy.
Really?
Audi's my boy too.
My sister as well. My sister is a bigger trooper.
This
But
is
not
for
me.
your sister, so fist bumper.
But not anymore?
Yeah.
No, but not me.
Oh, but not you.
Yeah,
okay.
and she has been very, very happy because Matt has been back.
Oh, yeah.
Because Matt is one of her favorite players.
I thought you were
wow.
about to say
She's an
that-
old-time fan.
Yeah, she is.
Back when the...
Dang.
Last time Matt played in the lineup, it was...
So way back.
It was way back, man. I think it was season 8.
8 or 9?
It was a long
it-
time ago.
Was it 9 or?
I think it was...
That was before Key, was it? Or
It was... oh, yeah, I think it might be 9. No,
Yeah.
that was not before Key. Key was there since
was there.
season 5. He's
He's
there.
OG, yeah.
He's the veteran. He's the only guy
OG.
from the OG lineup. Technically, if you count season 5 as OG. Season 1, none of them are here.
they weren't here.
Oh, they're still alive. They're just not, you know...
Yeah,
They're
like,
just in with us no more.
Not competing. Not
Miscommunication.
competing yet. They haven't
yeah,
competed
exactly.
yet. Yeah.
They're not here in MPL, but they're still out there doing well. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we're still waiting for the game to resume because, of course, you guys gotta handle our yapping for an hour now.
Don't worry, we're certified fact yappers.
Yeah. Who's
we
your
are.
tier 1? Your tier 1 yappers in MPL?
Hey, Turner.
For me, it'll be a
That's
Rashi.
such a quick answer.
No hesitation right there.
For me, it'll be a Rashi, yeah.
You're voting me?
But the
Arashi?
way but the way you yap, I'd say it's an educational yap.
Educational yap.
You know what
I
I
would
mean?
say
Yeah.
it's educational, but sometimes it's to avoid something. I asked him a question.
Evasive.
He's
It's an
dodging a bullet.
evasive yapping.
Defensive yap.
It's a defensive yapping.
Yeah.
It's a maneuver.
Yes or no? And he says, well, it's educational, but he's not answering.
You know,
It's
it's like
that one teacher who in class was like, you know, you don't really like his lessons, so
Yeah.
you're like, yo, tell us about this story, and he just starts yapping, and you're like, yes.
yeah, it's just wasting time.
Oh, man.
'Cause that's what we're doing now. Buying time, yes.
Yeah.
It's an important skill to have
Yeah.
as a caster is to yap a lot.
Exactly. It's just a skill that we need, you know? What's crazy is sometimes in my stream, right?
Yeah.
These people come in and say, Mirko, this guy's such a yapper. I'm like, bro,
That's what I do
That's
for a
not a
living.
secret. And I'm like, yes, thank you. But guys, we're very sorry about this pause. Again, that we are having technical issues right now, technical difficulties, and we will try. I mean, we are already trying right now to get it resolved as fast as possible.
Yeah.
The casters are not responsible for starting the game, so we're very sorry. If we are responsible,
That's a problem.
that's not invasive. That's a fact.
That's a fact. Because there's a lot of people in the comments saying like, Caster, start the game. We don't have
Stop
the
yapping.
power to do that.
Realize,
If we do, trust
thing.
me, we would choose to yap in the game.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because realize
look at
if it's up to us, realize would be like, boom, game begins.
Yeah. If you want, I can do it right now. But I don't want to.
Wait, so it's all been in
If I
your
clap,
hands?
the game starts.
I tried,
No, you can't.
man.
You can't.
I tried to...
That
you
one
have
guy
to
in
try.
school was like, when I clap, recess is gonna start, bro. 1, 2,
He
3.
waits for the time, and then he's
And
like,
then when it
oh.
rings,
Yeah,
called
I
it.
know that.
Called it.
Okay, so let's do that. I'm gonna clap, and the game starts. Count to 10.
1, 10, 3, 95.
I think it's gonna take a long time.
Exactly.
That's so idealistic
How long
of
are
you
we gonna
guys.
go here? How
No,
long till
that-
we get to 10?
That is
The longest
if
10 of all time.
I have the power to start the game. Casters do not have the power to start the game, so we're very sorry, guys. Again, we're trying our best to work things out because, again, we want to have fair play as the namesake of this game in MPL ID Season 14. We want the best experience for our players as well up on stage. They're trying to figure out some things. But, yeah, back to the draft.
This is a great segment, right? And welcome to the
It is.
MPL Indonesia official English
Podcast.
podcast.
The ARM podcast.
The ARM podcast.
Did you know the P in MPL stands for podcast?
Oh, I thought it stands for something else.
What?
I don't know, professional.
Professional?
Well, here's a question though. With one more minute here, it seems.
Okay.
There's been a lot of time right here. Which team does it benefit? Right? Is Onyx getting more benefit by having more time to discuss their plans because they have a new player technically, right? That can be swapped in and out. Or does this benefit Rebellion that has a set lineup? It's a new lineup, but it's set. It's not going to be changing. So technically, they've had their preparation already. But for Onyx, it's kind of like a switch, right? So now with more time to discuss, to, talk pre-game, like let's say for instance, you realize you're coming in the game, you gotta be doing this, you gotta be doing that. Let's start here, and then we rotate towards here. There's more time for instructions right here with the long pause break that we had so far.
But it gets to you sometimes, the focus kind of fades out, and then you're kind of tired of the waiting. But yeah, again, like a team. Why are you laughing?
Why is the camera right
Hey,
Hey, there you go.
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
Lila?
lightning fast. That
I
was
saw Lila.
Lina as well. I think they might still be testing it out. I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think.
But we have seen the Layla before in
Yeah, we
previous
have
tournaments.
seen. But
Shout outs to Bren, who was still coaching RQ. Back then, I think, Hoshi, yeah. They already
Yeah.
changed back to Hoshi.
Was
We
Skylar
saw the
picking it up?
Layla against the Paquito, against Bren. And it was now, okay, we're back. Here we go.
Only a test. And yeah, back to the drafting phase we go. Thank you so much for bearing with us. As I clap my hands, the game starts again.
Wow, how did you do that, Realize?
It's insane. It's a very, very
That's
expensive
crazy.
skill to
Much faster,
hone.
Realize?
Yeah. Now, the Minotaur taken out. Oh, of course, trying to avoid that initiation and engagement potential coming in from ODCS, because this is a roamer that has been known to also don the Minotaur.
I mean, Dyron on the Edith was able to punish the Hayabusa yesterday with an Earth Shatter that has a channel time. On a Minotaur, Onyx can do it even better. So I think the fast-moving, fast utilization crowd control tools need to be denied here, I think, from the side of Rebellion as well. They're just concerned about the Hayabusa getting locked down right here. Because technically, two members here can really lock him down. The Roger can chase him through the quad shadow. But for Rebellion, they get away with that Julian. So they don't want to allow Onyx to get that pick-off strat, pick-off burst damage advantage.
Yep, and history coming in for the new jungler, Ryota, 11th to 12th place in MPL ID Season 8. First place for the GoPay Arena Championship 2023. Third place, Axis Cup, MLBB Season 4, and 12th to 14th place of MDL ID Season 9. So of course he has that experience within him. It's just up to how he want to iron out the stage jitters, the experience, in face of Onyx, or Fnatic Onyx rather, and they pick up the Grok for Keyboy.
We haven't seen this Grok too often in recent times, but against a Hayabusa, when was it? It was another tournament where I saw Hayabusa struggling to just secure some camps against the Grok, man. It's a brutal time. But with Rebellion having the Zask, if the Zask can get some assistance clearing, right, and he can rotate, that Nightmare Spawn can do a lot of damage to the Grok, you know, that technically can't really, he just has to walk around and take the zaps coming in from the Nightmare Spawn.
There you go, Edith. Oh, and the Barats.
Yeah, Edith and Barats. Like you said, Edith is going to be a very, very strong laner now. Quite meta for most teams here in MPL ID Season 14. Now, of course, for Fnatic Onyx, they have sealed the fate. The Arlet will most likely go to the XP lane, the Grok in the hands of Keyboy. Now, it's either they pick up a jungler for themselves or a gold laner.
Yeah, do they want to go for Ruby Gold here and play around the Roger and Albert, or do they want to go still for an assassin? Because they could go for an assassin. Still, they decide to go for the Harith instead, which means Roger jungle. Harith in the gold lane against the Moskov. We saw the Harith dominate a Moskov. I think it was yesterday. Yep, or 2 days before, but hey, yeah, Harith winning lane against the Moskov, so setting up for a lot of kill pressure.
Yeah, a lot of kill pressure as well as lane dominance. Of course, Harith's one of the strongest lane bullies you can have in the game. And now the draft index here, Arashi, for both teams. What are you thinking?
Well, it really seems to hint towards Rebellion, but I gotta say, I feel like I see more potential for Fnatic Onyx. It's just a bit more dynamic, and there are a lot more tools available for wide-scale plays. For Rebellion, they have tools that are segmented. They have good poke with the Zask, they have all-in with the Edith, with the Moskov, global presence with the Moskov, and assassination potential with the Hayabusa. But together, as 5, I feel like Onyx are the ones that can make it difficult for Rebellion to try and get a lead, get control around the map, and especially around the neutral objectives with that Aurora.
All right, now after the long wait, we are ready, up and running to run into the land of dawn. It's the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Esports against the Sky Kings, Fnatic Onyx.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the match we've been waiting for all this time, and Albert making his debut in Season 14 on the Roger. He's a national team jungler for ISF, a representative of Indonesia here, so we'll see how good he is still, despite, you know, not getting a lot of game time.
Talking about the national team, of course, Albert could just be the gold medal that Fnatic Onyx is looking for to reactivate that competitiveness in the jungle. And for Albert as well, you know, with the Roger, how is he going to approach this game, Arashi?
He's going to go aggressive here, going to Litho Prio. Great moves from both teams. Keyboy tries to find a way to get to the Hayabusa, but at the same time, Audi makes sure that he puts himself between Keyboy and Ryota, allowing him to go for a pretty okay clear so far. And for now, it's just the waiting game. When it comes to the roamer though, pre-level 4, Audi is the one that can make more decisive engages. Level 4 though is where Keyboy is going to make the play, but look at that.
No, Ryota coming down. Good shadow kill over Keyboy. Still able to escape. Great flicker out. That Spear of Misery could have punished him.
Almost getting pinned against the wall. Already using the power of nature right there. You're seeing again the one-dimensionedness of the Grok. But look at Cars. Of course, the Flicker himself here. Both junglers being very active, looking for chances. But look at that mid lane though. We talked about mid prio being so important, Mirko, just yesterday. The Aurora against the Zask. At least without the assistance of the roamers, Sans on the Aurora will win all the time. And even with the assistance of the roamers, the Grok will do better against the Edith when it comes to lane clearing.
Instant boom with that power of nature.
You know, now for Sans just backing up Litpi up top as the Turtle Dance will ensue soon. Albert does have the prio here with 3 members running around. Sway Low will pop. His ability is just trying to shoo away the players of Fnatic Onyx, but they have Keyboy in charge to look for a play in this little pit.
Earth Shatter, Audi finding it now. Great Frigid Glacier coming down, but the Dancer's Welcome comes down as well. Now spinning him out with the stun. Car stomping on him. Sway Low picking up the kill still on the Dominator's Descent. Albert finding a trade back now, goes with the Lycan Pounce. But the Dominator's Descent still on him, forcing him back now. A stun onto Sans, 2-1 to RBL.
RBL did a great job right there, engaging with the Daytona's Welcome. We saw Keyboy try to make a play right there, but he wall charged this at the Barats, who was immune during the Daytona's Welcome, so it really wasn't used to its full potential at all. But now it's back to round 2. So even Matt threw the Spear of Destruction to try and maybe swing things in favor of Rebellion. But Fnatic Onyx are not willing to pull to back away from this. They have the bigger AoE teamfight plays. They want to try and punish Rebellion somehow.
Seems for Rebellion, they're just going to concede the Turtle bottom lane. You can see Ryota already pathing Albert. securing turtle number 1. First neutral objective over to Fnatic Onic.
Regardless of what happened there in the pit earlier, Fnatic Onic able to at least just stabilize the goal lead coming in from Brilliant Esports. No longer bleeding that much, but Audi CS could be in a tough position. Albert just eyeing him. Well, Keyboy looking for the charge.
Good barrier, nice wild charge to stop the onward from getting him out. Primal Rat still popped in. Audi CS buying a lot of time. Shadow kill with the quad shadow plays out. Keyboy gonna be very low. Dominators ascent. Keyboy! Oh, still able to escape. Now Swaylo decides to go for Albert, and they aren't able to trade it. Fnatic Onic winning in that skirmish.
Great play with a wild charge right there. And even earlier, Ryota tried to exert some pressure onto the gold lane, but he wasn't able to steal anything from the side of Fnatic Onic in exchange for that turtle. Look at a talent prediction here by our new application, GoPay.
Pop pulling against the world.
As always, nothing new there.
Yeah, he likes to defy odds and expectations. Fnatic Onic, of course, high expectations towards Albert so far. He has been delivering quite well, getting the farm ahead as well as prio for objectives. The turtle is coming in for Albert. Lutfi though, looking for cars.
Cars is actually going to be chunked quite low. Good dead to the front. Inside now, splitting it back out. Good quad shadow over. And the shadow kill. What an outplay from Cars.
Woo, Cars! The timing could have been any more better. That was immaculate from him to dodge the final slash, and that presents them with an important kill towards Lutfi.
The timing, the interaction right there, the fact that the vengeance from our Lut takes you behind the target means he just jumps straight into the mouth of Daytona. That's unfortunate for Onic, but you can see Audi now in trouble. Sans, who has so much mid-pressure right here. Swaylo only really has some kind of impact in the game in the middle of a big fight where he can kind of target and dive towards the backline. And once the members of Onic walk away from it, he's just lacking in pressure here compared to Sans.
Oh, great final slash! What a combo! Fnatic Onic! Ryota walking over. Keyboy's the one who gets it done despite 2 red trees committed. Fnatic Onic, what was that? What a wombo combo! Now the power of nature, Audi trying to push him away. They will be able to deny a turret from Fnatic Onic in the mid lane, but look at CW staying active. Mr. Baldwin, not to Audi. Able to escape. Whoa. Now Albert like can bounce. Earth Shadow coming down. Albert doesn't care. And now goes on to Ryota, who's forced to quad shadow defensively.
Matt is waiting for a chance to try and do something. But look at the pressure advantage. All of this is happening in small increments because there's more burst damage and playmaking tools available for Onic. Oh! Lutfi going for the sweep right there. Barely misses Swaylo. But that's what I'm talking about. 2 members, 3 members, they can make plays happen without the whole team. As Cars gets walled off right here, Keyboard. Just the emote. Man, this is just so much pressure. And Rebellion are kind of struggling to keep up with the pressure too, because they're lost of turrets, and they're not really getting any compensation for the structures they're forced to kind of concede right here. Looking at the items, Sans has finished the Genius 1 as well, so lowering the magic resistance, it's gonna indirectly help CW too, by the way. So good synergy and itemization there, but look at Swaylo.
Look at Audi with the conceal, forcing out a flicker from Sans there. Keyboy just scouting away, trying to deny some of the farm from Ryota. Oh, he goes for the Earth Shatter. Albert actually doesn't get the steal. Ryota with the Retribution secures his own camp.
Albert has been very proactive as well, looking for rotational plays, playing behind Keyboy. Meanwhile, for Audi, the same. But they have been abandoning Matt, just trying to bank on him to get the farming, get the items going. Sending him up top now, a swap in the lanes happening. Keyboy again, just being that pesky player he is.
Audi, Primal Rat still stuck next to the barrier, wrong side of the barrier. And Fnatic Onic just punishes him. Audi now 0 and 4. Matt gets a turret trade. Ryota clears it up. Oh, CW stunned up. Oh, the Dominator's set doesn't find the stun there. CW able to dash out the safety, still saving his Purify. And that will be another neutral objective to the Roger. Keyboy conceal. Over Keyboy. Let's see if they can actually get him down. No, Keyboy's just too tanky, even with Ryota jumping in. Finally gets the kill down, but Albert is right there to punish. Oh, now with the help of Sans. Trying to go for the stun. Albert goes in. Lutfi. Oh, final slash. Did not find anyone.
Quite unfortunate, but look at Onic and the way they're playing, man. Sans for the longest time was in the jungle, the bottom side jungle of Rebellion, walking in aggressively on the vulnerable mage. This is just the kind of stuff that the Suns does. Look at Ryota, forced to back away. Suns follows up.
And now the ice cold finisher, Sans. Will he do it? He's just walking him down. Oh my God, Sans, you can't keep doing this. That's a killing spree for Sans.
Ice cold, and again, just playing with his food. Sans does not stop. As a game fight, but the new application GoPay pops up. Wow. There's Aurora State people. Wait a minute.
Oh, Matt, Spear of Destruction, able to escape. Albert, though, he's a fast boy. You know how fast I am? I'm fast as Albert, boy. Gets stunned up, doesn't care. Dominator's a set, though. Matt gets slain by the ice-cold executioner in Sans. And look at him. Oh, no. Now on the Swalo he goes. Good Nightmaric spawn. Audi gonna be mauled down by Albert. My lord, it's a 6,000 goal lead. Fnatic Onic are controlling every aspect of the game.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room right here. Why the heck is Sans flanking on an Aurora? He keeps coming from the sides. He's not playing front to back. This is not what this hero was supposed to be made for. They're going straight for the dive though on the mid side.
Sway low.
Oh my.
Dead. Oh, CW jumping in. Albert following through with the leg and pound now, man. Trying to dish out some damage, but Albert might as well be in front line now. He can't take damage.
Insanity, the national team star, makes a statement with this Roger just growling left and right. But it feels like Fnatic Onic, every single member is on the same page. They're able to zone out, able to flank in the sides. And even their sieges are so sweet, their team fights well synchronized.
Yeah, the items, your glowing one is competed for Sans as well, so even the sustain from, let's say, the Primal Wrath here that Audi can rely on, it's gonna cut in effectiveness. There's just way too much burst damage. And look at Lutpi looking for a play. And look at how many ways they have to try and start a fight, man. The barrier, the final slash, and even the Frigid Glacier coming in. So many different ways, and you can see that Rebellion are confused, right? They're concerned that if they deal with one, the other is right behind it. And that's before talking about the chase potential that Albert has. As you can see earlier, Cars now maybe stuck.
Cars, that's in his welcome defensively. Just to escape there. And he's a small dino. He can't get the big guy stacks.
It has been a non-stop pressure coming in from Fnatic Onic. They can't stop the skirmishes, the pick-offs from left to right. Now just sieging towards the base of Rebellion Esports. How long will they hold?
Oh, good flicker out by Cars there. He had to use both his initiation tools to escape.
This is how much pressure is exerted by Fnatic Onic. It's a Rebellion. Even Audi, that's supposed to be the one making plays on the Edith, it's just so difficult. Cars now reduced to a mini lizard right there. You can see that it's just...
He's so small!
He's
Tona, what
overmatched.
happened?
It's a tiny boy!
The little dinosaur. He's gonna work his way up though. Audi trying to shatter the earth, but now Final Slash is placing both. Frigid Glacier down as well, but they aren't able to find anyone. Cars is slowly but surely growing. Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
They're very slow though.
Dinosaurs extinct. Cars one of them. And now we have to slow down. We have to slow down and look at it in a retrospective way. How does Rebellion Esports crawl out of this hellhole of Fnatic Onic?
I feel like Ryota at this point is just rendered irrelevant. We've seen multiple members from Fnatic Onic walk into a bush where Ryota is waiting to no avail. Like Albert walked into earlier, and technically he is a marksman, right? Marksman fighter. But Ryota says, no, I have nothing to do with that animal, man. That wild animal, it's too dangerous. He backs out. I think the same thing can be said for CW, for Sans. They both are strong enough right here to kind of deal with him solo. Look at Lutpi though, jumping on Matt.
Wild charge over to the wall, forces to purify out Sans! Wow! What a combo! Flickers forward, finds the angle. Audi might be next. Like it pounce over to Cars, final slash, bringing him back into the death.
Goodness, chopped down. But it was Cars being chopped and chopped up by Fnatic Onic. Again, losing 2 members. They're readying themselves for the siege.
Look at Sans unfazed by the plays from Ryota. He stands there menacingly. And look at the rest of Rebellion. They're trying to defend, but it's against 5 members. Can they do it?
Look at me, Sans says. I am the front line now. Keeps on walking up front now, tries to go for the waves. I guess it makes sense when you have to deafen as welcome when you get punched. Because usually determined boxing is bite down hard when you get punched.
It's the I don't know, the toughness of Rebellion to try and do something right here, but they're slowly losing a lot and more control. 2 base turrets on the side, far away from the Lord. They have Matt to try and do some kind of split push. They do spot Albert right there, but they can't do anything about it. Fnatic Onyx will get the Lord, and Rebellion are gonna bank on that late game based defense without a flank where Sans finally can come from the front like a normal human being and not flank around on an Aurora.
Yeah, if Fnatic Onyx is forced to play that front to back as the siege happens, I feel like Rebellion Esports still has the chance. You know, the Sway Low does have that much of a delay, and then you have Matt just trying to crawl his way into the item spikes, the power spikes. But then again, Fnatic Onyx already everywhere around the map. This time around with the Lord in their pockets, they look to siege the crystal of Rebellion Esports.
Oh no, Dynaman with an old big guy, Sexy W, with a crown boot, untargetable. The Shadow Kill can't kill anyone. What charge from Keyboy to knock them up, and now even the Dino can't withstand the damage. Ice cold damage, CW with the Zaman Force. That's another winner crown as Albert buys the immortality. CW jumping back and forth. What is that damage? Ryota almost got one shot, and now the final slash from the K as they end game one.
Insanity from Fnatic Onyx, again, just trying to be so untouchable. Forcing the fights from minute one. And they win it all. They cut off the horns of the Blue Bulls in game number one.
Was looking kind of sketchy. Everyone from Fnatic Onyx were getting low on the HP bars, but it doesn't matter, man. When you're 13k gold ahead, when you have the tools available, when you are ice cold, quite literally, Sans, it doesn't matter. They just go and straight up end the game. And despite having a chance, the Rebellion were just completely shut out.
They haven't been able to play their composition. I mean, like, again, the Hayabusa has been proven to be the ray of hope for Rebellion Esports, but come minute 8, minute 9, he was basically rendered irrelevant by the players of Fnatic Onyx. Again, such a good debut, a good start for Albert in that sense, but Fnatic Onyx today in that game, in that opening match, I feel like they are all on the same page, so synchronized.
Very much so, man. Every single time they do go for a play, I mean, you saw that combo. You saw the final slash into the, not this one, but the final slash into a wall charge, into the Glacier. There's just so many ways for them to try and combo, and yet they're able to use their spells individually to force out reactions from Rebellion. Right here, just go in with the wall charge first. Afterwards, they use the final slash. They just layer it slowly but surely to ensure that at the worst case scenario, they're still gonna get a ton of value from it. What a play coming in for Fnatic Onyx, man. They deny the Hayabusa any impact. They deny the frontline potential of the Barats. They deny the crowd control immunity from the Daytona's welcome by forcing it out. Every single thing, man. Audi TZ, the pick-off roamer on the Edith, did not get a single pick-off. He was picked off multiple times in the early game.
Yeah. The question was, how good was that CC layering coming in from Fnatic Onyx? They were brewing, they were crafting something good. Final slash into the Glacier, into everything basically that just put the Bulls in their place.
Perfect execution from Fnatic Onyx all the way from the start of the game, right? We saw that Rebellion were able to get a few good picks here and there, but then once they got into the mid game, it was practically over. It felt like Rebellion were stuck into one style of play.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Fnatic Onyx, they had multiple ways to tackle the game.
And there wasn't even a time where the Moskov was able to show the late game power.
What Moskov?
What Moskov?
That's what Fnatic Onyx said, right?
Did you mean a neutral creep?
Oh yeah, you don't see the damage coming in. You don't see the split push coming in. We saw that Moskov
tier 1.
Such a wait, tier 1, but at what cost, right? I mean, we just saw yesterday the Moskov split pushing being such a problem against Onyx. It's just not a thing, and like you said, they have so many approaches because they can go for a big team fight, a big combo, but they can go for pickoffs too. They can move forward here. Look at them chasing slowly but surely. This is a mage, by the way, and it's a Hayabusa running from the mage. It's like such a weird scene to be seeing. And even if they want to play defensively, Sans can use all the spells defensively as well. When they want to chase, they have Albert, right? They have so many ways of just playing the game. And you can say the same thing about CW on the Harith. We haven't even talked about his damage output there. He was untouched in the lane, and the Zaman Force can be used aggressively and defensively. And I think at that point, even if Ryota wants to go 1v1 CW, it just wasn't gonna happen, man.
But in the first few minutes, I think in the first few minutes, Ryota was seen. I mean, he was there as the kill machine for Rebellion Esports, but again, it was just all shut down by the players of Fnatic Onyx. So the question is, was that as an outdraft?
I guess in a way it is, right? I mean, the Aurora pick straight up after the Zask, it really just enabled them to bully the mid lane real hard. And Zask wasn't able to pop in Dominier's Ascent at all.
Yeah.
Every time he did, he always gets caught by the freeze.
I think it's the freeze, and also the fact that I think we're going to see the highlights later on, but there was a moment where he popped the Dominier's Descent, and Onyx literally pushed the whole team of Rebellion past the Dominier's Descent, so he got left behind and it was doing nothing. You see this big Nightmare Spawn just stand there like, guys, like...
There's basically a larva.
Like here, bro, like, guys, I can't reach.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's basically a Gien, right? Where you go in, and then your team leaves you. And then when you come back, you're like, oh, hey, what happened? Where's all my friends?
You came to the wrong neighborhood, man.
Yeah. And this is one of the cases, no, not this one, but we'll see it in the mid game. This is the first turtle, I believe, yeah.
You're saying the back and forth, right? The fact that Onyx, by the way, lost 2 members first initially, and then they respawned and said, all right, round 2. They came back, and you can see that Rebellion, they were kind of waiting around for that to happen, like preparing for another skirmish, but they failed to realize that when it comes to the waiting game, there's more poke, there's more crowd control for the side of Onyx. So even though they got 2 kills, they waited for everyone to respawn and come back to the turtle, and then they were forced to back away, right? They gave the turtle away to the side of Fnatic Onyx.
And to be frank as well, that was mostly without CW as the Hereth. You would expect him to be one of the most highest damage sources for Fnatic Onyx, but it was just Albert, it was just Sans, again, looking for the flanks, and Lutpi with some of the best engages we've seen so far in that game. So yeah, I mean, if CW was there, like in the last few minutes, it's just rubbing salt to the wound. And for the Hereth not to be online yet, Fnatic Onyx are able to square up against Rebellion Esports is just insane. It's insanity for Fnatic Onyx just to cage Rebellion Esports in their tracks.
I mean, you saw this is one of the only times where the Primal Wrath actually was used properly, right? Where RDTZ actually got to hit several times and do some damage. The whole time he got jumped on, he went Primal Wrath, and Onyx like, yeah, cool story, bro. Like, you know, it's like when you're so over-leveled in an RPG, you go against a boss, right? And you one-shot it, and he's like, wow, stage 2! And you're like, hilarious. What a joke. And you just take him out in one hit.
That's what happened. He was playing on easy mode almost, right? At that point, because really, when they try to go out and dish out damage, they had so many more layers of CC. Even if they went for full purifies, it wouldn't have helped.
Right.
Because you purify out from the Frigid Glacier, you still have that wild charge. And then there's a final slash. And then there's CW and Albert just dishing out damage while you're dealing with those frontliners. And it comes down to them, I think, initiating first. As much as we want to talk about how the draft set them up for success as well, I think the execution could have been cleaner too. I think in a lot of these skirmishes, they were hesitant, very scared to make the initiations around the turtle. Why posture up if you're not going to go for it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you have a Barats, you have to look for these plays. You need to look for these fights, especially up against an Aurora. If you play front to back, you're never going to win in this composition, in this type of style. Because you play front to back, you get frozen, bro.
Frozen. And what's the idea here? You're trying to play front to back when you have a Hayabusa, right? When you have the Zask, like we said, the Zask, you know, the strong part of the Zask is that the fact that he can dive in the backline. We saw some attempts from Sway Low where he used the Dominier's Descent, the DD, and just like went in, jumped in the backline, went for the stun and the slow. But I believe when I saw it was onto Albert, and that's just not the target. You know, Albert is tankier on the Roger. He can sustain better as well. You have to go in united for the right targets right there. Because otherwise, if you're going to play front to back, then why pick the Hayabusa, right? Go pick something else. Pick something that can maybe help with the frontline shredding, like maybe an Alpha, for instance, right? I'm just saying there are options available right here.
Yeah. Of course, for Fnatic Onyx this time around, eyeing for game number 2. Yeah, so far it has been so clean to them. What a very, very good game. But for Rebellion Esports, I mean, the draft looked kind of solid in the very first beginning of the drafting phase, but that execution coming in was not consequentially well. I feel like the Aurora did play a huge part for Fnatic Onyx to just ramble through the defenses of Rebellion Esports. I mean, when you have a free so much, so you can always zone out the players of Rebellion Esports that also wants to bring the fight into your face. And we also argued that their base defense, their high ground potential to just shoo away and scamper the players of Fnatic Onyx was kind of strong. You have a Moskov, you have a Zask, but Fnatic Onyx didn't care. They didn't give they don't give a damn about that.
I think the fact that the idea from Onyx is also really, really smart in that they recognize two main tools available for Rebellion to engage. They haven't been engaging with the Zask, and they haven't really been quote-unquote engaging with the Moskov or the Hayabusa. So it comes down to the Onward or Earth Shatter from Audi CS, or the Daytona's Welcome coming in from Cars. So either way, Keyboy is going to make sure that he uses the power of nature to negate and deny one. Right? He just walks up forward, pressures long enough to try and get an engage with the barrier, deny one of those skills, and then the other one he'll take. And when he is jumped on, the team can counter-engage as well. Again, like you said, it's the layering, it's the fact that they have a lot more tools to work with. Shevin, though, I believe is in the building.
Yeah, CITB. Yesterday he was here. Now he's not in the building, but he is. And he will be in the building soon. As take a look at the hair cam by Head and Shoulders. So silky, so smooth, so... How do you call it?
Luscious.
So much
Head and
hair.
Shoulders.
What?
So Head and Shoulders.
It's so Head and Shoulders.
That's how you describe it at this point, right? When you use Head and Shoulders, you can only use Head and Shoulders to also describe the hair the Head and Shoulders provides you when you use Head and Shoulders.
Yeah, and that game was Head and Shoulders as well.
What do you mean?
Fnatic was the head, and the Rebellion was the shoulders. I mean,
interesting.
It's always the head of the shoulders. It's higher than the shoulders.
Oh, look at that.
He's trying to force the issue there. Yapping King. That's me.
Raja Yeb.
Yeb is pointing at Sans. Oh,
hey! We do not condone violence.
That was not violence. That
was a love tap. That was a love tap.
That was a love tap. That was a love.
Yeah.
Was that a tap? It was more like a poke, you know?
The slap.
A love poke.
Love poke.
I mean, they're having fun right there, man.
Look at Yeb. He's like, what? Oh, so he was wearing. That's why. So, turns out Sans was wearing the coach headset, and Yeb was like, bro. What you just realized? Hello, I've been trying to tell you. I poked you. You still didn't realize.
It's hard to realize that if you want to sit in the front, get all the spotlights into you, you gotta have that Samsung phone with you.
Exactly, man.
To sit in the Team Galaxy zone.
It's front row to witness the performance of the best teams in Indonesia. I feel like it's such a value situation here. Just walk in with a phone, with a Samsung phone. You already look cool. Then you get walked into the front row. I mean, you get that VIP treatment, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, usually celebs you have to be a celebrity to get like front row courtside seats at an NBA game. Shevin can confirm this because he's a basketball dude. But in MPL, Samsung Zone, bro, you get that VIP treatment, and you are next to a lot of the members or like the supporters from the teams, right? The BAs, maybe the
substitute players,
substitute players as well. It's a great time in the arena right here.
If I do have that Samsung phone, I'm never gonna pocket it. I wanna grab it and hold it tight and
Sans is staring
show
at us, guys.
to everyone that I have.
Guys, Sans is staring at us. Why is he looking at us? He's looking at us funny.
Wow,
he was looking at us funny.
Whoa.
Oh, he's doing it again.
Sans intensifies.
What do we do to you, man? Focus on your opponents, not us, man.
He's trying to freeze us. With that stare.
The intimidating glare of Gila Sans. It's gonna make you walk into a wall, man.
It sounds your how do you call Jagoan in English?
Well, Jagoan is champion. Choose your champion, I guess.
Yeah, your
right?
champion. You can
choose your hero.
Yeah, you can choose your champion or your hero to the new GoPay app, the gamer's wall that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can also vote for the winner of each MPL Season 14 match and guaranteed to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote. Collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles.
Wow. Electric motorcycles, that's crazy, man. I mean, I don't aim that far high. I just think that I'm gonna buy the latest skins to look cooler while playing, man. Because you get top level diamonds and pay with the GoPay app to get up to 20,000 GoPay coins cash back. You're talking about 1 tokens, you can get 20,000 GoPay coins cash back, bro.
Holy.
Essential ammunition for gamers. Also known as phone credit. You can keep playing smoothly by just topping up on GoPay and making sure that you never lag and you have all your diamond needs.
Yeah, in the GoPay app, you can also buy phone credits at the lowest prices. It can make up to 100 transfers
100
per month to anywhere without any admin fees. Splitting the bill with friends is also easier and faster because it's all in the GoPay app.
Yep.
So it's also all fine, if you're going out and about with your friends, trying to eat something.
Yep.
It's kind of such a hefty task to split the bills. it's all done and dusted in the GoPay app. It's sorted out for them.
Exactly. When I'm going out with my friends and we kind of have to split the bill, and it's a group of friends without Mirko in it, I have to go and use this GoPay app to split the bill. Because with Mirko, he's bad with math, but when it comes to money, he's good with it.
So you're saying that Mirko is your personal accountant?
I'm saying he's very financially intellectual.
Whoa. Financially intellect.
We'll take that, you know, being bad at maths, but being good at maths when it matters. I don't exactly
That's
gravity.
true. That's the real maths.
That's the real maths in the real world.
Mathematicians all over the world like, Mirko, what the heck are you saying?
What? You don't want to count the gravity?
Why would I count
falling down from the tree?
Why would I count the velocity of
leave it to
a
them.
shadow looking at the flagpole that is stated 1 kilometer up ahead with the ozone layer just trying to thin out the zones
what are you
in the
trying to...
We got Albert Einstein over here.
What are you trying to calculate all that? Just Google it, bro. Yeah, I think so.
That's what the Samsung AI is for. You know, sometimes
Samsung
you can be
AI.
like, yo, Samsung AI. You know,
The modern mindset, dude.
calculate.
Why find out yourself when you can just Google it?
Yeah.
I'm guilty of that mindset, bro.
Yeah, but I need Samsung AI to help me. Samsung AI, what does E equals to MC square stands for?
Boom. Maybe Albert Einstein pops out of the phone, you know, and just tells you, hey,
Back in my days,
that's my equation, sir. I don't think he had an accent.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Imagine Einstein though, like the. Did you know that his that hairdo, the explosion hairdo, isn't his natural hairdo? Yeah,
What is his natural hairdo?
It's like some kind of. It's just something we're used to seeing him in. But if you want to see more fun things, realize.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Kidia Discord earlier.
A lot of fun
On the
things
screen.
in the Kidia official destination for gaming and esports. Of course, you can drop into Kidia Discord for all things gaming. You can just type in fndx.io/Kidia, or you can rewind and scan the QR code, because now we play at Kidia Gaming.
Right.
Kidia.
Kidia.
Who pronounces it better, me or Sheffin?
Say it again.
Kidia.
It's the same.
It's the same.
Who cares? It's just Kidia.
I do. I care about the UPS Gold collaboration. Because you can get a free skin with every purchase of the limited edition of that Benedetta Electo Katana.
Yeah, and you can also get that Mythic Warrior ring, which looks snazzy. Very similar to the MPL Champion ring. So if you want to be an MPL Champion, maybe you got to look the part before you get to be in the part.
You think there's any players who have like 4 rings going like, you know, if I buy 1 more ring, I can complete the whole gauntlet?
Yeah, Onyx probably like, you know what? Nah, we can just get it for free again when we win.
Yeah, they don't need to buy it. But that katana
Proclamation.
though, the katana looks so good.
Yeah.
That is sharp as well, right? Would you guys be mad if I use that katana to chop up some garlic? I cook a lot, and I need a handy knife, a little
It's
one.
a very small katana. Like, I mean, I know it looks big earlier.
They zoomed in on it.
Shevin, but it's not that big.
Okay.
It's not like real life Electo katana.
But garlics are not big as well.
That's true, but I don't think it's sharp because
Okay.
a sharp
You're supposed to wear it.
necklace would be
Dangerous.
pretty bad, I think.
Can you
Don't want to
imagine?
get my throat slit.
Yeah, you fall asleep, right? You wake up like assaulted by yourself.
by your knife.
Exactly. You wake up like, oh, I'm hurt. Who did this?
Oh, it's me.
It's you. It was you.
It's all fine and dandy. All right, dandy and fine, as you put it.
Dandy and
Realize.
fine.
But for the players, it does seem like
Dandy
we
and
are
fandy.
going to again, patience, ladies and gentlemen, right? Patience is a virtue, and it's a virtue we practice a lot here on the English desk. It is called the MPL ID official English podcast. Whenever we see technical issues, and right now we are still just waiting. But look at the crowd here as well. It's a house for a Billy vs Onyx.
Yep, and we will jump into the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series again. Fufi is still banned in this patch. 2 quick bans from Onyx, or Fnatic Onyx rather, just to respect that Zuxin power and also the low E potential for Sway low. But for Far, or rather the coach of Rebellion Esports, they want to take out the Ling because Albert is also apt in the assassin department.
And assassins in general are just so dangerous right now, which kind of, I guess it kind of buffs Albert, because you know when he was on top, when he was just on top of everyone's mind as this crazy jungle, the Ling God, right? Before you know the throne got usurped. I mean, he was a great Ling player, and he plays a lot of good assassins. So we can kind of go back to his own roots right here. So it makes the switch a bit more a bit more dangerous here that Onyx can pull off against Rebellion. So the Ling, the Fanny, as always. Against the Fnatic Onyx, just banning away the Loyi and Sushin, I feel like they're really putting a lot of emphasis in winning that mid lane.
Yeah. But another question is, Arashi, after that first game, after the drafting phase that has been concluded in that first game, do you see any distinct differences the way that Rebellion drafts with Chico and with Far?
Ooh, like I said, it's a bit more straightforward. I mean, we've seen all these picks that Rebellion has been picking up, kind of seen around, right? It's like the last pick Barats is a bit unexpected, but in the grand scheme of things, we've seen it in the Lanadon before, so it's not exactly a crazy change or a crazy mind game type of pick. The Loyi and the Chip both banned. Now Fnatic Onyx has the first pick. What is it gonna be? We know Sans is very fond of the Valentina. It is still available. It will not be the Valentina, my friend. It's gonna be the Roger.
Roger first pick, again, gives you that flexibility. But it was in the hands of Albert previously, and he was excelling with that pick. Now for Rebellion Esports, 2 picks in their hands. What will they pander into?
There could be the Hayabusa again, it seems. I'm also very, very confident in the Hayabusa and still the Zask.
Again.
I don't see why Fnatic Onyx won't go for the Aurora right now, as they see the Zask and the Hayabusa. I would say it's like a double value kind of deal right now if you go for the Aurora, because you have ways to counter the Zask by stunning and freezing him up, and you also have a way to technically win or crown yourself when the Shadow Kill comes in.
The extra potential. Exactly. Second chance at life, a free immortality technically. We'll have to see for Fnatic Onyx. They're going for the Arlet right here. And it's gonna be the Valentina this time, not the Aurora. So technically you won't have the same kind of clear and crowd control, but you have mobility, and now Rebellion will have to be a bit more cautious on what kind of big ultimates they want to use if they want to try and stop this death ball, this death dive coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah. Comment though from Sans. We believe in the process that this roster is still capable and strong. And yeah, I mean, a lot of question rise against Fnatic Onyx. Is this roster still capable? Is this roster still the same, as strong as it was last year? But yeah, Sans trying to prove that still this roster is going to the top sooner or later. But for Rebellion Esports, as Kufra in their hands, so I feel like they still need an innate strong lockdown and initiator that can just supplement the Kufra in the very first place. The Kufra itself won't be enough to lock down the members of Fnatic Onyx.
I think it's more like the front line right here. If only on the Kufra here, presumably, is going to be forced to walk forward and take damage, then why use a Kufra? Why not use something a bit tankier or something with a bit more escape? They want to go for the Kufra because they want to go for that surprising engage potential. But to do so, they need to find information. They need to be able to walk into the danger zones and find something. So they denied the Grok pick that was so difficult to deal with because of the engage, because of the crowd control immunity. I think now Rebellion are trying to fight fire with fire and make sure that they are the ones jumping onto Keyboy instead. They have the burst coming in from the Hayabusa, they got the burst coming in from the Zask as well. But they have to be careful because Fnatic Onyx still have a lot more damage so far when it comes to just instant burst with that Valentina and Roger.
Okay, Fnatic Onyx. I heard a Hereth ban, alright? I don't know if it was Fnatic Onyx or if it's Rebellion, but I think it should be Fnatic Onyx that banned it, because it was, you know, the Hylos or the Grok that was... Okay, there you go, the Hereth ban from Fnatic Onyx. So, maybe actually trying to signal that they have already gotten a gold lane pick, right? They might want to narrow down on some of the other gold lane picks here, like the Hereth, maybe even getting rid of the Moskov next to put Matt on a hero that he might not be comfortable with. Maybe the Moskov is one of his comforts because it was picked up very early in the draft round.
All the injustice in the world.
Cho just taken away. It's one of the strong wheelhouses of T-Boy, and yeah, the Moskov narrowing down the choices for Matt to play. I mean, yeah, that Moskov in the first game was at least seen as the ray of hope, the ray of light for Rebellion Esports to crawl out of that loophole that Fnatic Onyx does have, putting them down in that limbo. But this time around, Rebellion Esports, what they pick up? I mean, a Claude would still be good, I guess?
If they want to go for just big on team fight, they need more crowd control. If they want to go for the Claude first, again, they need something to kind of lock people in place to try and go for the Blazing Duet, because otherwise it's going to get stopped by the Arlet almost immediately, presumably
Rule
here.
around here.
Gonna be
Break all the rules.
It's a carry very early on, so they're still doubling down on this pick-off style here with a carry in Hayabusa. Single target damage is off the charts. But can they go for the kind of pick-off when, if right here, Fnatic Onyx goes for something, let's say, like a Minotaur, you know, that can kind of zone everyone away and force them to back off from the initial jump-in attempt. If they do so, then it's gonna be AudiTZ stuck in the front all over again.
Now to just disintegrate the players of Rebellion Esports, Fnatic Onyx can just look for a heavy CC composition again. A rewind of game number 1, but again, I'm not a fan of the Kufra as a solo initiator, solo engager.
Exactly.
So, I mean, like, yeah, it can function as a tank, but it can't really outstand, or rather withstand the damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx, especially now they have the Julian, they have the Roger, and the Valentina, so Rebellion Esports, they need something that can enable this Kufra.
Yeah, it should be the Terizla if they really just want to look for a way to engage. The Edith could also work out. I think both options are pretty okay.
Imagine a Paquito.
Oh, if they go for the Paquito again, the Kufra
so
will be the
risky.
sole initiator. And I don't know about that. You know, up against this composition, the Kufra doesn't do well against the Minotaur. You jump in, Minion's Fury, and then if your team decides to follow up on that initiation, everyone's going to be flying.
Exactly. Minotaur Airlines back in business, like we saw in... It's by Fnatic Onyx as well, the 4-man knockup, I believe in day number 1. Final pick here for Rebellion. Is it going to be more crowd control? It is going to be tankiness and crowd control. They're trying to outlast the members of Fnatic Onyx. They have the Terizla, they have the Zask, they have the invulnerability of the Hayabusa. They have ways to kind of stay in the fight. But I think they really lack ways to protect the carry. That is the main concern right here. Against a Julian, against an Arlet, Valentina, Roger, there's so many ways to jump in. And in the mid game, and even in the late game, if the carry gets taken out, they severely lack damage. We've seen what it's like when the Zask tries to be the sole carry and lift everyone up. We've seen the Hayabusa try to solo carry against 4 members. It just does not work. So carrying the gold lane here for the Shadow Rebellion will be absolutely critical in ensuring their victory and their success in the mid to late game.
And for Fnatic Onyx, again rounding up with such a good draft for Rebellion Esports, at least they have that initiator for them in the hands of the Terizla, but we will see as we march back to the Land of Dawn. Will the Blue Bulls once again strike a wall, or will the Sky Kings end this in a 2-0? Back to the game, Rebellion Esports against Fnatic Onyx.
Let's see how they get the job done this time. Albert is on an actual assassin on the Julian, and Kars is back on the enabler, the Terizla. So this time I would say the Hayabusa should have a better time with the Terizla helping him.
So to be honest, while Mirko mentioned that Julian is kind of like an assassin, I actually speak to KB, and KB kind of agrees that Julian is much more of a fighter compared to an assassin. Yes, he does have the burst, but in smaller details, Julian can be so tanky in the sense that he has more health, so and a constant source of damage as well. So yeah, again, this Julian will be very much of a menace for Rebellion Esports.
I mean, that's the versatility that we're saying could be a problem if Sans gets jumped on. Whoa, Ryoda!
Great read with the quad shadow there, waiting for the flicker. Sans gonna be taken very low. Audi CS bouncing ball onto Sans' corpse. Albert will be able to find a trade here with the enhanced sight, and in the end, that actually does favor Fnatic Onyx. Albert was able to take the kill, and it was Kufra. Max gotta run away. Albert, oh, that damage is ridiculous. Shadow kill though on the CW. Albert left him, and the shadow kill was transferred over to the Roger.
They really could have maybe brought it back to that 1 minion, but this wasn't allowed. Now we're seeing a bit more of a competitive match. Let's look at the emblems by GamesMax here. Audi with the full firmness tenacity combo. Kiwo getting jumped on though. The shadow kill.
It's gonna be okay.
He went with vitality and tenacity here, so more HP, but less resistances. But he does not go for the greedy build with the Inspire that we've seen some people go for. That makes you way too squishy. And considering that Ludpi over here might be the secondary engage tool, it's on the shoulders of Keyboy to be the main front line to walk around. But against the Zask, having that the roar, the healing from the Minotaur is going to be such a valuable tool. Look at Kars though. On the Terizla, he has more chances to make plays happen in game 2 right here. And with the level 4, I think it might really favor Rebellion right here, depending on how this plays out. Fnatic Onyx will have to try and go for some kind of pick-off before the fight even begins.
Let's see already Kars there, Ludwig. Able to jump in now, gets stunned up by the dominance to set Ryota with a shadow kill into the back. Limpy able to flicker out the safety. A penalty zone stolen away by Sans. Another penalty zone card. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did he get stunned mid-air before he used it? Because the penalty zone was cancelled somehow. The Cars thought it went through. So he did just flicker. That means he still has a penalty zone. We'll use it onto Sans. It works out in the end. Great revenge, a clap down. And now the Luminous Fury will give Audi a good ride there, like a carnival ride. Sans able to dish out damage to pick off Cars in the bottom side of the map, but RBL, I think they come out on top. Albert with the lead though. Oh! Hate to see it. Audi just flying by. Wow.
Happy feet from Albert right there. Cha-cha shoes left and right. As Albert goes for the purple, though Ryota makes a play.
Again onto Albert this time. That's a shadow kill onto the purple buff to steal it away. Albert Robob not getting his purple. That's Grand Theft Purple, as Leo would say.
He didn't go for the retribution though, so Albert just missed it, I guess. And that's a great move from Ryota there to get an advantage. So far, you're seeing Audi being a lot more aggressive here with this Kufra, despite the fact that in theory, like you guys were talking about, realizing Mirko, there's just not a lot more other ways to kind of threaten the members of Fnatic Onyx. It really is just this Kufra from the bushes.
Yeah, indeed. And this time around, I feel like Ryota does have that kill potential so much so that he's so free to roam around and just snipe on the players of Fnatic Onyx. The Blue Bulls will have to wait for their path to glory because we have a pause coming around. We're very sorry for this.
Calm down, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient with us.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like we are suffering some technical issues here.
Technical issues. Are we suffering? Or are we enjoying?
We're suffering from success.
Suffering from success.
Exactly.
Is technical issue a success?
No. But
the fact that
you need to suffer to get to success.
Exactly.
But what if it is a success? Because when a technical issue happens, it means that the viewers still has to be in the arena for a long time.
And the technical break is presented to you by Campina. So, hey, take a break.
Keep cool.
And get yourself cool. Campina, stay cool. And stay satisfied because I'm always satisfied when I actually eat Campina. It's amazing.
Did we talk about this, by the way?
Campina or do you drink Campina?
I crunch and munch.
Exactly. So you eat.
Right.
You eat,
I eat.
You eat ice cream, right?
Yeah.
Chefin,
he was saying
that people say, the normal people say, the average human being would say that you would drink ice cream.
What?
Yeah, that's whack.
Chefin is in his own world.
Yeah.
We are in the Matrix. He's living in the real world where people drink ice cream apparently.
He's just built different, man. I don't know how to make sense of his statements. But I want to highlight a new phenomenon I've noticed in recent times, man.
What is it?
Whenever there's some kind of delay, some kind of pause, you see everyone's heads go down.
What do you mean?
Of course. They have a Samsung phone and they got Campina. You don't look up while you're eating Campina. You look down at the Campina.
The first instant though, the first few seconds, oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a pause. Everyone, I think some people at home even just go, whoop, and just like look downwards because they, that Samsung phone, it just demands your attention.
I mean, it depends, right? If they're watching on their Samsung TV, they could just be like, swap out for a bit, change, and then come back because of how fast it is.
Yeah, it's smooth. I mean, Mirko owns one. He would know.
You would know.
I would know too.
Yeah, you saw it.
I wouldn't know.
You would know too.
I would.
You have a Samsung TV?
I do.
Oh.
I'm working on it.
Very soon, Arashi. Very soon. It's amazing, seriously. And you can
can't see me right now.
Samsung S24 very easily too.
Exactly.
Color calibration, all that.
Wow. That's the
amazing
nitty-gritties of the Samsung phone and the Samsung TV.
There's just so much features, man. I mean, you can't see it at home, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm rubbing my hands just imagining owning one of those smart TVs, man. It's gotta be so convenient.
It is. It is very convenient to watch football together with your friends.
Absolutely.
Watch MPL ID with your friends
together. Later. On M6.
M6.
Woo. I mean, come on, guys. We saw M1, then M2 rise to the top. No, sorry, M2 was join the fight. That was the tagline. Then we went from joining the fight to rising to the top. Then at M4, we dared to be great. At M5, we were better than great. What will M6 be?
What would you think it will be?
I feel like we're writing ourselves into a corner.
Wait, it'll be greater than ever.
No, better than great. M6 would be the greatest.
That's... Logically, it makes
M6
sense.
it'll be greater than ever, and then M7 will be the greatest.
Yeah.
And then M8 it'll be wow, grape.
Wow, grape! Shout out to our international casters who are in on that. Wow, grape. Wow, grape. Oh man.
Oh, fun fact.
Baldwin, Winata. Throughout MPL ID Season 13, TW and Shadera were the players who managed to destroy over 100 towers each. TW 109, Shadera 107. So what does this mean?
This means that they are very, very objective. They love their structures. They love eating turrets.
Wow.
And they split a lot.
I love eating Campina. I don't want to eat turrets. I want to eat Campina.
Maybe that could be like a skin, like a turret skin, Campina.
Uh-oh. Daenang!
Are we getting
Daenang! Yes! And we go back to the land of dawn. Thank you for the wait in the pause. But we have a fight going. Don't think it's going to be any much of a harmful descent towards CW. Is going to be fine and dandy, especially when a Roger is in the lane. You're going to play safely. Sans under the kill threat of Ryota. But Ryota has been so proactive, bro.
Absolutely. And usually if you're an assassin against a Valentina, it gets a bit difficult because you have 2 dashes, it's hard to get close. But with the shadow kill, it's a whole different story as Lutpi walks in, spots him.
Oh, nice try to steal. Audi turns revenge of the rage, now coming down with penalties. Audi will be locked down into the sun as well. Shadow kill all on top of them. Carson swinging the hammer. Lutpi! Final slash, finding Ryota in the back. No follow-up right now, but Sans comes in. Dominator's the set though. Stuns him up. Moving forward, that is a 2 for 2. But Fnatic Onic walk away with a neutral objective.
And they're able to actually get a kill onto the jungler, which for an assassin, it's always a tough situation to be in. They were sacrificing their roamer and EXP for the jungle and EXP. So Audi made it out of there alive, so he is able to try once more, setting up for a play in the mid lane right here. But with Keyboy walking in, it's gonna be a bit too difficult. But look at the damage, man. The Nightmare spawn is just zapping. With a glowing one already in the inventory for Suelo. Yeah. You can see that Matt is actually still just oppressing that lane though. We've said this again and again, but the carry is surprisingly difficult to deal with in the lane. Keyboy.
Oh, I don't know if you want to go on to Keyboy there. He has a lot of HP and Audi can't take the same amount of damage. There's a question mark from Keyboy there.
Ryota.
Coming in, shadow kill over to Sans, has a sax over it, now brings it over to Keyboy, it might be a double! But Sans walks away. Keyboy, the sacrificial bull, Matt! Solo killed up top by Roger. Albert walking forward now. He has the enhanced sword, but Nightmare spawned. Lil Johnny says no. Ryota tries to go for an assassination on Roger. Baldwin, though, says no as he holds his hand up.
Silence, he says. I'm going to recall. But man, that was a great quote-unquote bait and switch right there. Hey, never mind, Lutpi gets jumped on.
Hammer down onto Lutpi.
Whoa!
Lutpi goes for the vengeance and now Lutpi! Oh wow! What did that play from Lutpi? Makes it equal on the board. Sway Low traded for a 0-2 Arlet. That is worth it.
Insane plays from Lutpi, man. He was a rookie last season, no longer. The experience definitely shows. In that split second, finding a play like that. Man, all the easy tries to return the savior.
Now Shin trying to cancel out the shadow kill, but now Keyboy tries to go for it in his fury. Audi flickers and blinks out of the way.
Fights non-stop left and right. And this time around, Fnatic Onic will take a breather to re-engage on the turtle, though Keyboy under heat.
Albert winning out the red tree battle. Again fighting Sway Low. Forcing the Dominator's descent now as Audi CS gets pinned down to the ground. It's a solo Dominator's descent against 3 members who are standing on top of it. How are you gonna get out, Sway Low? You can't. That's a trade though. He still finds a kill with the Nightmaric spawn. And it's gonna be Minotaur again, the sacrificial pole.
You're seeing Rebellion. Athena wants to be so aggressive. Forced again and again to flicker backwards just because of the Minu and Fury. The trades are coming through though. Usually the Minotaur as the main front line doesn't work, but with Lutpi being so dynamic, so aggressive, and finding ways to catch Rebellion after they have used everything to try and seal the deal on Keyboy, it's just working out in Fnatic Onic's favor. In the neutral objective game, they're also holding a massive lead. Rebellion are just stuck here. They have no idea what to do.
Seems like Fnatic Onic is also so good and just toning on the pressure and stem the bleeding that they had been given to by Rebellion Esports in the first few minutes. Now they're eyeing Matt under this turret. There could be a dive, but Rebellion quick on the respawn.
Audi, I don't know about that. He jumps over to his demise there. Unable to find anyone. Still wanting to go in. Dominator's descent. Good damage on the CW. That's a Minus Fury. And Swalo will still be able to escape. Matha's doing a bit of damage there. Sounds getting stunned. Does have he stole the DD. Cars is walking over. Keyboy giving information over to the rest of the team, and Fnatic Onic this side. Okay, that's enough.
In the mid lane, Ryota just gets completely bullied, backed off already. Sans might be trying to go for a bait play right here, having the damage to send, but look at Albert. He's been great, by the way, the selection. Earlier on, when Keyboy was getting jumped on, he could have gone for the enhanced sight to go for the trade immediately, but he knew that backup was on the way, so he went with the enhanced chain and bought enough time. The small details here is what matters, and with the turret falling on the top side, Onic are gonna swing towards the bottom side and go for control over this Lord.
This Lord. Now on the prio of Rebellion Esports, Fnatic Onic, they're on the opposite side of the map. Looking to make a cross map, but for Ludwig to just jump into the brush, he could make a play of himself. This time around, they have the final slash.
Isolating Cars, no one there to engage Suns. With the stolen Dominator's descent there, tries to go for a pick, but Cars will be able to flicker out to safety. Bottom lane shoved in, CW. Gonna be there, you can see the Big Johnny versus the little Nightmaric spawn. Little skirmish. All fun. Oh! Darsh event in the rage, actually gonna be used up onto Lippy now. Matt actually dealing so much damage. Final splash from Lippy! That brings Matt all the way back to the rest of the members. Now good shadow kill over to Albert, getting a shutdown down. Ryota able to quad shadow back away with a double kill. CW cannot deal enough damage to get rid of them. Oh, the sap! The burn! It won't take CW down, but it is good enough to zone them away. RBL are back to level on the board.
The Blue Bulls ram back. They're still fine now. The Lord will be in their eyes. Seems like Fnatic Onic, they want to let this go, Arashi.
How can they contest? They have two members down. Albert and Keyboy falling in that fight. The fact that the shadow kill really kind of got all outputted onto Albert there, even though he was grouping up with his teammates, that was definitely unfortunate. What's more unfortunate is that wave that pushed up on the top side never really got to crash. It just built up right in front of the turret for Rebellion. And you saw that earlier. That was Matt just catching all the gold, all of that resource, as opposed to Onic. They are going to allow some of the turrets to fall right here with the Lord pressure being too much to handle. They have to be careful with who they send in the front, man. We see now that it seems like Keyboy is the one that has to take the brunt of the damage so that Ludwig can be a lot more active around. He has a more aggressive role right here. But look at that!
Audi! What a play! A Tyrant's revenge to catch Suns. And he wasn't able to react to that one. Ryota with a shadow kill on the bottom side of the map. Has a quad shadow to jump away, and he does. Baits out Fnatic Onic to all clump up together with CW as the Lord is still in the bottom lane without Suns. I don't know if they have enough clear. Audi charging again. Now with the target event, able to find Lippy. Penalty zone Cars fighting for Lippy in the midst of it all. Jumping in. Immortality already popped earlier from Audi CS. Keyboy's gonna lose his life as Cars keeps bringing the hammer down. But it's sustain in the base turret. OCW doesn't get the kill on Cars. He's able to walk away just fine, and Rebellion crack the base open with the first Lord.
Audi has been so magical with the movements, with the Kufra, just looking for the engages and setting up his team for success. This rename feels like it has been able to give him that magical touch on the initiations.
Let's look at the replay here by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Audi going in, Cars following up. You saw the Keyboy tries to go for that Minion Fury deny, and it works for a bit, but the amount of damage available, the tankiness available for the side of Rebellion allows them to just keep going at it. Right now, the issue is Matt. The fact that this carry is just free hitting every single time, they can't really match the damage output. They can maybe deal with Swalos, they can deal with Ryotas as well to a degree, but if they allow Matt to free hit, it's just too difficult. And they don't have an ultra tanky tank to be the front line. It's either a Minotaur or the Arlet, and both can melt significantly faster to the carry.
Yeah, you would argue that the carry as well would be very hard for her to maneuver on the team fights and blitz around, especially when they have a Roger, a Julian that could just jump into her. And Lutpi as well, that has been so on point with the final slashes, but so far Matt just dishing out the damage given and needed for Rebellion Esports. But now the items, Arashi, what does this say?
Looking at the items here, I guess you can see that Matt is on the way to the last item right here. Even though he's really not winning in gold to CW. CW went for the Great Dragon Spear. It's a lot more utility based. He does not have the Thunderbolt, so he won't be as tanky. And he's not exactly doing that basic attack shred in the DPS build either. He might be going for a Sky Piercer here to go with the executes, but Audi charges up, goes on Lookpee.
Over on the Lookpee now, Keyboy finding Minus Fury, able to stun 2 members, knocking them up, but Dominus is still out of cars! With the penalty zone to lock them down, the Shadow Kill from Ryota is massive! And it finds 2 on the board. That's a double-double. Audi CS traded in Albert versus the world. It's a 4v1. Albert, can he pull it off? No! The magical moment that he did against Alter Ego back when he was in RRQ cannot happen now. RPL equalized 1-1.
The Blue Bulls, they ran back this time, their horns sharp. The Sky Kings, their celebrations delayed. What a showing from Rebellion Esports. They take and equalize the series 1-1.
Oh man. Will history repeat itself? Will Rebellion find a way to topple Fnatic Onyx from their dominant seat in the top of the standings? Only time will tell, man. It's now an equal 1-1. The final decider here. And everything needs to be arranged from the execution, from the drafts even. It's a great play by Rebellion to come back from a game that looked so dominant for Fnatic Onyx.
And the draft was also centered around the composition that they want to play it in game number 1. You know, the Saskia, the Hayabusa. So this time around, they spiced it up with the Kufra, with the Terizla. We were kind of, you know, doubtful against the Kufra that was picked, but then the Terizla came in and then, you know, it was perfect. The execution down to the last minute details from Rebellion Esports. All chef's kiss. And, you know, it was mostly just beautiful team fights played around by Rebellion Esports, just outzoning and outclassing a team as the caliber as Fnatic Onyx.
You can see it early on. It's just Audi, man, making the plays happen. And look at Cars. He's always able to just hold off on the penalty zone and use it later on. That's the hidden moment here when everything is in chaos. Fnatic Onyx figuring that they already received the full combo, right? And then out of nowhere, Cars comes in and adds an extra layer of knockup, of utility, of damage. And Fnatic Onyx as a whole, together as 5, they have great burst damage, but not enough to even secure Audi after the initial big engage. Some concerned looks on the members of Fnatic Onyx, but not on the face of Yeb.
Raja Yeba.
Raja Yeba is unfazed.
Man, if you take a look at Keyboy, he was with a death stare. It was like...
He's anger. He's not angry. He's anger.
He's anger. I'm angry.
Who the heck is that?
I don't know, you know, those cat memes where the cat looks very, very furious and then it's like, I'm angry.
Right. Oh, wow. What a surprising conclusion. I feel like the game was going as expected, and out of nowhere in the mid-game, it's like Rebellion found the winning formula. Like they're like, okay, hang on, we did this earlier and it kind of worked, and then they kept repeating it. And usually Fnatic Onyx will find a solution back, right? They'll adjust themselves on the fly. But there, it just seems like the tempo, the pressure was a bit too much. And you're seeing Onyx kind of default back to the same thing, kite back, allow Keyboy to try and make a Minion Fury play, and then Lutpi goes for like the counter, the follow-up. It just feels like they've been really defaulting to this style, right? Where they have a lot more burst damage and mobility. And so the idea is to try and catch Audi or catch Cars maybe, delete him, and then back away and wait for the cooldowns, wait for the resets technically. But with the way Rebellion was playing, like you mentioned, Realize, it's good when there's 2 sources of crowd control. So they kite back away from the Kufra, then the Terizla comes in. They kite back from the Terizla, then the Kufra finds ways to force them to stay in the fight, where their lack of DPS, right, their lack of damage, with CW going with the executing build, with the Great Dragon Spear, the Endless Battle as well, they just lose out in damage output right here.
And yeah, it feels like that Fnatic Onyx got a taste of their own medicine in game number 2. Game number 1, they were layering the CCs. Basically, it was zoning out the players of Rebellion Esports to come to them. But in this particular match for Rebellion Esports, they were the ones forcing the issue. And then layering the CC on top of the Tyrant's Rage, and then you have the penalty zone, and then the Hayabusa just comes in flying, and then Matt, the icing on top, just dishing out the damage. And of course now the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Of course it is Audi CS.
RDCS with the name change on that Kufra. Again, we talked about the pick-up style. Now it's a bit of a mix. It's a bit of team fight involved in there as well. Of course, it is most definitely a group effort, but RDTZ is the man who was making all of this possible. Even from the beginning here, he was the trigger for Rebellion. The moment that he activates, everyone jumps in with him. They have the trust that Audi can find the target, can find the right moments right there. And you can see the synergy, right? No one was kind of dawdling in the back, going like, okay, does it hit? Does it hit? They assume that the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo is gonna hit, and they follow up on it before Onyx can be prepared. That distance, I think, was the decider, because on the Edith, he was unable to do so, always spotted out, and then he can't kind of engage back because of the Grok. Now with no Grok, with a longer range on the engage, Audi just makes it happen, man.
I think all the way from the early game, we saw that the Kufra wasn't really able to find a lot of the big moments, but as I would like to say, Kufra is a scaling hero. Because the later the game, the bigger the moments.
Yeah.
Always. And this was seen also by Keyboy when he was on the Kufra. I think it was MSC 2023, if you remember the Keyboy. It was on Kufra, and it was very late into the game as they kept on defending Lord Sieges from Echo.
We had the official gold, the official player of the game highlight by our gold partner UBS Gold. Early on, it's just looking really good because the main target that got jumped on, it's usually the frontliner still. And you can see that Albert and Sans were able to find ways to kind of survive, to kind of be around at the end of the fight, and that is what makes it difficult, right? Ryota, as an example here, gets taken out first, and Albert is still alive to do that damage. But afterwards, they just gave too much control, too many ways for Audi to just stick around. Usually they would contest the control a bit more aggressively, but look at that shadow kill. Always landing on the right targets, by the way. You can call it a bit of luck, but I mean, there's skill involved there in how Ryota was able to kind of select the right targets again and again. And you're seeing that whenever there's no control, whenever the bushes are under the command of Rebellion, that is where they get the best value.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at the layers of ultimate, of controls coming in. And shout out Cars as well, with immaculate penalty zones we have seen, landing it on the 3, 4, 5 players of Fnatic Onyx. That was just the setup for success for Rebellion Esports. Time and time again, the penalty zone behind the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's play coming in from RDCS. And look at the confidence that he has. I like this guy.
Yeah, this guy has always been super confident on the microphone as well. And especially on camera, he was Wolverine earlier.
Yeah. Just great entrances by Rebellion every single time, dude. Yeah, I have to admire the creativity that they have. Man, let's look at the stats right here. When it comes down to it, the neutral objectives, initially at least, it was looking good for Fnatic Onyx. But you can almost see the moment where it kind of shifts to Rebellion. And even in the end, 10 purple buffs, everything denied from Albert right there. He was going very utility heavy, by the way, Albert. Going in with the enhanced chain and enhanced sword most of the time. Not really going for the enhanced sight for the burst damage. And I wonder what was the idea? What was the discussion here for Fnatic Onyx? Because if they really wanted to go for that burst heavy style, the pick-off style, you should see, I feel like, a bit more damage coming in from Albert. But he went with the Fighter of Heaven, he went for the basic attack heavy build, and went straight for the Blood Wings as well. And so, just trying to be survivable and be in the front. So playing more of as a fighter, realized, as you were talking about with Professor KB earlier. Looking at the rest of the stats here, damage to turrets really wasn't favoring Fnatic Onyx at all, man. I mean, they don't have a lot of range, but that was the same case for game number 1. It's just that the difference here is that they get absolutely punished if they really overstep and don't have the same kind of control and security.
Yeah, I mean, for CW, he was farming his mind off with the GPM that he has, but the sandbag goes to RDCS, 112k damage taken. I mean, yeah, the Kufra does excel well as the frontline, but it can't stay that long in the frontline. It jumps in, creates a moment, goes back with the bouncing ball, and then the follow-up comes through. Again, the penalty zone, the Hayabusa plays by Ryota, and then you have just or Matt rather, dishing out the damage. So Rebellion Esports 1-1. And last season, when Rebellion took down Onyx, it was 2-0? 2-0.
The first leg.
And was it Albert that was playing? No, it was not.
No, it was not.
It was Kyrie.
The full lineup. It was Kyrie as well, yeah. First game, it was because they were just outmaneuvered by Suelo's Luoyi.
Yeah, that
and then
one.
game 2, they were outmaneuvered by Mr. Machine on the Paquito, just driving by over with the Segway.
Yeah, it was insane. But yeah, down to the host we go as we will throw for an interview.
Bersama dengan anggota Sonic yang baru. Yeay! Halo kakak, namanya siapa?
Satria,
Satria. Satria, di sini datang sama siapa?
sama teman-teman Sonic.
Sama teman-teman Sonic. Wow. Ngefans sama Fnatic Onyx dari kapan?
Udah dari zaman kakek, gila. Mereka jago-jago banget.
Oh, jago-jago banget ya.
Ya,
Kalau sekarang gimana ngelihatnya?
masih jago, lebih jago sekarang jauh.
Tapi kan ini kan line up baru. Ada tuh satu orang yang baru farewell. Itu kenapa ya orang itu farewell?
Katanya sih jualan baju ya.
Oh, udah jadi jualan baju.
Ya, bisnis keluarga.
Oh, meneruskan bisnis keluarga. Tapi orangnya datang juga ya. Udah keluar kok tetap datang loh.
Mana?
Maneh.
Oh.
Maneh AA.
Oh, ya.
Oh, halo Boots. Tentu saja ya, kita masih bisa melihat Boots. Budi jujur aja kaget. Masih ada Boots di sini. Sebelum tidak bermain, Boots jadi coach dari UPI.
Ya,
Sekarang jadi pendukung UPI.
ya jadi Sonic.
Jadi Sonic.
Ya.
Jadi memang belum bisa dilepas kah ini UPI?
Lebih ke guanya yang nempel sih.
Ketempelan nih UPI. UPI
Ya.
mandi kembang ya.
Ya.
Nah, Boots, gimana sih sekarang kayak Boots udah farewell dari line up Fnatic Onyx. Apakah itu memang menandakan kayak oke, ini adalah Upi sudah dewasa, Upi udah bisa jalan sendiri dan kepercayaan penuh sudah diberikan kepada Upi.
Nggak sih, emang dari awal juga Lutfi udah kayak mandiri sebenarnya, udah jago kayak gitu.
Sudah jago, sudah
Ya.
tidak butuh bimbingan Boots lagi.
Iya. Sebenarnya dari kemarin-kemarin juga paling bantu dikit-dikit doang. Dia udah tahu juga harus kayak gimana.
Semakin matang terus ya Upi berarti ya.
Iya, mantap.
Boots kasih, mantap. Tapi kan season 14 ini season yang lumayan bisa dibilang banyak tim juga ngomong Fnatic Onyx tuh masih sangat kuat. Kamu setuju hal itu nggak?
Setuju.
Keras banget ya, setuju.
Setuju
Tapi ini kita juga mendengar bahwa banyak pertanyaan nih. Mungkin Boots bisa bantu jawab ya. Banyak sekali yang bertanya-tanya, Fnatic Onyx kuat banget. Namun sayangnya di turnamen-turnamen internasional belakangan ini Fnatic Onyx tuh kayak ada sesuatu gitu. Kenapa ini Fnatic Onyx di turnamen internasional?
Ya mungkin hasil-hasil yang kurang memuaskan sebelumnya itu yang bikin kita bisa bounce back lebih ke atas lah.
Bisa untuk naik lagi. Ini
Ya.
pelajaran gitu ya.
Ya.
Tapi mengambil pelajarannya kemarin itu maksudnya kayak aya naon what happen? Agak goyang atau gimana?
Belum rezekinya aja.
Belum rezeki.
Ya.
Habis ini udah rezekinya belum nih kira-kira?
Amin. Semoga.
Amin.
Ya. Tapi dari MPL dulu aja, semoga juara lagi.
Semoga juara lagi.
Ya.
Nah kan sebagai Sonic nih Boots ya sekarang
Ya.
ngelihat. Sekarang kalau kamu lihat tim-tim season 14 yang masuk kontender terkuat tuh siapa aja sih selain Fnatic Onyx?
Kalau ngelihat dari week 1 sih RRQ sih sama BTR mereka kuat juga kan.
Jadi Fnatic Onyx masuk top 3 nggak Fnatic Onyx?
Masih ke 1 dong.
Oh masih ke 1.
Ya.
Lalu diikuti dengan
RRQ sama BTR.
RQ dan juga BTR. Oke, jadi 3 tim ini ya yang Boots lihat akan mendominasi, akan kuat di season 14.
Ya.
Apa sih yang terpenting Boots untuk bisa bertahan atau menjadi kuat di regular season ini dulu deh?
Yang penting pede aja. Percaya
Pede
diri.
aja.
Ya.
Nah, anak-anaknya udah masuk nih. Upi langsung pura-pura nggak lihat. Jangan lihat, Pi. Jangan lihat, Pi. Semuanya udah hadir sini. Ini 5 pemain baru juga, baru match yang kedua tapi sudah membawa line up yang baru juga. Ada nggak sih yang ingin kamu sampaikan sebagai Sonic garis keras nih kepada Fnatic Onyx, Boots?
Semangat, semangat. Nah, udah.
Udah gitu aja. Buat
Ya.
Upi khususnya.
Sarang he Upi.
Oh, ya ampun. Masih so sweet ya, tapi Boots.
Ya.
Terima kasih sekali, selamat menonton kembali. Semoga suaranya Putz habiskan ya untuk mendukung Fnatic Onyx ya.
Pasti teriak-teriak.
Ya, namun tentu saja nggak hanya kita yang akan berteriak, namun ada juga caster nih yang udah bersiap untuk menentukan siapakah, seperti apakah jalannya permainan di game yang ketiga. Jadi, monggo.
We've been in the arena for quite some time now. I mean, since season 13. We have seen faces, the fans, but that is a new fan.
That was
Exactly.
I've never seen him in my life.
I've never seen him as well.
Oh, he says his name is Satria.
Satria. He has a clothing brand as well, he says.
Sounds like a person who would do well in XP.
Oh,
Yeah, he has a lot of experience, right?
Sounds like a person who would win MSC 2023.
You think?
Yeah.
He has that look, that MSC
that
winner look.
looks like he
Hey!
could be. Wait.
What did I tell you?
Hey!
Realize. Say it.
Fine, I'll do it.
Let's go.
Allahu Akbar Lutfi.
Yes, that's the new line. Shout out to Poisey on TikTok, a content creator he's been doing a whole lot of the keyboy as well. You know, just hyping things up, taking lines and then making lines. This is the one that he made.
Allahu Akbar Lutfi.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny.
Yeah, it is.
I actually want to say that during cast as well. You know,
Yeah.
since he's doing the keyboy, the miracle keyboy lines during his streams, I would love to, get the honor to do the Allahu Akbar Lutfi.
That's the guy that plays Benedetta, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
is it?
He used to be an MDL. He used to play for Pops.
Ah, okay.
In MDL, he wasn't as good as he is on ranking. But it's a different stage.
It's a different stage.
Obviously, different team as well. Maybe his ranked players, his teammates in ranked are better.
Yeah.
'Cause it's definitely better for entertainment. I'll tell you that much. He is an entertaining fella. That guy.
Yeah.
An entertaining fella.
He's also the guy who started the meme of "Lu bukan baloy."
Ah.
You are not baloy.
Lu bukan baloy.
Lu bukan baloy. So whenever he meets a random Hellcard in rank, he's like, "Bro, you're not baloy. Don't pick Hellcard Rome. You keep on feeding my games, brother man."
Man with a lot of quotes to his name. Look at Matt though with the zoom in, showing off that $1 million smile. Whew, definitely feeling good.
Did he cost $1 million?
Huh? He paid $1 million with a smile, or
Did he cost
what are you
$1 million?
what are you trying to say here, Rashi?
Yeah.
I'm saying that his fans would probably pay millions to try and see that smile on his face, man.
Your sister is a fan. Realized, would she pay millions?
She would.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Called it.
Facts.
But
As Ronaldo would say.
But I mean,
Factos.
this is like his debut in this team, and he's able to take at least one game for Fnatic Onyx. That in itself is already a very encouraging situation, because we've seen some of the other teams, they come in with changes, they come in with adaptations, and it hasn't really been as good as they would hope, right? So for Rebellion, it's definitely a great moment in time. Now would the mental game play a part here? The fact that Rebellion have momentum, and Fnatic Onyx are aggressive, but
Sans,
yeah.
last time he did that, he won an MSC tournament. So
He's just playing around.
Maybe it's time for Sans to do that again, and he did.
He got slapped by Coach Yeb. So he's just trying to channel it back.
Yeb is trying to tell him to do it again.
Yeah, channel it to the hand warmer.
Let's see what Sway Low does. He does nothing with it. Okay. Keyboy's laughing,
Keyboy.
having a good time. Okay, again. Looks like Adi is keeping his hand warm.
Yeah. But okay, why is it called a hand warmer?
because it makes your hands
No,
warm.
but look at it. It looks like snow logos being carved around the cloth.
Maybe it's a hand cooler.
Like Shevin was saying, Shevin saw a patch on the forehead of Dreams, and he's like, "Oh, it's a
hot patch.
It's a hot pack." I was like, "Wait, hot pack? Who's trying to heat their forehead up?" It might be because initially you're supposed to put in cold water and put it on your forehead to cool down fevers. But here in Indonesia, we're very resourceful, right?
Yeah,
it's now a hand warmer. Full stop. End of discussion.
End of discussion. But for Rebellion and Onyx, they have to keep on discussing for this drafting phase. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. And Hayabusa against So Prio for Rebellion Esports. Is this going to be their, edge of spear for the players of Rebellion Esports?
It could be. I mean, by all means, he's been. You're seeing Ryota play really well with it. Almost like Onyx, I don't want to concede the fact that the assassin that the assassin player from Rebellion is a threat. They're trying to find other ways to try and deal with it without really expending a ban, at least for now. But the Zask ban away as well from Rebellion, though. That's quite interesting. In game 1, they went for the Zask maybe now they are predicting that the Aurora might come up. They want something else, something with a bit more AoE, with a bit more burst damage, maybe.
Yeah, that Aurora has been a trouble for Rebellion to pick up, but they go for the Kufra themselves.
Oh boy.
The Roger Kufra. Is Keyboy going to reenact that Keyboy moment again?
You know what? If he makes a big moment happen, I'll do it.
Miracle will make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. We have confirmation, but we've seen that the Kufra can kind of struggle against counter engagers.
Yeah.
And I think the matchup we've seen very often is a Kufra into an Edith. And that is very available for Rebellion right here. Unless, of course, they want to go with the same idea, right? Two massive engage tools. If so, then maybe the Edith won't be the best of choices here.
They can go for the red bull in the Minotaur. That's something that has been, I think, a prio pick as well for the long. Oh! Audi! Okay! With the Cho! When was the last time I saw him on a Cho? Was it MDL? He brought back the name. He's bringing back the same style.
That's crazy.
But that Cho can still go XP, could it? Or
oh, that's true. That's
yeah.
We saw Sanford do it. We'll see if Mr. Cars can bring the Cho and make it a car. No, make it a XP.
It's gonna run as fast as a car in that EXP lane.
Yeah.
Have to see. Now with a Roger Kufra for Onyx here, how do they want to round this out? If they're gonna go in for a full-on dive, that Vexana makes things quite a bit dicey right here. And they have to still deal with the Hayabusa. No real big ways of dealing with him. I mean, the Quad Shadow can be kind of blocked by the Bouncing Ball. That is a big advantage. They're gonna go for the Terizla and try and play that sustain game this time.
Yeah, they snatched the weapons of Rebellion Esports in that first game for themselves. Terizla, Kufra, Terizla, good, you know, follow-up initiation behind the Kufra. It goes both ways. The Kufra can engage first, Terizla jumps in, or the Terizla sets up for the Kufra in the team fights, but they ban out the high loss. The teams today hasn't been picking the high loss first phase, even if it was open.
Yeah, very different to yesterday, where we did see a lot of high-lows prios. I would say it was the EVOS and RRQ game that we saw a lot of high. Well, it was always banned out as well, to be fair. I think it was... When was the high-lows like super prio? Because yesterday,
number one.
The game 1 Ultra Ego, that's when we lost 100% winner in the high-lows. So maybe, if you play it a certain way, if you're able to just dive in, like these compositions have been built to do, the high-lows doesn't find as much value. It's maybe just great up against front to back, you know?
Especially for front to back when you have good sources of damage in the backline, good AoE as well to supplement it. It's just an issue that there's a lot of immobile heroes in the meta for the longest time that can do a lot of damage, but can't really deal with getting overwhelmed and ran over. So that Hylos kind of denies all of that just because you're as good as, let's say, the Aurora is. You can't stop the Hylos long enough before he gets to you, right? And you get slowed as well, and his whole team is running at you. So it kind of effectively denies heroes like that. And so unless you're going with that kind of style, it's a whole different story. Right now, though, with the Valentina ban for Rebellion,
they deny that.
I guess they're just concerned about the Vexana, right?
The Vexana.
Getting the Eternal Guard stolen, an extra body, they can tank some of the Quad Shadows as well. The Oki Shadow kill as well. Could be a solution. The X-Borg is what is banned by Fnatic Onyx. A great matchup against tanky heroes like the Kufra, like the Terizla.
Now for Rebellion Esports down to their last ban. I feel like they're sending down the margin, just coning down the options of Fnatic Onyx, but their setup though is so good. Again, Terizla, Kufra, and the Roger still able to be flexed. That versatility is something that they have in their hands. For Rebellion Esports, will they go back to how they want to play this game again?
Will the Faramis be... Like, does Rebellion actually want to go up against the Faramis, or do they want to ban it out here? Because they already banned out the Valentina. Turns out they banned the Aurora. So Faramis is still up for grabs. And shout out to LaFell because he brought this to my attention. I think it was MSC 2023, where he says that a lot of pro players see the Faramis as a hero that is weak against the Hayabusa.
Oh,
because the Hayabusa has a way to just jump into the Faramis before a fight even happens to bait out the Netherrealm by assassinating the Faramis. But they still do go for the Faramis. Sans is very skilled on the Faramis. So it might be a bit different in this matchup, like in this particular matchup for Ryota. He's gonna have to think of a way to actually bait out the Netherrealm.
But there is still the Vexana that can kind of crowd control everyone twice technically if they're corralling so close to each other for that NetherRealm benefit. I think they have to add another crowd control tool right here, or more damage tools for Fnatic Onyx if they want to try and play with a sustained game, right? It's a full-on dive, and technically everyone is tanky. But for Rebellion now, with all the crowd control, with the Cho as well, gonna round it out with a Melissa and the Edith showing up again. So this might still be a EXP Edith, right? Most likely, more recently seen in the EXP. But that Melissa being a solution here for the dive from Onyx.
Oh man, that's the problem though. When you show the Melissa here, Claude and Moskov, those are the two picks you go for usually when you see the Melissa. So in lane, Matt is not really going to be able to fully bully the Claude. Claude has ways to win out against the Melissa. It is one of the counters actually to go up against the Melissa. But in team fights, that's why Rebellion left the Faramis open. They have so much AoE. My question is it going to be Edith XP or Cho XP?
I mean, with the Melissa pick, I feel like they're playing anti-dive here for Rebellion Esports, just trying to hinder the dive potential coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, the counter index and the lineup rating. It favors Fnatic Onyx. It is going to be Audi though on the Cho, so the upstart in the MPL tries to go up against Keyboy on his signature pick, the Kufra, that he has made countless plays on. Who will come out on top? Is it the big initiation moments? Is it the pickoff from Audi TZ? Ladies and gentlemen, finally we're making our way to the Lanadon for the final game of match number 1 of the day.
Down to the last wire, the Sky Kings against the Blue Bulls. Will Rebellion Esports once again repeat it with another upset against Onyx Esports in game number 3.
It's so cool to see this, right? Audi bringing up the Cho against Keyboy, and Matt bringing up the Melissa against Jewe.
Yeah, the Melissa. How does it really operate later on as the game progresses, Arashi?
The Melissa?
Yeah.
It's kind of strong in the lane with some bully potential. Audi though gets pulled back, takes a lot of damage. He can kind of poke in the lane, kind of. Later on, you're just relying on having everyone kind of sticking together and dealing a ton of damage with the muddles. And you have a lot of security as well with the getaway from these heroes that have to get up close and personal to have a lot of effect in the team fights. So it kind of suits, it's kind of suitable to be used against a team that runs with this Faramis.
Look at Sans. Just pulling Suelo out of the lane, forcing Audi to come back here. And he has to be careful because he knows Keyboy is somewhere around these bushes.
That's the hidden benefit of playing the Faramis, man. You have an extra layer of sustain from your passive when you pick up the souls from the lane. Ryota reaches level 4 right here though, so Fnatic Onyx need to be a bit careful. And I wonder what Albert's plan is on the Roger, right? Is he just going to try and out-farm? Is he going to try and do something as Ryota gets kind of close to Audi, trying to make a play right here. Whereas for Albert, he's just a lot more passively farming, trying to just get some more resources to the late game.
Skill potential coming in from Rebellion Esports early on the game is quite threatening and perilous towards Albert. And you can take a look at Matt just popping up the medals and it kind of outzones CW, but CW does have the mobility though this time.
He has a Purify, but that won't help him in the skirmish. Oh, Ryota almost took that gold minion. That would have been tilting for Matt, but he is able to just give it back still to Matt, getting a lot of pressure there. Cars gonna go for the steal. Audi walks up, forcing Albert to use the Retribution. It's pressure in the bottom lane, traded in for a neutral objective for Fnatic Onyx.
Well, familiar sight right here. We side CW. Ludwig gets jumped on. 3 members.
Audi, no way the Dragon. Lippy still able to flicker out of the Terrify that Suelo placed down, so he still gets out.
Fortunately for him, Suelo was not level 4 just yet, so no Eternal Guard to add to the crowd control. Look at this, Fnatic Onyx, from just farming, from just efficiency around the map at least, they're doing a lot better than Rebellion. With the first turtle secured in their hands as well, seems like they're curbing the pressure, the early game snowball of this Cho Hayabusa combo a lot better.
Audi still doesn't have to weigh the Dragon just yet, so he has to be careful here. Has a Shunpu, gets out, Muddles placed down there. Keyboy will be zoned away. Audi finally gets level 4 for Wade the Dragon.
Yeah, but come the late game, I feel like this Melissa could be an ever-looming threat towards Fnatic Onyx. I mean, again, the anti-dive gonna go away, but this time around, the Rage.
Revenge, and the Rage Eternal Guard popped down. Good Shadow Kill to try to escape. Ryota, wow! Woo! Getting to the minions there with the Shadow Kill. And up top, Cars. The final Wrath flickering forward. Penalty zone. Ludwig trying to run away. Dodging away from the Earth Shatter. Ludwig! Oh my goodness, Ludwig!
Allahu Akbar Ludwig! As they get the first blood for Albert. And Fnatic Onyx, they escape death.
What a play by Lutpi, man. That is unreal. He was so close to do that against Cars, a very mechanical player himself. And look at everyone just dodging away from these massive plays. Credit to Sway Low, though. He was one of the reasons why Ryota was able to survive right there. The Eternal Guard kind of buy some time for Ryota to get out with the Quad Shadow. With a turtle coming up, you can see the rotations coming in. Can Fnatic Onyx look for more outplays right here? We haven't seen Sans pop off with the Netherrealm just yet. Can Aldi maybe force it out before the fight even begins with the Way of the Dragon?
It's gonna be a free turtle, it seems. No contest. Audi trying to just hover over Cars. Is in position. Look at Ryota. He's still all the way in the bottom side. Keyboy. Irish Revenge, good, terrifying. Great peel from Suelo. That could have been a kill. Another one to Fnatic Onyx.
Wow, that was a very fast recovery from the card control that we're seeing from Audi. Have to see though, Fnatic Onyx definitely have more pressure around the map. Keyboy and the Kufra is nothing to underestimate. And Audi recognizes it, man. He's just trying to dance around outside of the bushes just in case, on the off chance that Onyx are also in the vicinity. And even look at Matt, forced to back away. This might be how Fnatic Onyx are planning on just taking this turret.
Irish Revenge charged up. Matt's still there. Keyboy decides to use the bouncing ball, canceling out the Jikundo there. Meanwhile, in the bottom side river, Ryota with the Quad Shadow, just chunking Lutpi, forcing the regen. Matt is still there. Bottom lane, a full dive here. Oh, the go-away gets him out for a bit, but Albert's like can pounce. Penetrates through the go-away. Keyboy gets a Tyrant's Revenge, pitching down. Drags them all the way with a stampede. That's a triple for Albert.
The national Steam star. He pops off, and the anti-dive coming in from the Rebellion Esports does not work. It does not go away. Fnatic Onyx, all hands on the steering wheel this time.
You thought you've seen everything, but Gila Sans finds a way to get in there and get an extra pull in with the pull, getting 2 for the price of 1. Fnatic Onyx with an insane dive right there. They deleted Matt all the way in the beginning. This is a Melissa that ran with the Inspire, by the way, so a lot more vulnerable. And Audi!
Finding the kick off the Sans right there into the Earth Shatter, and now the full follow-up from Matt.
Very good setup. Very clean coming in from Audi CS with the kick as well. And that is also a very important kill towards Sans. But again, Fnatic Onyx there really leading in terms of gold and in every department ever. This time around the turtle, though, it's going to be very important for Fnatic Onyx.
Definitely very critical. Look at Audi, already spotted out. Sans, though, he's already back on the map, so if there's anyone that Onyx will let go and allow to get picked off, Sans is a great selection there, because he can respawn a lot faster with the passive. Look at his Eternal Guard, though.
Oh, Keyboy! Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage now all in with the Netherrealm. None of their HP bars. Losing out, Audi dying in the midst of it all. That's a shadow kill. Keyboy just stands there menacingly. Ryota, the hammers are coming down. Albert is godlike on the Roger. 7-0-2. Fnatic Onyx wipe the Bulls off the Lanaton.
Fortunate strings of events for Fnatic Onyx. Keyboy with the play. Albert slowly touching godhood. And this time, Rebellion Esports, they have to defend their ranch. Will the Blue Bulls fall? I feel like Fnatic Onyx not poised to end the game, but they're chasing.
I don't know about this. Engaging on Keyboy. Primal Wrath used up. Keyboy's still alive. And now with the Purify, Sans gets out. Albert's coming in for the cleanup. That's 2. Now looking for a third. Car's going to be gunned down. Another triple for Albert.
The fadeaway. Oh my lord. Fnatic Onyx. Don't get them angry, man. You will not like them when they're angry. Turning it up almost immediately. And look at Rebellion. Losing 3 members off the bat yet again. Losing turrets left and right. They have lost control of the game completely. What can they do here? Falling further and further behind with their frontliners. Getting squishier and squishier in the face of Albert and CW.
Oof. Seems like the counter initiation for Rebellion Esports was always there. They're looking for a play after an aggression happens from Fnatic Onyx, but Fnatic Onyx just corral around them. I mean, Albert is 10-0 for God's sake. This Roger is unstoppable this time. And CW doesn't even need to do the heavy lifting because Fnatic Onyx, their execution has been perfect. Rebellion Esports left without an answer. even the Melissa in the hands of Matt, the go away hasn't been able to shoo away the players of Fnatic Onyx.
It's finally a 2-item power spike for the Melissa with the golden staff. It's only one item for Ryota. As the jungle, he has one item at almost 9 minutes. He is just not allowed to play the game. Look at that, even till the end. Oh, Conceal forced out Lutpi. Will he do it?
No, he won't. He won't. Oh, Keyboy might though. Oh, finding an angle to go for Towers of NCW. BMI forward, forcing the Eternal Guard and the Earth Shatter out. Ryota is waiting in that bush. No one knows he's there. Shh. Okay. Tyrus.
Who's he looking for?
Looking for a play.
Coming in. Oh, he doesn't decide to go in just yet. Wait, what is Ryota waiting for?
He's gonna recall.
Wait, does CW spot him? Wait. Oh my gosh, he cancels the recall. Okay, he recalls again. BMI.
What's going on, dude?
It just goes on. The secrecy in Ryota, though. Thankfully,
Sky Piercer.
Yeah, there won't be a play for Ryota to maximize from that brush, but the Lord marching in this time.
He's trying to go in for the Earth Shatter, loses a chunk of his HP. This is the first Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic Onyx maybe trying to break the record of MPL ID Season 14. Fastest game was 11 minutes and 40 seconds, I believe, yesterday. ODCS tracked back by the Shadow Stampede. Albert taking a shot from the baser, and now Keyboy finding a good Towers of Revenge, but is unable to collapse on it. Now Eternal Guard coming down now. Another round two. Matt losing out all of his HP. Ryota scratched down. Matt getting into the fountain there to get some HP. CW's getting him down now with a win of Crown. Keyboy finds a revenge and the rage, but it's canceled now. 10 minutes and 13 seconds. They break the record.
The blue balls fall under the might and the wrath of the Sky Kings. Legendary plays all around the board. 2-1 finish for Fnatic Onyx as they refuse to go down in defeat.
Man, oh man. You thought the Rebellion were gonna start was strong and take down Fnatic Onyx. But Fnatic Onyx has been here before and they are unwilling to let history repeat itself. They deny Rebellion completely, man. Shutting down everything that they have. The farming, the rotations, the pickoffs. The team fight that we were praising so much in game number 2 is just nowhere to be seen. Completely steamrolled and demolished in the final game of match number 1.
My, oh my. I mean, engages after engages, Rebellion Esports, they crack under the pressure of those initiations. I mean, again, we're talking about how this was an anti-dive comp. They were looking to peel themselves with the go away with the Eternal Guard, and then you have the Earth Shatter. But Fnatic Onyx, they go through it all, and even in a scenario where they're able to dive in, and then Rebellion Esports were looking for a counter play, a counter engage, it never seemed to work against Fnatic Onyx.
No, it never did. In the lane itself as well, even though the Melissa was great against the Fairness, clumped up nature of Fnatic Onyx, in the individual lane itself, the Melissa could not really fully bully the Claude, and that's why the Claude is such a good pick against it.
You have to wonder if going with Inspire could have been changed.
No, it was the only way.
But
you can't go anything else on Melissa.
I feel like it doesn't even matter. Even if he went for a Purify or a Flicker, there was just too much damage. There's just too much protection anyways. The fact that they were just rushing in completely, knowing full that there's gonna be a Netherrealm to back them up, man. That was just too devastating.
Yeah. It was too devastating for Rebellion Esports. We thought a Rebellion was under the premises of the Sky Kings. But here we go to Budeklara Mongstar for an interview.
Sang Raja Langit masih berada di pucuk dengan kemenangannya. Menutup minggu yang pertama dengan sangat indah. Ayo, Albert lihat kemana? Albert, halo. Wah, congratulations. Tapi Albert, kamu bermain dan di match yang kedua dari Fnatic Onyx, kali ini kamu berada di arah jungler. Pakai mic-nya?
Ya benar.
Ya benar. Ini role-mu yang sekarang nggak? Ini make sure dulu nih, apa masih eksplorasi?
Season depan ganti lagi nanti.
Wow, tiap season ganti terus. Namun, Albert season 14 ini, di match pembukaanmu sendiri, gimana tadi?
Ya seneng banget bisa menang, senang aja sih bisa ngalahin, ya nggak kalah lagi lah gitu.
Oh, dan bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Namun ini pasti banyak pertanyaan. Ini gimana sih untuk, kan kita tahu ada 2 jungler yang sama-sama pada meta ini bisa bersinar. Sama-sama memakai hero assassin, kalian jagoannya. Itu keputusannya gimana sih?
Keputusannya ya di para coach pastinya sih.
Kamu dikasih taunya semalam atau dari kapan tuh?
Ya semalam.
Ini beneran?
Kan latihan tetap latihan ganti-gantian, cuman ngasih tau yang mainnya ini dari coach.
H-1.
Ya.
Harus selalu siap berat ini ya?
Iya dong, siap, harus selalu.
Selalu siap. Dan dari tadi kita juga melihat kalau game 1 menang, game kedua what happened ayah naon. Coba ini siapa yang bisa kasih tahu, Sans?
Nggak kenapa-kenapa sih, emang mungkin di game 2 dia main lebih bagus aja. Jadi ya jadinya kita kalah, nggak ada alasan sih untuk gimana, emang kalah aja.
Tapi kan jadi sebuah pertanyaan nih, apakah dari Rebellion sendiri mereka membuat kalian mungkin nggak menyangka permainan seperti itu? Gimana sih kalian melihat permainan perdana dari Rebellion?
Ya bagus, pastinya improve juga. Kita sempat kewalahan juga, kalah juga. Ya pasti improve lah, lebih bagus dari season sebelumnya.
Dari sebelumnya sudah terlihat gitu ya di depan mata. Dan mungkin Albert juga, balik lagi Albert, lawanmu adalah satu jungler baru di MPL, Ryota. Bagaimana kamu melihat performa dari jungler baru dan anyar?
Aku kan juga baru main jungle lagi.
Oh iya, anak baru lawan anak
Sama-sama baru, sama-sama baru.
Bener, gimana tuh pertarungan 2 anak baru?
Ya dia jago juga, jago.
Jago juga?
Ya.
Apakah sudah bisa terlihat masuk ke dalam radar Albert sebagai pesaing jungler?
Aku nggak tahu, aku masih baru juga main jungle soalnya.
Oh iya, butuh nanti
baru
lagi
satu season
ya?
Kan, baru 1 season ini.
Baru aja, baru 1 match pula ya?
Bener.
Benar, ya udah deh kalau gitu. Upi kamu di sini, kamu bermain dengan suasana yang cukup berbeda. Di sebelum-sebelumnya ada kawan di EXP bersama dengan Boots, lalu Boots jadi coachmu, dan sekarang Boots jadi support sistemmu.
Ya benar sekali.
Wow, gimana tuh rasanya punya support system seperti Boots?
Ya lebih semangat aja sih di ituin dia, di super system dia kan.
Oh, di sarangnya Boots tadi ya?
Iya dong.
Iya dong, nambah semangat. Untuk game ketiga, apakah boostingan dari Boots mempengaruhi Upi?
Ya mungkin game 2 tadi kurang itu sih, kurang itu semangatnya dari Bang Boots.
Boots, tugasmu sekarang menyemangati ya sebagai Sonic untuk Upi. Namun Upi, melihat hari ini hasil minggu pertama begitu apik. Bisa nggak mungkin kamu kasih tahu ke kita, siapa sih di antara teman-temanmu ini berempat yang paling mungkin membantu Upi?
Semuanya sih ngebantu.
Semuanya?
Ya semuanya, nggak ada satu orang gitu, nggak ada.
Nggak ada?
Ya semua.
Oke, ngelihat dari ujung sana ada Kiboy. Boy, Budi penasaran juga, Budi tuh ngebaca dari artikelnya One Esports. Kiboy itu menyebutkan 3 tim yang Kiboy rasa menjadi kontender yang cukup kuat ya. Ada siapa aja itu? EVOS,
BTR Geek Fam kalau nggak salah.
BTR Geek Fam. Setelah melihat hasil, mereka udah main semua nih sekarang dari 8 tim lain. Apakah masih sama?
Ya masih lah, ini kan masih early game lah. Baru mulai MPL, jadi masih banyak adaptasi juga. Banyak juga player-player yang baru masuk MPL, jadi ya ditunggu aja nanti lah.
Jadi kamu melihat semua tim yang bermain di MPL ini belum mengeluarkan full potensialnya?
Iya, masih di tahap beradaptasi sih Bude.
Beradaptasi. Kalian gitu juga nggak?
Iya, kata cewek gitu sih, enggak?
Bentar ya. Kiboy, caramu ini ya. Kiboy, kalau kamu sendiri berproses untuk membaca, tadi kamu pakai Kufra kayaknya bisa ngebaca, memotong banyak banget montage dari Kiboy. Di game yang ketiga, gimana sih kamu membaca mungkin permainan dari Audi dan juga Rebellion untuk season 14 ini? Dan untuk match tadi khususnya.
Termotivasi lah, Audi jago lah Kufranya.
Wow.
Terus kata coach Chef mau pakai Kufra nggak Boy katanya.
Terus kamu jawabnya apa?
Bebas lah.
Bebas aja, terinspirasi ya dan dipakai. Lalu hasilnya sama-sama menang satu sama nih? Kalau satu tadi pakai Kufra menang, kamu juga pakai Kufra menang.
Nanti lagi lah, ketemu lagi kan leg 2.
Leg 2. Oke, namun ngomong-ngomong tentang leg 1 dulu nih. Next match-nya ini akan menarik di mana kalian akan melawan next week itu adalah tim RRQ dan juga tim Alter Ego. Dua tim yang belum mendapatkan kekalahan juga nih. Mereka masih menang sampai sekarang. Gimana sih kamu melihat kedua tim yang akan kalian hadapi di minggu yang kedua?
Kalau menurutku emang dua tim itu paling jago sih sekarang. RRQ AE.
Wih, berarti ini berbeda ya, berbeda suara sama Kiboy ya? Oke, kalau dari cewek siapa nih, We? Yang paling kamu waspadai di season ini?
Idok sih, Ki.
Idoknya?
Idok, iya.
Berarti dari RRQ?
RRQ. Terus kalau AE paling Rek sih. Sama Nae lah.
Reknya, apakah dari draftingannya ini, wow, bikin pusing?
Kan dia duet sama Aldo, mantan tim Onyx.
Wah.
Bapaknya Albert.
Bapaknya Albert. Tapi ini bikin jadi kalian lebih mempersiapkan diri akan lebih dahsyat lagi kah untuk minggu kedua? Mengingat next lawanmu adalah tim-tim yang menurut cewek tim yang kuat di season 14.
Harusnya minggu depan lebih all out lagi sih, soalnya emang jago-jago mereka.
Jago-jago untuk dari lawannya. Tapi untuk match hari ini berakhir dengan 2-1 cewek. Pak Kapten, ini banyak banget yang pengen denger dari pantunnya cewek nih. Kata-kata dari cewek nih. Malah waduh. Ayo cewek, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. Silahkan tutup match hari ini.
Kalau kata game tuh ada kata-kata, kalau dari saya tuh pantun lah, tipis-tipis.
Boleh?
Burung dara, burung pipit.
Cakep.
Kenalin, gua botak sipit.
Well, Baldwinata stays winning.
Baldwinata.
Do we even translate that for the international audience?
I don't think it's translatable because the rhyme is like
exactly.
in Indo.
It's a rhyming.
Yeah.
It's a rhyming type of deal. But basically, it says it was like burung dara is a sparrow. Burung pipit is like a what is burung pipit? I don't know. Like a smaller bird.
Yeah.
And then he's like, let me introduce myself. Kenalin saya botak sipit. That botak sipit just means a guy who is bald with like squinty eyes.
Yes.
With small eyes. So like we're like, what the heck?
He's a monk. That's Baldwin right there. Monkman Baldwin.
But yeah, in that game, Baldwin was just chilling because
yeah, he was.
I mean, the whole team coming from Fnatic Onyx, they were scraping towards the players of Rebellion Esports, jumping around. There was a wolf, there was a man with a hammer, there was a, how do you describe Kufra? An angry guy who slams people towards the wall.
Tyrant.
A tyrant. So yeah, it was easy pickings for Fnatic Onyx. CW joined the fray with the Blazing Duet, so basically everything was set up for him and for Albert as well. Rebellion Esports, they did not have an answer to this composition. Not the Cho even helped them, not the Melissa with the go away even helped them, not the Edith even, so. The Vexana as well. Talking about the Vexana, I did not see. It feels like I did not see an Eternal Guard being popped. I don't know.
We did see it, but it was, for the most part, always used to peel. It was always a response defensive.
Irrelevant.
So it was irrelevant.
Yeah.
The Eternal Guard was not eternal. It was a temporary guard.
Momentary.
Yeah, a momentary. Not even temporary. It was literally just pop, pop.
Split second guard.
I think there was one moment where I think Suelo used it to save is it Audi?
I think it's Audi, yeah.
Or Ryota, but I mean, there were moments here for sure, but I think it just wasn't enough. There's a player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner, Ube as gold. And this is the problem here. I feel like, oh man, this play though, gotta stop the analysis for just a bit and allow you to enjoy Ludpi at his best, man. Cars, that's a feels bad. But you're seeing this, whenever they're going for a fight, it seems like Ryota and Audi are operating independently of the team, right? There's the main body of the team, Matt, Swalo, and Cars, and Audi and Ryota are just doing their own thing. So as a result, there are moments like this where, again, they get all this pull from Sands, though. There are moments like this where they're just susceptible to getting picked off one by one, slowly but surely, and you can see, Eternal Guard, but for what, man? Because Keyboy comes in, and just like that, they lose the front line. Audi wasn't frontlining on the Cho, and it just seems like Audi in particular isn't allowed to play the game at all, man. He was trying to go for pickoffs, he was trying to go for plays, but at this point, he was getting denied by the Kufra, and when he even does get a play, there's so many mobility tools in the hands of Onyx that right here, he was able to actually force an engage, but look at where the team is, so far behind, and already out of resources, and as a result, it ends up baiting them out of their base instead for more punish to come in from Onyx, and look at that fadeaway, man, Albert. Oof.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. And the only thing that exploded for MPL Esports was their crystal. I mean, Fnatic Onyx was bringing the fight into them constantly. But we want to hear the golden moment by UBS Gold and what happened there in the communication.
Bar dari itunya bar ya?
Iya. Bawahnya. Lu aja ya.
Ini enggak ada wifi guys.
Ayo depan guys.
Flicker.
Ada di gua. Gua under. Gua bisa masuk guys ya.
Langsung mundur.
Gol 3-2 ya. Udah.
Lihat MM-nya guys kalau nggak ada.
Udah. Bisa tower ya. Salah orang dulu. Enggak bisa, Cok. Bisa tower? Tower
Skill 2-nya, Pak.
Aman.
Skill 2-nya ada di badan gua juga.
Mana. Coba aja guys. Ayo. Tower aja, tower.
Nice play. Takut ya gua ulti guys. Masukin yuk. Gas guys, jangan sampai di-kill guys.
Aman.
Gua ulti, Pak.
Dua nih.
Gas play. Masukin.
Gas. Baik.
So in the desk, when Mirko was casting that play, he was like, "Key boy," and then on the comms and the mic check, they was like, "Nice boy." So,
it was nice boy.
Yeah, it was nice boy. So it was like that. And also in that crystal part where they had to end and they had to hit it, I felt like they were so confident that they did not need to hit the crystal. But there was comms going on that, can someone hit the crystal? So yeah, they were still considering to end it as soon as possible. And is this the fastest game to date in MPL ID Season 14?
For 14, yes.
Season 14, yes.
Wow. 10-13. Yesterday, it was 11-41 or 42. Game Fam against Alter Ego Game 1. Today, it's Game 3. Fnatic Onyx versus RBL.
Goodness.
I think it was also Fnatic Onyx last season against RBL as well, was it?
Second leg,
yeah? Oh, man, is it?
Yeah.
I remember it being Fnatic Onyx RBL, but maybe I'm mistaken. We'll check again with the stats of last season.
Well, that's definitely a statement, but we have to hear, of course, from the other side, right?
Yeah.
We've seen enough from Onyx.
Losers interview. Here we go.
Bersama dengan Vivi, analis dari Rebellion. Halo Vivi. Mic-nya dipakai. Oke.
Halo Bude.
Match perdana kalian belum membuahkan hasil yang manis. Bagaimana kamu melihat match perdana untuk Rebellion?
So far ya kita lagi coba buat build kepercayaan kita lah. Ini juga match pertama, ada struggle dikit ya, game 2 juga udah mulai dapat lah keberaniannya. Kalau game 3 ya kita agak mistake sedikit terus kepanis dan nggak dapat balikin gamenya lah.
Oke.
Jadi ya, so far kita masih butuh improve lagi lah.
Butuh proses ya, percaya proses ya. Karena kita tahu sendiri pemain dari Rebellion itu bisa dibilang merombak cukup banyak dengan kedatangan 2 player baru. Bagaimana dengan untuk mungkin nge-build 5 pemain ini sampai hari ini?
Banyak nonton bareng sih kayaknya mereka, jadi lebih cepat. Terus makan bareng sih, itu doang.
Oke, jadi itu kuncinya ya. Berarti kalau dari segi chemistry seharusnya sudah terbentuk atau masih lagi berproses juga nih?
Masih proses lain, baru 1 bulan 2 bulan kayak mereka.
1 bulan 2 bulan bersama. Namun kalau udah bisa nyolong poin dari Fnatic Onyx kayaknya boleh-boleh juga ya ini ya.
Ya tapi nggak boleh berpuas diri dulu, masih butuh improve lagi lah kita.
Tidak boleh berpuas diri. Semua orang juga melihat bahwa satu pemainmu, Ryota, adalah pemain yang Bude bisa bilang menarik banyak perhatian dengan permainannya yang sungguh tajam. Dia bahkan melawan di turnamen sebelumnya, melawan Happy Brand, dia kayak nggak ada tuh nervous-nervousnya.
Kalau bilang nggak ada nervous kayaknya ada deh dikit. Jadi kayak butuh pengalaman, butuh build kepercayaannya. Kita yakin sama potensi dia, kenapa dia naik MPL ya, kita yakin sama potensi dia lah.
Potensinya begitu besar ya Ryota dan semua orang juga melihat. Dan dia 3 kali menggunakan Hayabusa. Dilepasin dan kalian mungkin yang membuat semua itu. Gimana tuh keputusan untuk memberikan 3 kali Hayabusa berturut-turut kepada Ryota?
Ya lagi strateginya yang arah situ dan lagi ya pede.
Pede aja? Nggak takut, apakah game ketiga tadi ke counter atau gimana tuh?
Game ketiga dibilang ke counter enggak juga sih, kita yang mistake awal, Roger farming, kita nggak dapat mohon balikinnya, ya udah snowball ke situ jadinya.
Oke, jadi nggak masalah hero-nya, namun gimana gameplaynya itu sendiri?
Ya benar.
Oh, dan kita tahu sendiri selain dari player pun coaching staff ada sedikit perubahan. Gimana sih untuk mungkin perjalanan atau ini Kak, atau ini masih lagi fase adaptasi dari coaching dan juga playernya? Karena biasanya kan kamu duet bersama dengan Chico, sekarang berbeda nih.
Kalau adaptasi ya kayaknya udah biasa aja sih sama Farhan. Lagian dulu pas dia masih Demdel ya kayak ya kita satu GH kan, jadi ada ngomong-ngomong dikit ya, jadi biasa aja lah, kayak nyatunya udah gampang lah.
Sering tektokan juga berarti ya?
Ya, profesional lah.
Profesional saja. Dan ngelihat anak-anakmu bermain secara profesional di atas panggung, tapi Bude penasaran nih. Melawan Fnatic Onyx menjadi lawan pertama kalian tadi, apakah ada pressure tersendiri sebagai coaching yang harus membaca permainan atau mungkin line up dari Fnatic Onyx? Nyangka gak sih Albert ada di jungle?
Dua-duanya sama-sama jago sih, jadi hero-nya juga gak mirip-mirip. Ya kalaupun ditukar, ya sama, hero-nya sama gitu, jadi kayak ya udah.
Berarti kalian mau mempersiapkan ke Kyrie atau Albert pun sama aja karena mirip-mirip gitu?
Ya hero mirip.
Oh well, tapi nyangka gak sih Albert sekarang di jungle, bukan di gold lagi?
Kayak udah tahu deh, soalnya yang
jungler timnas.
Ya timnas kan dia main juga kan, dan dia juga spam jungle, kita lihat di stream, ya kayak udah ketebak lah.
Sudah tertebak.
Balik ke habitat awalnya.
Balik ke habitat awal, tapi minggu pertama kalian sudah usai dengan 1 match aja. Nextnya apa yang harus diimprove nih dari Rebellion?
Ya banyak lah, dari gameplay kita, dari strategi kita, dari feel mereka bermain juga ya. Semuanya kita tampung buat biar lebih baik lah minggu-minggu ke depannya.
Baik, itulah dia untuk minggu yang pertama. Kita doakan yang terbaik untuk Rebellion. Dan juga kita akan melanjutkan ke match yang kedua. Terima kasih banget Vivi. Jangan kemana-mana, stay tune terus untuk bersama kami di match kedua MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legend memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smax makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah lokal hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Saatnya absen Big Cat Troopers! Kingdom absen dulu! Super fans, selamat datang tentunya di Match of the Day di MPL Indonesia Season 14, di mana kita akan menyaksikan pertarungan yang begitu epic, begitu meriah antara RRQ Hosi dan juga Big Gatron Alpha. Semuanya menantikan bagaimana performa dari dua tim yang memulai season ini dengan begitu indah tanpa kekalahan. 2-0 mereka dapatkan di match pembukaan mereka. Namun di match kali ini harus ada tim yang kehilangan win mereka. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude Clara Mongstar di tengah-tengah MPL Arena yang begitu ramai. Mereka semua menantikan seperti apa pula siapa yang akan bermain dengan fondasi-fondasi baru dari tiap timnya. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude Clara Mongstar ingin mengucapkan terima kasih karena kemeriahan hari ini. Karena semua super fans yang ada lagi nobar-nobar, yang ada di rumah, yang ada lagi ngumpul-ngumpul dan juga yang ada di MPL Arena. Dan khususnya kepada para pendukung dan juga partner dari MPL karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan Games Max. Dan juga ada supplier kita Erigo dan Saturday. Last but not least, our MPL Season 14 supported by PBSI. Dan kali ini pilar-pilar dari kedua tim akan memberikan yang terbaik di mana kita melihat dari Bigetron mereka dengan datangnya player-player anyar, satu perombakan yang menarik dan mungkin ini bisa menandakan bahwa era kelinci telah usai. Hasil yang begitu baik, 3 match beruntun didapatkan oleh Bigetron Alpha dari season terakhir ini. Kita melihat bahwa tim RRQ pun sedang berada dalam tren positif. Sang robot dan sang raja akan bertemu di Land of Dawn. Namun mereka butuh semangat dan juga dukungan kalian. Langsung aja tulis di kolom komentar siapa yang kalian pikir akan mendapatkan kemenangan di leg yang pertama ini. Apakah era Super Bigetron 2.0 akan hadir? Atau di sini raja bisa mengakuisisi dan menundukkan sang robot kembali? Boleh dong coba kita kasih semangatnya nih untuk Bigetron Alpha. Semuanya sudah bersorak-sorai. Coba semangatnya kasih untuk RRQ Hosi. Semua super fans, kita akan menyambut match kedua yang menjadi match of the day. Di mana semuanya menantikan akan seperti apa pertarungannya. Pilar-pilar dan juga pondasi-pondasi. Apa yang akan mereka lakukan di match ini? Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Kepada para caster, let's go.
The kingdom under rebuild and the machines rage against it. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. Still with me, Realize, and these two fanboys here trying to don their jerseys because their team is playing.
Take over, Realize it's a battle here.
I'm gonna be the referee where they have to show down. If it goes to a 1-all, I guess we don't need to play a game 3. Just let them fight it out. I'm joking. Exactly. But of course, we want to say thank you to our sponsors because MPL ID Season 14 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, the official e-wallet, Go Pay. Our official destination for gaming and esports is Hindia. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We want to say thank you to our partner in esports as well, Campina, Head & Shoulders, Araimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, and Games Max. Also, to our suppliers, Erigo and Saturdays. And also, MPL ID Season 14 is fully supported by PBSC. So, thank you so much for the sponsors for making this such a smooth sailing wave as we wave towards the game number 2, which is going to be, of course, the ever-coveted match of the day as well. Bigatron Alpha against RRQ Hoshi. On my left is Arashi, the guardian, the knight that seeds his sword for the kingdom. To my right, beep boop, is the mechanic of the red robots. It is Miracle. Fight.
So it's a knight against a mechanic. I can see your biases in this introduction, realize, but
hey, a futuristic mechanic, because I build robots, right?
Robots and
You're stuck
lasers.
in the past, Arashi.
Yeah.
You a knight who even uses swords anymore. I got a robot, man.
They keep clanking, old man. We'll talk to you later.
Old man.
We'll talk about it later because now we have to look at the standings where Fnatic Onyx is able to clinch that victory, even if Rebellion Esports made it hard and they had to work for it. But for Bigatron Alpha, they have to drop because, of course, Fnatic Onyx does have that match point advantage better than Bigatron Alpha. But Bigatron Alpha and Arkeyoshi both does have the opportunity to slip over Fnatic Onyx, because if they do get that 2-0 victory, which I don't think we will see, because this match is going to be insane, both of them could be up top for a week, because next Friday we'll be playing again.
Yeah, you know, we obviously have different opinions on how this match is going to go, Arashi. But I think we both can agree that we want to see a full best of 3 here.
Oh yeah. No, well, I would not have it any other way, man. You have to see it, right? This is a team that has been doing so well against a team that was doing so well.
Was.
You're
talking about the best team?
I mean, you saw how the game went, how game 2 went. You know, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Not to mention, there is a bit of more. There's more stakes in this match than first meets the eye. Right here, the foundation, Super Luke, is an addition to the roster of Bigatron, and definitely going to be a very critical factor here in how they play around, how they get the lead in the EXP lane. And we've been highlighting this matchup for a long time. Luke against Dyron, right? Both very aggressive, both wanting to dominate. I think we're going to see absolute fireworks in that EXP lane.
Yeah, talking about foundations, of course, you can start from your XP laner, Super Luke. He has been very massive for Geek Fam last season, now donning that red jersey.
Looks so good in red.
Yeah, looks so good in red. He was in red
exactly.
as well.
That's
and
why I
now
said he's
a better red. But for RRQ, of course, they have been able to set their stones and foundations through their roamers. We had a lot of roamers for them, but this time around, it's Edok that is up there trying to make a name for himself. And how would you rate his performance yesterday?
Oh man, his performance yesterday?
Yeah.
I think it got us all completely by surprise. You have to leave some points just in case, you know, he does better or worse. But I think it's a solid like 8, man. When it comes to being unspotted, getting the right targets, the targeting, when the decision making, when to let people pass, when to actually go for the engage, I think it's looking very solid. Now, a lot of people have been saying that, well, the level of competition ain't up there just yet. Again, it's the Evos of the first week, and we know how Evos be. Sometimes in the early stages, they kind of look kind of slow, they take time to adapt, but they get stronger. It's only the first week after all, so I'm open to the fact that that might be the case. But from what I'm seeing so far, I gotta say I've been very impressed. I think I've been a bit more pessimistic by nature, but after yesterday's performance, I think I'm finding a newfound confidence in RRQ for this season.
Yeah, that was Edok, of course. But then we had Super Luke. This guy is known for being able to carry the game through that XP lane. He has a massive hero pool. And then now he has to step his foot in Bigatron Alpha. How would you rate Super Luke yesterday? Was the adaptation hard to make for him?
I would say 8.5 out of 10, you know? Since I gotta be one-upping Arashi. Yeah, no, Luke's performance was still very phenomenal. It just feels like it didn't even feel like he was adapting to the team. It almost feels like he's already playing with the same team. He's been playing with the same team for a long time now. Luke was truly super in yesterday's performance. He was able to carry together with Eman and Moreno, I feel, because yeah, they picked Yin and they lost in the early game, so they had to do some heavy lifting. Definitely got to get their backs checked after game number 2. But in game number 1, I think Super Ken pulled off a lot of weight as well to help the team. But usually, when I have such an amazing XP like this, I would use it to banter. The thing is, it's difficult because I'm a fan of a lot of his players too now. Like last season, it would have been easy for me.
Yeah.
I was only a fan of Vin. Okay, I was also a fan of Irad and Skylar, but now it's Cascute, NMM, Dyron, Skylar.
Exactly.
Wow. I'm a big fan of all of them, and Hazel.
Yeah. So you can't help but kind of want to root for them, and considering the situation they're in right now, and that was what I was kind of trying to get at. Now with Cascute in the mix, it's a whole different story, man. There's more to that later. But first of all, let's take a look at the roster coming up right here. Dyron, Sisujin, Rince, Edok, and Skylar.
These are your knights to protect the kingdom from the siege of the Red Robots, of course. Rince has been phenomenal as well. Such a good debut yesterday. Getting out of his comfort zone, picking that Eve as well. You know, this is going to be an interesting task for RRQ to face against.
The kingdom's calls were answered just yesterday. And now will the kings answer again? Will they charge through with the momentum they got? Or will they be forced to halt for this week? Welcome the Kings of Kings, RRQ Hoshi!
Rex Regum Kaon. That kingdom that they're trying to rebuild from scratch. From the ashes that was burned last season, this time around, momentum, positivity, everything around them. And a huge opponent in their eyes, of course, the Red Robots, looking to rage against the machines. Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno Key, and Eman. With the addition of Super Luke, this is going to be a hard task for RRQ to stop the rage of the machines.
A bitter past for the Red Robots. They've only been able to win 6 times against RRQ, while RRQ hold the record of 20 wins against them. But in recent history, the kingdom has been broken down, part by part, destroyed and stomped by the Red Robots, who look to continue that record. Welcome the Red Giants, the Red Robots, Bigatron Alpha!
The #1 spot for last season's regular season, and now a strong favorite to continue their domination. Bigatron Alpha with a new EXP laner, with a new program behind their actions. You have to highlight this, man. They've been picked the Yin and came out on top somehow, some way. The defeats of both these teams are in no small part due to the brains behind the entire operation, our Marshal Tainang, bringing out Cascute and Theonail with NMM and Wura.
Yeah, now of course we can enter that discussion, that topic, which is Cascute. This guy has been phenomenal in the draft for Bigatron Alpha. And now he crosses paths, he sides with the kingdom, with RRQ. What is going to be the hugest loss for Bigatron Alpha? Will they be able still to work their draft the way that Cascute wanted it to be back in Season 13?
Man, every time you say this, every time I remember, it's kind of sad. You're losing someone as phenomenal of a coach as Cascute and NMM, and shout out to Ray's boy as well. But I feel like for Wura and Theonail, they bring a very, very good dynamic to the team now, and we have seen that just yesterday, pulling out the Yin, so a whole lot of confidence from them.
Yeah, confidence is their name. It's for Bigatron Alpha, but will that confidence still waver against RRQ? Because RRQ, this time around, they look fresh, they look clean. What can you describe about this new RRQ Hoshi? What gameplay, what game style, what drafting style they are trying to bring in MPL Season 14?
I think their drafting has been very dynamic, very flexible, which is why I've been so impressed. And on top of that, they are rotating in a very insane manner right here. They're just looking a lot cleaner, and maybe that's what they need, because for the rival showdown here between Cascute and Wura, you see that 3rd place in MPL Season 13, they were able to beat out wait, hang on.
Yeah,
exactly, yes.
Yeah, they both made their debut in MPL ID Season 13. Both finishing one above the other.
Top 4.
Yeah, top 4.
Exactly.
Wura, 3rd place. Cascute, 4th place. For Bigatron, they had to fall earlier in that playoff spot. And yeah, regular season is a whole new story, especially in a new season, a new dawn for these teams to fix what was lacking from their teams.
Exactly, for Keskut, it's his chance to try and make something happen. But he's the victor here by the Samsung Galaxy S24 series for Bigatron. Pressures Sutsujin in the early game and team fights. And look, if he loses the laning phase, then Dyron will become a problem. So they gotta prioritize that EXP lane as well and find ways to use that pressure maybe in the EXP lane to go into the jungle. Because Sutsujin is he's a bit well known for kind of crumbling under the pressure, at least before. So now we'll have to wait and see. For RRQ, make Dyron and Edok the playmakers, give them the right tools for the job because they are so good at it, and bring disciplined objective setups like the way they did against Evos. The fact that before every single neutral objective or before every single dive, everyone from the side of RRQ were at the right place at the right time on the dot. And they were doing everything so calculatively that I think Evos, even before the fight even began, were forced to relinquish a bunch of objectives. It all comes from the setup on how far back in time they are preparing for these neutral objectives. If they can do so against Bigatron, which is a very tall order, I feel like they have a chance here at actually making an upset happen.
I think you bring up a good point here, Arashi. I think for both these teams, they have solid win conditions to play through. And like the keys to victories we're mentioning, it's going to be tough if Bigatron actually lose out on the laning phase. We know that for Luke, he's a very active XP lane, already very different to Dyron, right? If we compare him stylistically. Because Dyron, he can be active. But when we see Dyron really perform is when he gets the picks like the Paquito, the Benedetta. His Edith, though flashy, though amazing yesterday, that's not his prio pick. That's not his comfort pick. So it'll only be a bigger problem for Bigatron Alpha if Luke loses out in the lane. So they're going to have to prioritize some of these winning matchups in the side lanes to get themselves ahead.
The showdown starts here in the drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And now for both Keskut and Theo Nile, they have to draft something to try to win this match of the day as they ban out the typical bans we have seen so far in MPL ID Season 14. They take out the Harris, the Zuxin as well, and the Hylos. They don't want to deal with it because it has been such a menace to play against.
Off the bat immediately, seeing the first pick for RRQ. What could it be right here? Gonna be the Roger, keeping things flexible, but now Bigatron has a few ways to answer. The Zask is open if they want to go with that same idea. You can also go for the Valentina, actually, making sure that they can go and pick up some of the big ultimates that RRQ loves to use to try and set up for those big moments, those big plays. I wonder if the Edith is in the minds of both these coaches. It is flexible, and you have a good mix of engage and disengage. Gotta be the Ruby, though, that Theo Nail will prioritize.
Again, flexibility against flexibility. Roger still can be flexed to the jungle, to the gold. Meanwhile, for Ruby, I mean, it is a hero that both Key and Super Luke are apt in terms of usage. So again, this Ruby could be flexed to other lanes. So now for RRQ, do they want to call the bluff?
I don't know. I feel like they should just focus on their own draft, right? Don't really care too much about the Ruby pick. Obviously, have that in mind, and they will just go for the setup. Terizla and the Julian. So actually removing the flex potential of the Roger very early on here, giving Bigatron Alpha a way to try to counter both these laners, or both these roles, and they decide to go with the Moskov in the gold lane to try to stop that Roger from fully snowballing.
Macro play potentially coming in from Bigatron here with the Spear of Destruction. And they can have a chance to use the penalty zone against RRQ themselves with the IMU right here. Only 3 picks right here. It just seems like it's a very short range type of composition. And against RRQ's composition right now, with the Terizla and the Julian, there are a lot of ways for the Valentina and Moskov to kind of get caught by some kind of crowd control to be bursted down immediately. I think some measure of security would be ideal for Bigatron. They ban with the Zask though, so they want to make sure that the mid lane can be punished, can be exploited here.
But at least for RRQ, they have their hands on one of their strongest and comfortable heroes. I mean, Dyron is famous for his Terizla as well, holding the push back in Season 12. That the way he made that hero play, and for Skylar has also been exposed to, playing that Roger as well most of the times. So now for RRQ, 2 bans left. They really will try to explore the last 2 picks with the Julian already confirming itself in that jungle position.
Yeah, I feel like it should be a Hayabusa and the Alpha ban in the second phase here, but they decided to go for the Tigreal first. Not really convinced that the Ruby will be going to the Roam, and yeah, that's right. I mean, for Bigatron Alpha, now they have a good way to actually flex it. back in the day, or at least season 13, when you see the Ruby pick up, you know for sure it's going to be on key. But now, Luke is in the lineup, and he's a pretty good Ruby player. Last season, it was just flex all around. Malloy or Luke, Malloy or Luke, and both were equally as good on the Ruby.
And it's a good combo right here. The Ruby, to be matched up against the Terizla, can both just sustain each other and keep the lane relatively static. And the Ruby has the advantage of being also very mobile with good amounts of crowd control, so you're also quite immune to ganks. And we're talking about the XP domination. If you're trying to exert your presence while still being safe, the Ruby can be a great option. As for Bigatron, banning away the low Yi, they're concerned about some macro matching here from RRQ to try and deal with that Moskov. For RRQ, though, what's it gonna be? Do they want to find something with global presence themselves? If that's the case, I guess they're gonna try and limit the engage tools, right? To ensure that when they're setting up for something, they're not roped into a fight that they are not willing to go for. But it's gonna be the Alpha.
Alpha ban out, not giving that potential jungle role, or even that XP, because this Alpha could also be flexed again. Now for Bigatron, they will pick up the Arlet, which again either goes to the XP, either goes to the roam.
Yeah, I guess we'll see about that, right? For Bigatron Alpha, they're still flexing the Ruby and the Arlet here. We have been seeing just way more Arlet XP though. I don't think we've seen a single Arlet roam in Season 14, but for RRQ, I think a good way to end the draft earlier if Bigatron had picked up an Assassin would be some lockdown, some crisp lockdown for Edok. Now that the Assassin has actually been left up in the air for Bigatron, pick up the Arlet. For RRQ, they need a roam, they need a mid laner. If they want mid prio, I guess, you know, something like a Lilia, don't give Valentina a big ult to play with. Because even if he wants to go for Yve, I think it's a risky choice, giving that real world inflation over and over.
Minotaur and Aurora.
That's a big ult.
Yeah, that's a big ult for the Valentina, rather Moreno to steal. How do RRQ think about this?
Maybe the idea is just overwhelm them completely, right? With a Minion's Fury, Frigid Glacier, and the penalty zone, Moreno can only copy one. So even if you kind of put them against each other, it's kind of equal when it comes down to it, right? But for Bigatron, there's one more pick available right here. They can swing the tides in favor of them. And for RRQ, it's just looking like a big combo play with a couple of big burst damage sources. When it comes down to the pickoff, Edok will not be able to have the same kind of impact. And to make things worse here, the X-Borg getting picked here makes the lane so much
jungle.
more... Oh, it's a jungle X-Borg.
Yeah, sir. So again, we were talking about flexibility. It is very, very flex coming in from Bigatron Alpha. They last picked the X-Borg jungle. I mean, sure, it has that clear potential, but they also still needed the damage, so that X-Borg kind of does make sense.
Does make sense, and it allows you to kind of circumvent all of these big engagement tools to just focus on the last insanity to go straight in for that neutral objective. Counter index and lineup rating heads up for RRQ. And in the grand scheme of things, it might not matter as much. The execution here is what's important. Julian against the X-Borg in the jungle. I feel like the Julian can clear a lot faster. But after that, what will they do with it? Right? Now, what can they do to be aggressive when they have a Minotaur as their roamer?
Yeah, counter initiation power is there. But of course, to the land of Dawn, we go. The witness of this showdown, the kingdom against the red robots. Will the robots rage against the rebuild of the kingdom, or will the kingdom once again rejoice? It's RRQ Hoshi against Bigatron Alpha.
Listening to the calls and the drums of war there behind us. The crowd definitely getting pumped up for this one. The Titans in Bigatron Alpha, first place in the regular season, and versus a rebuilding kingdom here in the mid lane. Moreno already forced back very low.
A lot of damage at the disposal of that Aurora. The fact that there's two parts of it, the big burst and the extra damage afterwards. You're seeing them pressuring towards the side of Super Can's purple buff, but he is getting chunked a lot, by the way. No sustain built in by them. Edok steals it away.
The lethal being able to acquired by Edok again, so proactive. He's playing and shadowing behind his mid laner. And so far, Key looking for a kill potentially here.
Good stun 2 times there. Vengeance not going to be used up again by Key. Knows to respect it, and Rins actually does lose on that trade.
He loses on the trade, but there is sustain built in. And look at Edok with the Bargain Hunter on the Minotaur. I haven't seen this in a long, long time. But he might be just trying to find that Flaccid Oasis so much earlier so that it can go for short trades like this and still come out on top due to the sustained difference. Overall, you can see Super Ken with the... Ooh. Also, Super Ken has that Season Hunter. So he'll be farming a lot quicker than usual, but it's still gonna be, I believe, outmatched by Sutsujin. Get his play on the top side though for the XP grab.
Oh,
wow!
Good steal by Sutsujin. Smooth.
Sutsujin, again, this time around playing for the Kingdom, and has been pretty solid in his performances yesterday. Eman and Skylar going at it. Again, recalls galore. Down bottom, they're just having a good time. Not really stressing about what the other could do, but the turtle spawning means that Bigatron and RRQ might be subject of a very, very good fight down, up top rather. And this time Sutsujin under pressure alongside Edok.
Getting some damage down. Key not level 4 just yet. Rins open the Faraga armor. Penalty zone coming in. Rins actually getting it out. Frigid Glacier stunning Super Loop. First blood over. Super gets forced back. That's a knock over to King, who gets out with the Vengeance. Has the final slash and uses the Vengeance on the orange buff. A quick win early from RRQ.
Great burst damage usage from RRQ, and they're able to actually use all that crowd control to zone Bigatron away. A good win for them in the early game, but you have to remember, the longer the game goes, the more ways there are for Bigatron to find ways to avoid these straightforward fights. Talent prediction by the new application GoPay though. Nice. Oh, Mirko.
Mirko.
Going for a bless.
Mirror bless.
Hey man.
Season.
Hey.
Oh man, Mirko.
What?
Damn.
Didn't see anything. Oh, what happened?
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
It's a very clean Land of Dawn with the sweep, but look at that. He now stuck.
No, doesn't have the chain. Actually, now Frigid Glacier coming down. Minish Fury. Moreno finding 3, and I'm offended to bring them into a big blast. And now a stun. Super Ken is massive in the early game. Triple kill for Bigatron Alpha. A response.
Dang, what a combo that was with the sweep into the massive AoE, man. Last Insanity from Super Ken definitely made that a bit more difficult. Skylar, though, getting jumped on.
Whoa.
No follow-up. Skylar almost lost his life, but too far to follow up the final slash, so they're looking for a dive!
Stun down on the Skylar now. The Vengeance as well. The Minute Fury as the Lycan Pounce comes down. Severe Destruction into the back line now as the Last Insanity comes down to Skylar. That's the SOD to the back, and Mon finds the kill. And there's another dive over to Edok, who is able to survive still. Good Purify out from Eman. But look at Dyron, keeping busy up top, getting the entire shield.
Wow. We talk about how impactful this EXP lane can be, and Dyron is definitely doing well. The mid trio, though, after the play from Moreno, I feel like definitely Bigatron are the ones in control. The RRQ can still clear a lot faster, but look at this.
Luke doesn't care.
Wow.
He doesn't care. He's up there in his element. A pull though towards Rince. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. Super Luke, though, has been very active, seeking out plays, and this is very characteristic of his Ruby. He doesn't really stay in lane and is so close to the proximity of his teammates, actively seeking for a play and an engage. So this could be something that RRQ has to watch over.
Oh, Edok might give over the Minion Fury again. Moreno is definitely looking for something. Gets the Frigid Glacier, more of a zoning tool. You can see that Bigatron are doing the vision game a lot better than RRQ, I must say. Edok, though, already with a photo, very early on. That's a Bargain Hunter effect. Can they still go for a big fight, though? Because Bigatron have more ways of just staying safe, of being invulnerable.
And look at Moskov. Look at the way that they're actually playing around the Moskov there, losing out the turret, but giving it over to Eman on the weak side, and he has ways to rotate. So Skylar up top, and Eman's already aiming down probably with the Spear of Destruction.
Yeah, Spear of Destruction could be a tool to make this a 4v5. And this time around, penalty zone.
Great, I'm offended to the final slash. The combo, Sutsujin finds the neutral objective. Now the Fury knocks them off, but Super King gets rid of Tyrant. Now it's Luke in the midst of it all, taken down, traded over.
Oh, Edok.
He wants to go for more Spear of Destruction over to Edok. Skylar not able to shot enough damage. A winning trade for Bigatron Alpha in kills, but remember, RRQ did get the turtle.
It was okay, so it was a 1-for-1, and then Edok falls as well there. Unfortunately, Moreno, though, getting chased down by Skylar.
He walks up, does damage now. Final slash on the 2. Skylar still finding the shot over Key. Vengeance, and Skylar doesn't even need to go for the Lycan Pounce. Rins executes Key, but Eman gets the turret.
Look at Dyron, though, walking towards Moreno. Probably waiting for an opportunity, but Eman is just playing it so well. The distance management allows him to just move forward and backwards so much better. Looking at the items right here, Windtalker finished for Skylar, so good amounts of DPS. Dyron with a War Hammer. Or actually, he's stunned.
Spear of Misery connecting, forcing the DPZ out. That's the Faraga armor for Super Ken. Eman still going forward. throws the Spear of Misery to say, hey, get back. This is my turret.
Get back. You're shoving away the players of RRQ back to their base. And for Bigatron Alpha, they had like, what, 4 tough boots just to try to hone down the magic presence from RRQ. You know, the Julian and the Aurora does kind of deal so much burst damage for RRQ. This is not going to be the end of the world because they have that scaling power towards the late game. For Bigatron Alpha, the fact that they have 4 kills in Super Ken means that they have the damage needed to fight through the defenses and the frontline of RRQ. Conceal play!
Oh, good freeze by Riz. The final stack not connecting. Edoc forced back though. Tyrant trying to go for that play. Super Ken with I'm Offended, finding Rins now with a stun as well. Super Ken burning him down, trying to get the passive out. Rins still able to ice skate his way back to safety. Moreno still trying to hover. Super Loop there with the Geek Fam emote. Okay.
Having fun. He's having total fun. Oh, Eman, 1v1.
Skylar with the Abyss Walker. Skylar solo kill! Where have we seen this before? And I'm Offended over to Tyrant now with the Vengeance resets. Moreno flickering out to the chain. Great for the Glacier. Stun him up again. It's a trade. Eman up top for Tyrant in the mid lane. Essentially against the chain again, but the immobilization will not be able to fully take Super Luke down, and it's a turtle over Bigatron Alpha. Skylar to be caught for a bit key. Gonna go for the Vengeance now. Caught in half chain, knocked up. Last Insanity to the back line right now. Sutsujin taking a whole lot of damage. And Minus Fury actually able to find a few of the Bigatron members. The SOD! Super Luke! With I'm Offended now. Iman joining the fray. Sutsujin and Vincent all trying to deal damage, but the Spears does more in the long run. Bigatron somehow getting the winning trade off of that. Crazy amount of fights going on the map.
It's a synergy from Bigatron. Whenever they're doing something, everyone seems to be on the same page. You really feel like there's a bunch of non-verbal communication happening for Bigatron when they're able to get those combos in the nick of time with near to no setup. When it comes to individual plays, you see RRQ prevailing on occasion, but in these small skirmishes with 3 members, with 4 members, Key making a play once more for Rins.
Trying to bait on some of the abilities. Last Insanity. Over to Rins, he still has the passive. That's the blow-up. The Frigid Glacier dodged away from Moreno. Has the Frigid Glacier, knocks it down. Rins! How do you, I mean, it's frozen and then burnt down. That's the fire and ice.
Oof, synergy there. Fire and ice. One melts, one freezes, but pull?
I'm Offended, final slash, a big spear to the face. Edoc now next to the chopping block. Last Insanity again, Tyrant forced to jump in, blown up by Super Ken.
The red robots rage against the kingdom. This is total massacre. Left, right, center, they win the fights. RRQ left without a response.
Especially in the team fights, man. Bigatron has full control right here. It's only a 2.7k gold lead at this point, but Bigatron are aiming to make it even further. They finally take down the mid turret, and they're starting to deny a lot of these buffs from the side of RRQ. Sutsujin now definitely feeling the pressure. He's still a level ahead from Super Ken, but his impact in the game is a lot different. Now Skylar and Eman, you can see the dueling potential here from Eman still. 4-1, now setting up for the macro play with the Spear of Destruction as well.
They have been dogfighting, and Eman already in his element. The power spike acquired, and this Moskov could be the next big thing for Bigatron. They set up a concealed play. Iron has to be prepared.
They're not scared of walking up. They don't know where Sutsujin is though. Darren's walking up again. Now they know where Sutsujin is. They might go for the victory battle. The Manos Ash connects as well. Get up with the Fury. Last Insanity to get out. And Luke. You gotta keep on looking at this guy because he was able to get so much space over Moreno. Let's go for the Glacier. Finds a 3-man Terrifier with a flicker. No follow-up just yet. And Mon's still chunking down in the bottom lane. Bigatron finding an all-out win in that skirmish and trade.
That was a disgusting play by Luke, man, to just deny the retribution by putting him away. Moreno now feeling it, making the moves around the map. Skylar wants to try and do something, but Dyron's slow.
I'm Offended over to Dyron, and he can't even use the penalty zone.
Wow. Unstoppable onslaught coming in from Bigatron Alpha. And Eman has been able to zone and stop Skylar, shooing him away from the team fight because he has to occupy that space in the side lane. Because Eman has been always shoving the wave, and he can always join the fray with the Spear of Destruction. The macro play is there for him. He has the Rose Gold as well to give him that extra protection. So RRQ, their kingdom under construction this time around in shambles in the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
And Luke can still go for a pick-off play right there. You're seeing them try to use the scouting, the vision from the base, and it's just not allowed. They have got a high ground and they still have a Minotaur, but look at that, instantly
Ken.
last insanity.
Wow, what an isolation there, well planned. Ken walks up so that the final slash can isolate Dyra now. Frigid Glacier that finds 2, but Super Ken still has immortality. That's 4 HP bars for him. Luke in the bottom lane just spamming the
Oh!
getting the passive over key. Doesn't want to go for the final slash just yet. Jumps in with Vengeance, blinkers out to safety, still keeping his immortality intact.
The risky plays coming in from Rince, walking up with low HP like that. Fortunately, he was able to survive. 2 base towers super low for the side of RRQ, but they're able to defend for now. As you can see, they're just trying to clear the waves, trying to get some control back. But Bigatron are just waving it at their faces, man. They know they have full control right now.
They're waving a flag saying, come and get us. I mean, for Super Ken being 6-0, Amana as well, 5-1. They're just having fun. Kinda littering.
Together with Luke this time.
And Found the Kingdom, yeah. Together with Luke this time around, RRQ. They need a clap back. This could be the start of something.
2-man on a stolen Frigid Glacier! Moreno! What an instant response! That looked like a mistake from them overstaying, but they turn it around. And now he's recalling in the base.
Classic Moreno, man. RRQ committing onto Super Luke. The EXP lane Ruby, who has the Queen's Wings, who has the Athenas, not the wisest of ideas, and you can see why Bigatron were using it as bait. 2 turrets will definitely fall right here, but can Bigatron find more?
Final slash over to Jin. He has the enhanced sword, but Super Ken is going with last insanity. Iman! With a fear of destruction in the backline, the Frigid Glacier, it melts you down, but Bigatron's heat continues. Miss Fury knocking him up, but now with the airtime, they're actually going to be the ones to turn it around once again. 5 members strong, it's just Skylar. It's deja vu to last season, the Crown Prince left alone, and then he wipes them out. Bigatron Alpha starts it strong in game 1.
The machines rage against the rebuild of the kingdom yet to reply with their battle cry, 1-all. For Bigatron Alpha, RRQ, they were just outclassed. Bigatron Alpha constantly just bringing the fight towards their faces. RRQ yet to rebuild fully.
Bigatron, man, what an insane performance. All that momentum behind RRQ, and it doesn't matter, man. The robots stay there unfazed, undaunted by the task, and just go at it. It all started really, really well. And it was looking kind of even for the longest time. But the moment Bigatron figured it's time to turn up the heat, quite literally, they melt down RRQ and completely shut down everything they had. The team fighting, the split push, the neutral objectives even. They just seem to be one step ahead. And you can see the difference in experience. It's just plain and simple.
Yeah, they were outclassing RRQ in all departments. Damage, mechanics, macro play. Aman was always provided with a 1v1 with Skylar. He was keeping Skylar on a leash. I mean, for a wolf to contain it is so hard, but Aman was taking his Skylar for a walk in the park. Down bottom, always able to occupy his attention. And Skylar was always late in the team fights happening, either in the objectives or up in the middle lane.
What a performance from Bigatron Alpha, man. Seems the laws of real life actually follows through in game in the Land of Dawn.
What do you mean?
Ice gets melted by fire. The export pick and that final pick was truly phenomenal there. I think the export really tipped them over the edge with a win over the draft, I feel. And man, what a performance again. The last insanity. It's anti-CC, so even if you get all the others frozen, you can't even go in.
But you basically push back, and then you have that kill threat towards the Aurora or other members of RRQ. And yeah, it is so poetic, the fact that literally fire melts ice. That happened.
Well, I would agree, except for the fact that Moreno also stole the glacier and froze them again after burning them. And not fair, bro, not cool.
Yeah,
but I think you gotta give a shout out to Luke though. That one moment there,
sure. Yeah, Luke.
Everything was kind of looking okay. It seems like RRQ has a plan at least. And then Luke was like, yoink! And that was just the whole plan in shambles. You're saying that RRQ were preparing for a big fight or a big back away. That happened and they're like, oh wait, you can do that. Wow, now what? And they got stuck. This was one of the first fights right here where it really went all the way in the hands of Bigatron. It was trades back and forth, 1 for 1, 1 for 2 even, depending on the situation. When it comes down to it, look at the execution from the side of Bigatron. It's just so much neater, so much better, because you do see that there's a lot of single target tools in the hands. Oh my god. In the hands of RRQ. But when it comes down to the AoE, man, Bigatron were just using it a lot better, a lot quicker, and more surprising.
Now Bigatron.
Look at this. Look at the super look.
Oh man, that was
Luke. He was caging Sutsujin, unable to even contest the Retribution fight. The fact that Bigatron Alpha does have so much heavy CC just adds insult to injury for RRQ.
I mean,
oh my god.
Again, right? Luke, we were talking about how usually when we see Ruby and Arlet, we haven't seen a single Arlet XP. Arlet Roam. So we were like, alright, it's gonna be Ruby Roam, Arlet XP. But then Luke is like, just give me Ruby. Give me the Ruby, give me the Ruby. And Key, as flexible as ever, he's played 3 different picks in 3 different games, right? Always just... This guy's hero pool is ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. And I think it's a great play for Bigatron to take the Ruby away from Edok. And I don't know about that Minotaur, man. From this game at least, you can see that it really wasn't working well for them, right? I think it seems like they're trying to go for some kind of combo. They're trying to use Edok as a saving tool, but it's just a bit too difficult against a team that knows when to really consolidate all of the spells, all of the aggression at the single moment. You're seeing Edok kind of struggle to try and find something to do here. Daiwan, of course, gets kited back away. When it comes down to it, it's almost like a similar situation with Team Liquid and Fnatic Onyx. RRQ wants to go for a decisive team fight, for a team fight that everyone wants to commit to, whereas for Bigatron, they're dashing in and out. The only real vulnerable hero on the side of Bigatron is the Arlet. And we do see that Key gets jumped on, but at that point, if Key gets taken out, that's a trade they're willing to take. And then afterwards, they'll engage all in, and look at that, man. There's just so many more ways for them to start up a play.
And I agree, but I also have to try to add into that point, right? Because I feel like it's not just the Minotaur here, but for RQ, it's every single hero that they chose. This hero, like this composition is really built for team fights. They need to look for a big combo. Penalty Zone into a Minions Fury, into a Frigid Glacier, and then, you know, Sutsujin and Roger. But for the most part, they rely so much on one cycle of skills to a point where if it ever goes longer than that, Bigatron will automatically just win out if it's a long, drawn-out team fight. And this is what we've been seeing all the way from the mid to late game, I feel, right? The individual catches, obviously, because they're already so ahead. But in the team fights, the layering and the fact that they were able to always bait out these big abilities with the X-Borg, with the Ruby, the Arlet.
Yeah, and there's a difference in damage, right? Because the Moskov can just keep on pouring out damage. The Valentina and Moreno can just use those short cooldowns to keep dishing out that damage. Technically, even the same thing for Luke, right? On the Ruby, just keep spamming the Donor Wolf King, stay in the front, be annoying. Whereas Dairon, you need that penalty zone to really have that oomph in the fight. So again, they can just dodge away, and they're just really relying on burst damage compared to consistent, continuous damage. Which is why the longer the game, the longer the fights really go, the more you can see RRQ lose control right there. They need to rely on getting those pickoffs, because even the jungler is a Julian, right? That really requires to just go in for the quick burst of damage. He's not supposed to stand there and just duke it out.
Yeah, but we can also duke it out at the Kidia Discord, because that is a Discord where all the gamers meet, because Kidia is our official destination for gaming and esports. You can drop into Kidia Discord for all things gaming, duke it out, you know, just enter the or scan the QR code and enter the...
That's the easy way.
URL there, fandx.io/Kidia, because now we play at Kidia Gaming.
There you go, that's the QR code.
Yeah, that's the QR code right there, and the URL. I mean, it's an interesting build there, you know. We have been longing for an esports city. Mirko said that he has been able to look at a glimpse of that.
A glimpse of it at EWC. Yeah. It was really, really cool, but that was not even Kidia yet, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's just EWC. So the fact that maybe in the future EWC will be held at Kidia.
Wow.
That's a very, very cool thought to think about, because at EWC was already really good.
Yeah.
Imagine the whole city being full of different games.
That's insane. I feel like that's a very unheard of concept so far, right? I don't think anyone has ever leaned in that hard towards esports.
Double down,
I think
triple
that's
down.
an amazing development. You asked me like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you know, they're gonna build a city for esports. I'm like, you're dreaming. You're on something.
No, we're not dreaming, because there is an epic collaboration for the limited series of UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14. It's available now at ubslifestyle.com and ubs lifestyle e-commerce. You can get a free skin with every purchase of the limited edition. Again, we talked about this. I'm not gonna make this as my chopping board, or rather, I'm not gonna use
cut things with
yeah,
it, no?
I'm not gonna cut things with this, but I'm just gonna hang it on my neck.
Yeah, get the W drip.
But it's way too good to be used. You know what I mean?
I understand. I
Like,
understand.
I just want to frame it on the wall, you know?
I agree. I mean, like, there are some things that I have bought that I don't want to use because it's just like,
it's too good.
I don't want to get a scratch on it. You
Yeah.
know, I just want to treasure it.
Especially it's gold.
What?
Especially it's gold.
Yeah, and so it has value. So if you ever want to resell it, probably going to sell for, at least it's going to hold its value, you know?
Yeah.
I think that value is the name of the game here for sure.
Value,
It's
dude.
about the long term, right? You're not gonna get it now and then immediately see the benefits. Of course, you do get the drip benefits,
Yeah.
but the value benefits you get later on. That's like what smart people do. That's exactly what Pikachu was doing, right? Initially, they were kind of losing out to the burst damage, but they're playing the long game, right? Long.
And if you want to play long games, you can use the Samsung Galaxy S24 series because you can be
play
a
long
winner.
games?
Yeah, play long games. And you can be a winner of the game with the Samsung Galaxy S24 series because with epic gaming performance, you can play the long games because that gaming performance includes the Snapdragon 8 Generation 3 for Galaxy processor that keeps your phone lag-free and a large vapor chamber to prevent overheating so you can sharpen your gaming skills to pro level and play long games. Plus, long games.
The Galaxy AI, bro, it translates 15 foreign languages into Indonesian, so you can chat, call, or play with friends from other countries, and it's just easier than ever. Here,
show
buddy,
it to us.
Give it a try.
It's time to show it.
Right, so we go for English to Korean here, because
Yeah.
we're on the English desk. You just press a button right here.
Yeah.
You say, I love playing games. And you're golden.
Wow.
And the Korean
Golden.
guy is like, you know, kimchi bulgogi, same thing, yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you get lost in translation, of course, you can take a look at the Samsung Galaxy Interpreter. You know, just click on the Interpreter feature and then you're all good if you want to buy some kimchi in Korea or ramyeon or tteokbokki.
Oh.
Is that how you say it?
Tteokbokki? I think so.
Tteokbokki.
You buy it now and you get up to 2.5 million rupiah cash back in the promos, man. Check samsung.com/ID or scan the QR code earlier and click the link in the pinned chat.
I picked just like that with the Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Now, what is epic?
This
It's
match.
Bigatron Alpha. They were insane. In coordinates with everyone in the map, they were synchronizing, they were setting up everything for success. And you know, if it pans out to the screen right now, you will see Mirko smirking. Again, this is Smirko's season.
Smirko. I was smirking also last season, so let's not smirko too much here.
But were you smirking in the playoffs?
Exactly. Maybe I needed Head and Shoulders in the playoffs. I think I needed to give it over to some of the players as well. And you guys can go and join the Head and Shoulders gang right here. Have crisp, clean hair, man. Some smooth, silky hair.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of you guys don't shower sometimes, and you don't need to if you use Head and Shoulders as often as I do. Because all you need to do is wash your hair once with Head and Shoulders, and you're good for the next few days.
Yeah, because you don't want the dandruff and the itchiness kind of mess up your game.
You're gonna play the game and you're gonna have
the dandruff falling to your phone screen.
Awful.
That's awful. That's disgusting. So that is why you need to move to Head and Shoulders.
Exactly.
Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha.
That's the Gatot Kacha version. You can find the Tigro one and the Eudora one too.
Yeah.
All the options available, man. All kinds of options for
all
of
kinds
your
of
needs.
hairs.
All kinds of hairs, all
Yeah.
kinds of needs as well.
needs.
That's why Head and Shoulders got you, man. They give you multiple options. Now, what kind of options are available for the next match right here? We've seen, I think, Bigatron get the best of our queue. Cascute was your guy, Mirko. I feel like, you know, do you have any kind of insight? Do you think he's going to adjust somehow?
I don't know if you remember this, Sarashi. This last season, right, for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, okay.
If you see Cascute smile after the draft, it's a win. I did not see Cascute smile after that draft, and we saw that. Now, oh, look at this. The support to Bigatron Alpha to Super Ken from Super Ken's family again. The father, the mother, even a little brother there.
Super Dad.
With Super Ken's sister there too. Team Galaxy Zone by Samsung Galaxy.
Wait,
they're a super fam.
Is that Super Ken's
The
brother?
Super family, yes.
He looks
He's the
alike.
next prodigy.
Wow, he looks exactly
Bigatron
like
gonna
Super
sign him
Ken.
soon.
He looks exactly like Super Ken.
Trevin! Somebody get
CITB.
Shevin into the desk right here.
No, this is HSITB.
Who's that?
Head and Shoulders in the building.
Head and Shoulders has always been in the building.
Yeah,
you know?
because with the hair cam, you can flex your hair right here in MPL Arena.
I mean, that's some good hair.
That is. Why the silence?
I'm gonna throw it over to Arashi, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You're
always
in charge.
good.
I mean, this is the RRQ side, so we gotta give it over to you.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just saying, you have to see too much. You just have to appreciate good hair, man. I feel like that's an underrated aspect of drip. You know, we talked about the outfits, the accessories, but if you don't have good hair, you know, can you imagine a guy looking fly with a great jacket, with accessories, a ring, a necklace, and then you just look at his hair, it's like, what is up with that? What? It just doesn't work.
A friend of ours?
Huh?
You're talking about a friend of ours?
Who
Who has all the drip, but it's bald? Is that what you're talking about?
Who could it possibly be, man?
Are you attacking Baldwinata?
No,
he was drippy.
He was drippy, but he is bald. You're talking about his hair, Arashi. Is it because he doesn't need Head and Shoulders? Because he's bald?
I feel like he can still use Head and Shoulders.
I agree.
You know, it's for the sensation. For the sensation.
It's for the vibe in it.
For the vibe in it. I mean, my dad was bald, and he said to me that, you know,
Was? So he's no longer bald?
he is still bald.
Okay.
Okay.
He says that he doesn't need, you know, shampoo because, wow, there's nothing to wash.
Oh, I guess it's cheap, right? It's financially responsible.
Financially responsible.
Is a financial intellectual.
But now,
ladies and gentlemen,
RRQ and Megatron, they have to be responsible of their draft as well. This drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. Wow. Kufra Ruby ban from Megatron. They don't want to give it away to RRQ. So does this show the magnitude of the Ruby in this match?
to be fair, the two games we saw RRQ just do super well in was off the back of Edom on the Ruby. There were questions about whether or not he can perform the same way if the Ruby isn't allowed to him. With the Ruby banned away, with the Kufra, they can kind of have the same effect, the same unpredictability, the way we saw from Audi earlier. They're just trying to make sure that Edom is limited right here. I don't think they believe that he can play a defensive type of roamer.
Yeah, Zask, Hylos, open for the first pick. But again, Bigatron Alpha, I feel like they also want to enable that flexibility in the first pick. Roger, Ruby, but Ruby's taken out, so maybe the Roger or the Arlet available for pickings here for Bigatron Alpha.
Roger or the Arlet can work. The Hylas, I don't know, man. Considering that there's some kind of front to back.
Oh yeah, Ling is unbanned.
Yikes!
Oh man!
Wait, look at it.
This is the first time Ling's been left open.
Yeah.
And they banned the Kufra as well.
In season 14, they set up for
15
it.
times banned.
Wow.
And this time around it makes a debut here in MPL ID Season 14. But a comment from Strategy. Looking at the roster, RRQ is one of the strongest contenders in Indonesia. The arrival of Keskute and Analyst NMM has had a major impact. Of course, Keskute is still the key for RRQ. Like he was in Megatron Alpha, but you know, you gotta start in this game, and Roger Aurora for RRQ.
Aurora very early on. I mean, we talked about this. It's good card control, it's good mid-prio, and it's also good survivability because of the passive, but man, I would think something a bit more survivable that doesn't rely on the passive. That won't let you, that won't force you to stand there and just wait for your absolute demise. For Bigatron, they go with the Harith as well. Two prio picks technically are just occurring a great gold lane for Bigatron.
Yeah, Harith and the Valentina to close out the first phase of the picks. That means that Valentina does have access to that glacier. And that could be a death sentence for the players of RRQ.
Oh!
Fredrin finally making his appearance for the first time. So two new debut junglers for both teams.
Oh, I'm the Fredrin, huh? I mean, I get it. You want to try to stop some of the momentum. There's a lot of dashes here, and you can try to stop it with a taunt, with a knock-up too, but is this, there's no way it goes anywhere else, right? So the flex potential of the Roger is gone, and Fredrin's going to go to the jungle. That is concerning, definitely, when it comes to, especially like getting outscaled and outfarmed, right? We've seen that the Assassins, the way that they take over the game is through just outfarming their competition. And Fredrin isn't fast. Not even like in utility. In the utility meta, Bakshia's farm faster, you know?
Barats,
Martis.
There are other ways to clear faster for sure, but for the Fredrin, I guess I just look at the utility. And Bigatron recognized the need for a strong front line that can stop the charge. Go and ban away the Hylas yet again. They did so in the first phase actually, in game 1. But RRQ don't pick it up. They're just banning away a lot of these AoE heroes. I wonder why they're just really, it seems that they're really all in on the idea of just winning out in a big team fight. Whereas we can see that that's not the only way they can play.
Next board taken out as a potential jungler, but or rather XP, because for Bigatron they have access to the Ling already. Now for Super Ken, we'll have a field day with that Ling. But what does Luke play? What does Key play? So obviously they need both XP and roamers in that last 2 picks. But for RRQ, the only lane they can flex right now is that XP in the jungle. And then again, I'm not a fan of that Fredrin XP.
Yeah, I am a big hater of the Fredrin XP. I've always been. But I think for RRQ, if this is truly a utility jungle, if this is truly a Fredrin, that might be setting up for a comfort pick for Dyrant. Benedetta, Paquito.
Choose my own.
These 2 big picks. Let's see what they go for. They go for the Arlet. That can still be flexed, by the way. We did see Bigatron just use that, so definitely doesn't close the window of picking up a Paquito or a Benedetta still, because up against the Ling, maybe you want to try to outplay with the Benedetta.
Benedetta Ling, I feel like it's still a tall order. You're trying to outplay the Ling with all that mobility, all that outplay potential. There hasn't been a single pick right here for RRQ that can really stop the Ling in his tracks. Unless they really start getting the ball rolling and really go into the jungle and deny a lot of these purple buffs. Especially with the gold lane as well. Kind of looking even, if this is a Roger gold lane indeed. I don't know, man. It just feels like RRQ needs something more right here for Bigatron though. Glock.
And Terizla. Okay, so they end up with a very still tanky last 2 picks. That's good. They were lacking front line still for Bigatron Alpha. I thought they would just go double down on the aggression and go for Jawhead, because that's something we haven't seen a whole lot of. Oh, the big Purvis against the Valentina.
Whoa.
That's a big resource to be giving a comp that wants to dive like this.
Wait, Aurora XP?
EXP lane Aurora.
EXP Aurora? How does this function?
What? Well, you can clear. You can.
But you're squishy.
You can be a bully in the EXP lane, and in this matchup, Terizla, I feel like you can kind of still get away from the big all-in. Now, you can still kind of match, you can kind of stun him in the all-in and all that, but once the penalty zone arrives, if you have no backup, that might be the end of it. They might be attempting to use the Fredrin to just hyper-aggressively gank the lanes. In that sense,
it has to be Arlet XP, right? Like Roam Faramis, no?
Yeah, is it going to be switched again before we get into the Land of Dawn? I guess because Roam Faramis makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
If we've seen it before,
Or
right
Roam
now I feel
Aurora.
like it isn't as efficient any longer, but ladies and gentlemen, only time will tell.
We'll take a look at the Land of Dawn as the red robots look to pulverize the Kingdom Underbuild. Here we go again at Bigatron Alpha against RRQ. Oh shit!
Yeah, Arlet. Okay, so
Aurora
Roam. New technology.
The new technology coming in from RRQ. Let's see how this works out, man. Super Ken definitely has the clear advantage here. Sutsujin, what's the plan here with this Fredrin? We haven't seen it in a long, long time. A lot of people are happy that we don't see it any longer. Is the idea to maybe harass? Have more ways to kind of be annoying to the Grok here? Or is the idea to help with the clear? There's so many unknowns with this combination right here, but not a good look so far, but we'll have to wait and see. Key not having a great time denying the jungle either though, so as of right now, I gotta say, it seems pretty even. Look at Moreno, definitely looking for a chance to make a play. The man is absolutely active on the map.
Yeah, we can't deny that this Aurora does have that damage, that potential to just poke down the players of Bigatron Alpha, so this might supplement the rotations coming in, the clashes that's gonna happen, the skirmishes, all in the hands of Edok, and you also have that kind of extra CC to layer around Aman under pressure, but he's gonna be fine. He shadows him from behind, so yeah, already the early pressure coming from RRQ with this Aurora in the hands of Edok.
Super Ken though was able to get that EXP crab, I believe. I think this is a strategy for RRQ. Since you're playing as a roaming squad, make sure that the tanky member is the jungler instead. And now you can use the roamer as a poke machine, as a utility machine that can stay in the back and be a bit more safe. Skylar though, 1v2.
Gonna go for it, now still in the human form. Goes in the Lycan form, gonna dodge away, now Skylar unable to escape still. Superken picks up all the blades, but Edoc is gonna go for the chase right now. Superken might be traded away, but he has the Finch poise. Can Edoc get him in range? Defiant blade, Superken is out, he's right there, pops in the barrier, Edoc flickering forward, finding the kill back, and that's a good trade over. Moreno forcing a Purify in, stealing away the Frigid Glacier, and over to the Turtle they go. Suzujin claims it. Who's it worth for?
I think it's still worth it for...
Look at the turret gold.
Oof, I don't know, man. Yeah, the turret gold being the big factor there, I feel like it still might be worth it for Bigatron. They just used so much time to try and catch Supercan. It's only gonna get even worse. Oh, look at that.
No Purify earlier, big power danger, penalty zone from Luke. Dyron, an amazing response. This time, not staying in lane, rotating and reacting to Luke's maneuvers.
They rotate, and Dyron with the huge counter play. That was set up for success by Moreno with the stolen Glacier. But RRQ, their saving grace was Dyron with the final slash, sealing the fate of Bigatron Alpha in that little fight.
This is a fresh new game we're looking at right here. We haven't seen this strategy used or even popularized at all. The roaming mage. Like back then when I first started playing the game, I did think that a poke mage as a roamer can kind of work, but that notion has long been debunked. At least up till this moment, RRQ is still getting an okay time right here. And when it comes to neutral objectives, they, so far at least, have had better control. But they don't have really a way to shut down Supercan, who has been active in farming. Well charged though.
Going over to Edoc, doesn't have the passive, Frigid Glacier popped in, but it's going to be dodged away from with the Tempest of Blades. Suzujin tried to read the blades out. Super fast by Supercan, as expected on the Ling though. And they claim another to equalize on the scoreboard.
Right. Iman with the recalls. Skylar not obliging as of right now. See Suzujin trying his best to try and make some plays happen. Moreno though with the Netherrealm. So many big ultimates available right here. It's a fresh approach we haven't seen, right? Just give him too many ultimates to use effectively. Luke and Dyron though having a duel right here.
Final slash. Dyron might be able to get the solo kill here. Super Luke recalls and actually calls the bluff of that full initiation from Dyron.
Yeah, so strong. From Super Luke, he's able to survive still. You can take a look at Bigatron Alpha. I mean, the layering of CC, so as the siege potential coming in from RRQ is easily avoidable with the mobilization that they have. I mean, Supercan is kind of quick with the Finch poise. And now this time around the Turtle in the hands of RRQ. Bigatron Alpha looking to call the respawn.
Final slash over, Supercan still with the Tempest of Blades, still going for it, wins out the retreat battles, that's a penalty zone into the wild charge. Good Netherrealm to escape with the Frigid Glacier to disengage.
Edoc
swinging a hammer still, Luke Key with the power of nature, just trying to scout in, down with the vengeance. Now with Moreno still in the back line, trying to look for the Netherrealm opportunity to turn this fight around. Key with the flicker out, Dyron with the execute, so Turtle over for that kill, but it's only on to Key, and meanwhile, Eman's doing a whole lot of damage, making Skylar lose out a whole wave up top.
Maybe we haven't seen the full potential right here. Dyron 1v1 with Supercan.
Whoa, going in, that's a whole lot of damage. Supercan might have to respect this, man. And they're gonna go for it. Ken still! Finch poised with the retreat into the minions. Eman in a 1v3, what? Now is Eman Force still there. Moreno, Netherrealm, walking forward and looking at RRQ as he forces them to recall.
Great plays back and forth right here, but look at Bigatron's gold advantage. You're seeing the value of the time wasted here. Bigatron with so much more mobility are having a much better time just being active around the map. Especially with Key exposing everyone again and again. Makes it very easy for Bigatron to see these big ultimates, these big play attempts coming to whichever lane it was. Look at Super Luke finally getting out of the lane, trying to find more ways to be active. This Fredrin, I feel like for RRQ, they are surviving really well right here, but they're not really having enough damage to trade back. I wonder if with the passing of time, with more items in their inventory, they can do better.
So Suzujin getting Luke, they're using a lot of resources on him right now as Moreno walks up forward, zones 3 members of the backline away. Looking to be engaged on Rins, almost went for it. The Stampede unable to find its mark there. Now one charge, so it's a 3, Supercan! Getting rid of the HP bar, frozen though! Great reaction from RRQ! And Bigatron are forced back, he's forced to use the conceal. And you can hear the war cry from the kingdom in the building.
Wow, an unexpected turn of events right there. Supercan, I thought he was for sure gonna arrive and just demolish everyone. But he says no. Eman 1v1 against Dyron right here. Is the Harris strong enough at this point with the turtle on the top side?
And still down, that's another freeze. Different glacier over from Moreno, able to find Rins, but the retribution obviously still goes towards Sutsujin, who's the only jungler there. Rins is the mid lane, by the way, and he got picked off again.
They get the turtle, and for Bigatron Alpha, at least this time around, their gold lead able to be stamped down by RRQ, but still, Bigatron with the cross map place. Oh, final slash. It's gonna be fine. Purify, Fremon.
Thunderbolt.
All good. But yeah, talk to me about this build.
We did see the Thunderbolt being built.
Yeah, but it's not here.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay. Thunderbolt Ling. Wait for a bit more tankiness, maybe a bit more utility with the slows. Definitely a different approach we haven't seen in a while. And Dyron is still going with the regen-based attempt. Look at this play though, going on Super Luke.
Yeah, doing a whole lot of damage. Oh, Fraser's trap too. Luke still holding onto the penalty zone.
It's like they're just having not enough damage here, but they're very happy to just get the members of Bigatron low enough that they're forced to go back. But look at Skylar.
Oh no.
Engaged on right now. Moreno just recalling him in the nether realm. Late. He didn't use the flicker though. Sutsujin gonna go for the chase, goes in for the retribution. Moreno pops in the nether realm right now as he's able to space out away. Oh, but now it's forced back. Stampede into the frigid glacier. Gives him the thumbs up there. He got me good. Zaman forced down below. Dyron's still able to pop in the final slash. They are looking to go for the siege here. As Ling continues to push up top, they are trying to split RRQ up.
Overzealousness from both players, Moreno and both Skylar. Skylar overstepped Moreno as well. Underestimates the pull, and Super Ken, again, just eyeing out a kill towards Skylar. The side lane pressure becomes real with the addition of this Ling now come the late game. And so far around RRQ yet to concretely create a response and solution towards this Ling.
Seems like Bigatron has really recognized the fact that RRQ wants to team fight, has a lot of team fight potential. So there's always a solution here to try and go for a macro play, like a split push. It was the Moss Cup in game number 1, and game number 2 right here, it's Super Ken. 3 and 2. Now finally out-leveling Sutsujin, but with the next one being a Lord, even for RRQ, it's gonna be difficult to try and use this Lord to maybe pressure our Bigatron. Oh!
Dyron, what a play! The wild charge mid lane, Luke goes over the penalty zone, but dies instead. That's a break frigid glacier from the side of Edok. Again, a master elements of it all, caught on a lot of the damage, still able to escape somehow. They lose Moreno and Luke though, and that is a big turning point for the kingdom.
Interesting. Super King is still available though, concealed by Key to try and find something right here. Dyron has his eyes on Super Ken, a level ahead of Sutsujin by the way, so the steal is absolutely possible. Can RRQ zone him off well enough to get this Lord?
Sutsujin still on it. Super Ken's finding ways to actually get in there. RRQ needs to go for him. Fine Blade into the mix of it all right now with the top of the blades. They're going to try to go for it. Sutsujin as reliable as ever. Wow. Wins out the retreat. Oh, Moreno decides to walk up a throw. Walks up a bit too overzealous now. Purify baited out. Eman unable to go for anything more. Super Luke trapped in the final slash to bring him back, and RRQ are truly back on the board.
Questionable plays blended with good response coming from RRQ. They were stalling that Lord take. They were waiting for Super Ken to jump in to continue that, and Moreno just oversteps. That was questionable from him.
You see the grim reminder of what the utility jungle is like. You can stand there for as long as you want. Look at Super Ken though.
Wild charge, good plays the strap. Actually hitting on the Super Ken. From Sutsujin locks him down! And Dyron executes him. Moreno stealing away the appraiser's wrath once again, able to find a taunt onto Dyron. They're stuck there right now, but look at the waves. They cannot afford to look for the fight right now. The mid lane pushing in. Up top as well, this time no Ken. Ritten's walking up, the holy defense propped in the mid lane. They still have a Lord up top and a wave down below. And look at that gold lead now, fully on RRQ.
There are 2 mages on the side of RRQ though, so the siege in theory can go their way very heavily. Super Ken is up in 1 second. Are they gonna try and risk it?
Holy defense again, Key, Chunk. Moreno in the mid lane trying to go for the clear right now. Gets 4 max covered by penalties on the wild charge, but it doesn't connect out to all of the members. The barrier. Great response, Dyron! Final slash to bring him back all the way. Luke's still able to survive for a bit, but Skylar takes him out. Ken's trying to look for the cut, and he does go into the mid lane, but will this be enough to save the game? The bottom lane wave going to be managed by Eman right now as he walks up forward. Eman going to go in with the Eman Force up against the world. Pops in a Purify, able to escape from a pass! Eman finding a play, getting the Roger, but Sutsujin cannot chase. Meanwhile, the purple buff of RRQ will be taken away by Super Ken as he looks to go for a possible flank. Waiting in the bush right now, Rins. No, Nether Realm. Super Ken has it from his ways. Will be going on to Edo, finding one, finding KO! Oh! Super Ken finding a shutdown is key. Walks up, great wild charge. Super Ken able to escape. The vengeance still there from Dyron. Unable to find the stun and the reset. And Bigatron Alpha recover.
Man, back and forth every single time. Both teams unwilling to admit defeat right here. RRQ has the turret advantage, but we already discussed the fact that Bigatron has a lot more ways to try and approach this game. The split push game is still available. The counter engage, we can see that. I think they're definitely going to learn from the previous fight. Look at Rins though. Always so squishy, so vulnerable in this situation. With Super Ken picking up the endless battle on top of the Thunder Belt, that's a lot of burst damage available, and he has pushed up the top lane. The base turret wasn't taken, so in 10 seconds, RRQ most likely will be forced to make a very tough decision. They can't match this push power.
Not stopping anytime soon with the fight, but yeah, Bigatron Alpha, they do have that side lane pressure always ever existent with the idea of Super Ken just being sent up top, and he has that pinch poise to reposition as fast as possible. I mean, that long flank that he was able to create with 2 kills towards Rins and Edok was courtesy of him just running to the jungles of RRQ. So RRQ, they need to be wary of this play coming in from Super Ken. But Bigatron still, they kind of lack damage when just given the control coming in from RRQ, especially Sutsujin. Knowing the fact that Fredrin was the most picked hero last season, this time it just had made its debut this time around, so it had to make its debut for a reason.
With 2 majors, there is a chance that RRQ can use the superior wave clear. But look at this, I think they're ready to let go of 1 turret to try and get a fight, but Bigatron are not biting on it.
They don't care, they have the wave to just do that, so they can continue playing the long game.
Look at the pathing from Skylar, man. He's forced to run through the base, through the safe zones as much as possible. Keep your eyes up on the Edok though. Oh, 1v1.
1v1 against Skylar. He has the top of his waves, will be able to use it. Skylar, can he survive? Good Nether Realm. Super Ken. Can with the pinch point. Skylar with the Lycan Pounce, trying to go for the chase. They bait it out. Another Realm. Yes, just another Realm right now. Dyron poked down. Moreno has his own Nether Realm that he stole away, and Super Ken will be able to get back to a good amount of HP.
Yeah, that Nether Realm, of course, going to be very crucial in the next few seconds, especially this Lord now. Just hold
paid actor
in place. Yeah, it's a paid actor having to skip that barrier from Super Key. So yeah, they extend, and this time RRQ can wait for the timers. And that timer is another realm coming in from Rins. But for Moreno, he also has that Nether Realm of his as well. Again, just blocking the pathway towards the Lord.
You shall not pass. Don't pass. Gandalf King.
And Bigatron can do this indefinitely, man. There is no reason why they can't keep going for it. By all means, though, RRQ can focus more on the clearing and more in dealing with Super Ken, because the Lord right now isn't as easily cleared. And that might be the intention here by sending Dyron top side. Look at the response from the team. Everyone's just playing this so disciplined. They know at this 15-minute mark the death timers are long. Sutsujin, though,
He walks up there, does a bit of damage. I think it was Edok and Rins together too, but so annoying. This Ling always just up top, clearing, shoving, forcing RRQ to be constantly a man down. Round of neutral objectives. Look at up top though, Dyron jumping forward, Finch poise as usual from Ken.
Not only does he's able to create that extra pressure up top and create a segue play, but he's always able to draw Skylar towards him. So that creates a fair bit of 4v4 down bottom. But then again, in talking about mobility, Super Ken is always fast with that Finch poise to reposition and rejoin that fight. So RRQ, a man down means that Bigatron can just corral them into a disadvantaged position.
Actually, he's going to the purple buff. Exactly, go where you think he's gonna be, not where he's going to. Sutsujin reads the purple buff situation. Now RRQ can force a fight.
That's going all alone. Another roam still there for Rins though. Wild charge connecting. It only lands on one. Emma on the back line though, dealing a lot of damage on the timer. Super Loop doing the same as well. Sutsujin might use Directory here, and he gets it. The Retribution used up, but Super Ken, now with the Retri advantage, actually starts up the Lord. They want to go for it. Was that enough for RRQ to win a fight?
The call there from Super Ken, trying to force the Lord there. They go with the exchange.
Sutsujin already very low. Doesn't have the Retribution. That's a good realm there to save them, but it's another realm now responded over with as well. Zaman still on his Zaman force, dashing back and forth. Super Luke taken down. The blood stampede over. Key is next in the chopping block. Super Ken still no purple buff. Retribution up in 8 seconds. They can't go for it. again. The voice canceled out, finding Dyron. But that's about it. That's all he can find. Moreno frozen and taken out. Now it's just Iman, who is there in the bush. Synchro Vision, Zaman force used up, dodging away from the stun, getting the passive, jumping back again! Iman! Winning out in a 2v1 and saving the game perhaps. Oh, Lycan Pounce of Skylar. Great timing on the Lycan Pounce to find it, and now it should be a Lord for RRQ.
The Terminator kneels down to the Crown Prince. Thankfully, RRQ, they still prevailed. Iman posed a huge threat, but this time RRQ, they're on the front foot of this game.
Oh man, it's an insane decision coming in from RRQ. They use the Retribution to deny the purple buff. By doing so, they deny Superken the resources to make the split push play. And then right there, Bigatron understood that, goes for a fight to try and force RRQ to maybe panic on the Lord take, but RRQ don't bite on it. And finally, that team fight advantage we're talking about with 2 mages, 2 AoE sources, paid off. Now with the Lord, in theory, they shouldn't worry about the split push. They should be able to force Bigatron to a 5v5 where they have an advantage. Bigatron are the ones who have to try and play a mind game right here.
Oh, Superken, it's so scary. He has the Finch Voice, but Sutsujin is going towards him.
Yeah, he used the Finch Voice already. Sutsujin actually winning out of the 1v1, forcing the Retribution, and Superken does a bit of damage again. He's actually able to split Siege up. There's a big Lord though in the mid lane, and Superken's gonna be frozen away. Drop back with a final slash and taken out. Great pickoff now, and Superken might have to just recall and join the team. RRQ still using a Cannon in the bottom lane. Superken was not able to fully clear out the waves, and Superken looks for the flank here. The Enhanced Lord is already on the base. 18 minutes in, Superken with the flank right now. Zaman Force gets popped in. The time of the play is used up as another round comes out to save RRQ. Iman jumping back and forth. Skylar losing a lot of HP. Iman finding the window to go for the kill in the midst of that fight.
Iman has always been the foundation to try to hold Bigatron and play Superken, witch hunted by the kingdom. He's gonna be fine. The Finch Voice, always so mobile with it.
An insane play by Iman right there. Barely getting in range for it. Now with a man down, RRQ needs to be very careful here. They need to back away. They should know they don't have enough damage per second. They don't have the marksman that will be hitting so far. Let's look at the items right here before the next train of event starts. Has claws for Superken. He has sustain right here. In a duel against Sutsujin, I don't think it's clear that he's going to be losing. He might be able to come out on top right there with the Malefic Roar as well as the Berserker's Fury. Way too much damage. Same thing can be said for Iman there. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive as well. You're seeing where the damage is coming from, and not a lot of respect defensive items by both Rins and Edok. They're purely relying on Dyron and Sutsujin to try and give them the protection they need. Super Luke though, not mobile.
DPZ. 2 big resources, Flicker and Penalty Zone.
Yeah.
Ken had to retreat.
That's 2 resourceful things that he had to blow away. And yeah, again, connecting toward what you said, Arashi. The fact that Edok is going like a full mage build means that RRQ also have that extra damage that they need, the burst, to just cut down to the players of Bigatron Alpha. But then again, RRQ with the Netherrealm has always been such a menace, such a pesky task for Bigatron Alpha to face. So Moreno can just copy that ultimate and maybe use it for himself. But the timing needs to be right. It has been done, proven time and time again that it could work. But for RRQ to have the front foot with that ultimate usage means they have and they can dictate the tempo when it comes to the team fights coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Yet again, Superken trying to work away with the side lanes. But RRQ has been responding to clearing it very, very fast.
And that's because their jungler, the fact that there's not enough burst damage technically in the hands of Bigatron to really immediately delete Sutsujin. So he can really move forward right here, and with the protection, with the potential to counter-engage and the Netherrealm, they're just doing a good job. They're setting up a net right here to trap Superken. They might close in on him.
Uh-oh, Superken again on the blacklist of the players of RRQ. He's gonna run away, parkour!
Oh! The purple buff though is gonna be up in a bit. Bigatron have already done
the Lord!
Half of the HP over to the Lord. Now it comes down to the Retribution. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna walk charge over. Steals it away! Rins gets rid of Superken and Dyron! Finds a massive final slash. Luke jumps over the penalties on Moreno, all by isolated key. Red out on that bush, now loses his immortality. as Luke is actually able to dish out some damage over to Adolf, but he's only just a roamer right now. Zaman is left to defend all alone. Does he have Zaman for it? Does he have enough resources? No, he does not. RRQ Hoshi equalize, and we will get game number 3 under our belt.
The Kingdom continue their rebuild with one of their prodigies in the front foot, Edok, with the seal and the closure coming in. They come charging, and the red robots, they need to reset.
What in the world is going on? We were anticipating the normal intense matches we've seen in the season so far, from last season even. But Kensu has brought out the rabbit from the hat, the Rome Aurora, and it has paid off. It won against Bigatron.
The fact it was able to steal a Lord, and always, time and time again, zone out the players of Bigatron Alpha and chunk them down with the damage given by the Aurora is so insane from RRQ. And knee strategy yet able to hand them the win that they much needed.
Aurora Rome. And the utility jungle for Sutsujin. And it works out for RRQ Hoshi here. Kescue, they're playing a dangerous game, man.
Giga Brain.
Last time we saw a risky pick not work out for RRQ. Coach went missing.
Yeah.
Yikes.
High risk, high reward. It definitely was a reward though. It was that close, man. It's so close that the Rome was the one who took it. Man, so many crazy happenings, man. The macro from both teams in this game. I feel like, honestly, there were some moments here where Bigatron maybe got a bit overzealous, was showboating a bit, and then it became difficult, right? I think it's a fair point to make that there were some recalls. There were some moments where Morena was trying to, flash some skill, some style points, and it made them lose a bit of an advantage, and that was enough for RRQ to take it all the way to the end right there for game number 2. The adjustment to the split push, the adjustment to the team fights from both teams. I haven't seen a game this close, this intense in a long, long time, man. At any moment, it seemed like that game could have exploded into action and just ended right there and then.
Yeah, that's cute. 200 IQ draft again and again. Like you said, playing with a dangerous game, playing with fire. Basically, that was so scary. The fact that the Aurora was squishy to be punished. It was, a lot of people were afraid that the Aurora couldn't really exert the damage needed, but then again, went for a full build, damage, full mage build, and was able to steal the Lord, was able to chunk down the players of Bigatron Alpha. Insane. Aurora Rome is going to be the next big thing, I guess.
If we see that in ranked, lu bukan Idok. You're not Idok.
Lu bukan Idok.
Okay?
Idok, please.
Calm down.
Please.
Calm down. Please don't just use it yet. Don't use it yet. Try it first, maybe in classic games. Don't ease your way to the Aurora. Don't just pick it up, please.
Yeah.
Right.
Amen.
I wonder if this sets a precedent. For the way the meta works, Rome or a mage roamer, that can't work. It stays that way until one day something happens in a tournament and everyone's like, hey, wait a minute, and then there's a shift. I wonder if this is, if you're looking at the flashpoint, right? The moment here where these mages can make their way into the roaming position. Because back then, remember, there were times where Yves was used in the roaming position too, Valir even on occasion, but it's all very situational. And this didn't look like one of those situational games, especially against a Ling. The Ling that has been banned away, that has been so important, so feared in the hands of Super Ken, arguably one of the best, if not the best junglers in Indonesia. And he just brought out the Aurora Rome like it's normal.
Technically, it's Ube, right? The way that they're playing, they're just like constantly together, playing to fight, playing to just outnumber their opponents and then out-sustain and then winning in the team fights, the skirmishes.
To be honest, it kind of gives me shades of Brian. With the Valentina roll. I remember that. But it doesn't have that much damage compared to Aurora because this, I think this time around,
was real.
Yeah, the burst was real, the lockdown was real. Idok was going for a full damage build and not even a Thunderbolt was able to kind of relinquish that damage potential.
And it's the damage, it's the crowd control as well.
Yeah.
At every single moment, now instead of just worrying about the Fredrin, Supercat has to think about, okay, when is that the glacier gonna come out? And when he's thinking about all that, the Faramis can pull him around. There's just so many things. They're overwhelming him with things to be concerned about, and that's how they're able to shut him down. Usually we see targeted crowd control, 1 or 2, like a suppression to shut an assassin. But for Cascute, we just use quantity over quality, and that will do, man.
Yeah.
And man, Fredrin coming back, Mirko, how do you feel about this? We've always said like, oh, good riddance, Fredrin. We don't want to see him anymore. But now
he's back.
Oh boy.
As long as it's not in the XP,
it's fine.
I'll accept it.
Yeah.
If we start bringing him in XP again, Moonton, get rid of the hero. It's been OP for too long, bro.
Yeah,
XP.
I mean, Fredrin was the most picked hero last season in MPL ID Season 13.
You mean back to back to back to back, almost every season, every World Championship, right?
4 seasons.
Yeah, it's been there for...
I think it's 3 seasons.
Dude, M4, it was first pick all around. Season 11, it was first pick all around. Season 10, it was still flex to XP and jungle. And then we saw it still last season, and then 13 and 12. It's ridiculous.
It's too long.
Stop.
Too long.
Get some help. Fredrin users. I'm also a Fredrin user.
Are you implying that? No, I'm kidding.
I need to get some help.
Yeah.
Well, I had help.
Bigatron needs help as well.
Yeah.
Because the CC layer was hard to face against. I mean, they were trying to create a segue play in the side lanes by Super Ken, but RRQ still, they forced the fight and Bigatron just fall to the trap. I mean, it was hard for them to kind of get out of that.
I want to highlight that again later on in the highlights because the way they dealt with the split push was amazing, man. We don't know where Super Ken is going to be.
Purple buff.
The purple buff. Where is he going to be? And Sutsujin was the one that walked over there first. I got to say, if that was his decision, his judgment mid-game, mid a game that intense, you got to give props to the man, dude.
Yeah.
That guy is a thinker.
Yeah.
I hope we get the golden moment on that moment, right? Because it isn't a big moment, it isn't like a big clash, but just the read alone.
The
If he
details.
made that call,
that was a crucial moment though.
BRUH, bruh. That's crazy.
Sutsujin and his comeback arc.
You know, you even saying that, oh, he retreat, right? That usually is the last thing you want to do when you have the Lord in the picture. But he says, no, we can deal with the Lord fight. We just can't deal with the split push. So he retreats the purple buff away.
The gamble paid off.
Yeah. It's like,
man.
It's like playing a Russian roulette. I mean,
Edok was able to get that one, right?
Yeah. So basically, they forced, Super Ken forced that Lord after the retreat came out for the purple buff, and then Super Ken's like, screw it, we ball. And then they ball to the Lord, but then Edok was like, haha.
Yeah, it was a forced error because if Sutsujin didn't go for the retreat, let's say if Super Ken retreat, then that will be the same from Sutsujin. They'll be like, all right, no retreat.
Yeah.
I'm a Fredrin. I have an advantage here when it comes to just,
Yeah.
the stab into the retreat.
I wonder, right, if...
And the team fight.
For Bigatron, if they kind of have second thoughts about letting the game go that far, that far out when they have a Harriet in the gold lane. It's a lot of damage. We saw the damage potential. 3-shotting the backline members, ridiculous.
Yeah.
But against the Fredrin in particular, you see that Sutsujin was like relatively beefy or like, sustainable against that Harriet, in a way that I don't think he'll be able to do so against something like a normal marksman that can just shred down with multiple basic attacks. So I wonder if they're second thinking that decision, to try and get some more damage instead of going for this very effective, very burst heavy style, but their real DPS is actually the Ling, who also has to do a lot of other things in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, for Iman as well, it was kind of... It looks like that he was going to be the last backbone of Bigatron Alpha. Looked like he was there to be the saving grace. I mean, the Harriet late game, it was insane. Epav and Zaman Force, bringing around a 1v2 separately multiple times against Edok, against Skylar. But yeah, you can take so much as a marksman, as a Harriet. Because when 4 people gang up on you, what do? You surrender.
Try to escape, man. You try. You still have to try till you're dying.
I don't want to try. It's so hard.
Failure is when you give up.
Yeah.
What's the slogan for the Kadita skin, the Independence Day skin?
Pantang mundur.
Pantang mundur, bro. You can't give up. Pantang mundur, man.
7 Cs. Something like that, like Kadita's line, right?
Yeah.
In that game?
The
7 Cs are my domain, or something like that.
The Southern Seas.
No, we're talking about the Independence Day
the
event.
7 Cs?
Southern Seas.
Southern Seas?
The Southern Seas are my domain.
Damn, she's just
because
she's just a conqueror of the Southern Seas.
Yeah, because
there's lore behind it.
No, yeah, that's the lore behind
it. That's Indonesia lore.
Mythologically, it's
Nero Rokido.
Yeah, That
Kaido. Now, if I told Naisu to read that out, he'd probably say, Kaido. Shout out, Joseph.
Now I'm nervous for the final game because if you notice, right, win or lose, whatever's going on, for both teams, you don't see a lot of hesitation.
Yeah.
Even when it results, like in game number 1 for RRQ, no hesitation and they got wiped.
Yeah.
Right? But there's never a hesitating moment. That means that game 3 can either go really fast or really slow, but realize we have a bit of an interview.
Yeah, we will throw it back to BTM for an interview. Upstage.
Begitu ramai karena ini pertarungan kita akan memasuki game yang ketiga. Kingdom! Biga Troopers! Oke, Bude bakal bikin kalian berteriak karena di tengah-tengah Bude sudah ada talent dan juga brand ambassador dari kedua tim. Wow, ramai banget ya. Halo Anin, sama siapa aja nih?
Hai, aku lagi sama BA Bigatron nih. Ada Citra, ada Nadine, ada sama Rachel juga.
Aduh Anin, gimana ngeliat tadi Bigatron?
Keren.
Keren.
Iya, pokoknya tetap semangat terus sampai nanti bisa menang ya.
Aduh, amin ya. Amin yang terbaik pastinya. Kalau di sebelah Bude ada Waifu. Halo, gimana nih? Untuk dukungan RRQ ada siapa aja di sini?
Di sini aku sama talent sama BA dari RRQ juga, ada Shalma, ada Diva dan ada Talia.
Rame ya. Gimana ngeliat RRQ tadi?
Tadi bagus banget, mainnya rapih dan sabar. Keren.
Keren, semuanya keren. Dan mengharapkan pasti yang terbaik juga ya untuk game ketiga ini. Namun kita ngeliat battle dari kedua tim itu juga seru banget. Namun Bude juga kepengen ngebattlein para talent dan BA di sini sih. Setuju gak sih?
Setuju.
Pada langsung senyum-senyum nih. Tenang, battle-nya gak akan kasar atau apa kok ya guys. Tenang, Bude masih baik nih di sini. Battle-nya adalah kalian memuji. Silahkan puji lawan kalian. Kita mulai ya. Oke, siap? Siap kan? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Udah siap semua. Silahkan mulai dari Bigatron dulu.
Oke. Aku mau puji Kingdom. Keren banget ya hari ini bisa sold outin tiket MPL karena nggak kebagian Bigatropers-nya ya.
Wow, serame itu Kingdom ternyata. Silahkan dibalas nih.
Bigatron sekarang keren banget, udah gak jadi kelinci percobaan RRQ lagi ya.
Wow, 3 kali menang kemarin. Oke, dibalas lagi dong.
Wih, Bigatron keren banget nih.
Iya keren.
Wih, Bigatron. Wih, RRQ keren banget nih. Contohnya bisa satu sama.
Woohoo! Mulai membalas ya. Apakah akan menjadi pembalasan dendam sekarang? Silakan Coma.
Tadi robot-robotnya dari BTR itu keren banget, mainnya rapi. Iya, robot-robot kan, player-player maksudnya gitu.
Para robot yang rapi, silahkan lagi nih.
Wih, RRQ keren banget, jago-jago, soalnya BA-nya cantik-cantik.
Idih! Aduh, si cantik yuk.
BTR, aku mau makasih aja. Kita dapetin coach bagus dari Bigatron.
Terima kasih Bigatron coachnya. Oke.
RRQ jersey-nya keren, sponsornya banyak.
Waduh, keren.
Bigatron panas banget. Bigatron panas banget soalnya jersey-nya warnanya merah menyala banget gitu. Panas banget.
Keren-keren ya. Tetap keduanya ini battle saya memuji karena kita memang di musim ini kita menjadi satu, saling mendukung untuk bisa kembali naik. Tapi yang mau naik panggung juga kedua tim ini, mereka udah sama-sama saling memuji, udah saling bombong-bombongin. Tapi yang ada mau dibombong-bombongin juga nih. RRQ butuh semangat kalian. Coba dong semangatin RRQ untuk game ketiga kali ini.
Semangat buat tim RRQ, semoga bisa dapat 2-1.
Semoga dapat. Ada yang spesial nggak sih? Ada yang spesial nggak sih?
Semangat Skylar.
Jangan kayak gitu. Icikiwin. Oke. Kalau dari Bigatron, ayo. BTR7, let's go buat Bigatron nih.
2, 3. Bigatron semangat! Jangan lupa doa ya.
Yay! Dan pastinya kalau udah ngeliat kayak gini, yang di meja pada semangat kan? Silahkan, caster tunjukkan semangatmu.
Thank you, BCM, as well as the talents from both teams, RRQ and Megatron Alpha. I mean, they have the talents, trying to support them. Where are you, Miracle? Why are you standing up there? And you too, Arashi.
Well, might as well all be there. We're wearing the red here anyways.
Oh man.
And yeah, they are preparing for game number 3. It goes down to the wire, but so far, it means we are all playing the 3 games required to get a winner for RRQ. I mean, Kescute, yeah, playing a dangerous game, crafting, brewing something that was looking skeptical. I feel like the Fredrin underpicked so far this season, and then you went and he went and gone with the Aurora Roam, but it proved to be the ultimate weapon for RRQ.
Oh man, I think you can feel the tension kind of rising right here. Now it's really on, right? Earlier, you know, if you lose one, there's still a chance. But now it's really down to the wire. It's actually do or die. So, like I said earlier before the break, I really feel like both teams don't have a lot of miscommunication. They have good synergy, and they just listen to the calls and go in, and they trust their teammates, which means either it's going to be a massive stomp or it's going to be a really late game kind of play. I feel like that's the only way this can go. Even in game number 1, where it's kind of in between, it was kind of static, right?
Yeah.
Until it wasn't, and then it just boom, 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 end game.
Boom, boom, boom.
I
agree.
agree.
That's exactly what happened there.
I know exactly what you're trying to sing there, realize.
Boom, boom,
boom, boom.
I won.
You're in my room.
I won an exciting game.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
What do you want in your room?
I won
Campina.
Campina. Yeah.
In your room?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm all for ice cream. I love Campina, but don't eat in your room, man. That's dirty.
I have a kitchen in my room.
What the heck?
Oh, it's a studio apartment. So technically it is, yeah.
Technically.
I got you. I understand. I got you, brother.
Yeah, don't eat ice cream in your bed.
On your bed. I mean, if you eat in your bed, I don't know how.
On your bed, I mean. In your bedroom.
I have a desk in my room. I eat there. I don't eat ice cream in the bed. That's crazy.
That's crazy. But what
It's
is
too
more
risky.
crazier was that game. Game number 2, I did not expect it to go the way it did.
Same.
Considering all the factors that was put into play. And of course, Mr. Eman, the Terminator, for Bigatron Alpha. He hasn't lost his magical touch, has he, Miracle? He's been playing phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it's Eman, bro. Come on, you know? It's Eman. He's really good. And obviously, Skylar. Really good too here, man. So tough. Because I was always a big fan of Skylar. Always a big fan of Eman. Always a big fan of Tyron.
I would argue.
And Kescute and NMM.
NMM.
And Hazel.
And Hazel.
And everyone from Bigatron, including the ex-players.
Literally everyone. Okay, boy.
Gotta show peace and love for everyone. And I'd argue
what is that?
That this match kinda, you know, encounters both, I'd say top 2 marksmen in Indonesia.
Oh, top 2 marksmen in Indonesia
Skylar and
clashing in this match.
Are we gonna snub CW again? Are we gonna snub Balwinata again?
I put him number 3.
You put him number 3?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What does a man have to do to get and realize his good graces, man?
I mean, everyone's good graces. Man hasn't won first team gold lane in what seems like to be years at this point, not even seasons.
That's true.
Oh, he snubbed this guy.
But yeah, I think CW...
And he's bald now because of all the stress.
Yeah, CW does deserve better places and rankings. But yeah, it's all just statistics because he has proven time and time again to be able to win the trophies. But now, the road to the trophy starts here as well. The drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series. This time around, they will ban out the Kufra Ruby again. No respect for the Ling. The second time, will they pick it up for Super Ken? They will.
They respect the Valentina, actually. Because of that, hang on a minute. Something has slipped through here because the Sushin moved over. Yeah, they left the Luoyi. Oh, they left the Luoyi. Okay.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
It's gonna be Edith pick first for RRQ though, a bit more flexible than the Luoyi. They're gonna pick it maybe here or maybe in the third phase. If they really want to match global presence, the Logi can be an answer. But you're kind of concerned about the linked threat to the backline, right? It's just not as simple as it sounds. Zask. Survivable.
Yeah. I mean, for Ling, at least this time around, there's someone that could really point-click see him, like an Edith. I mean, an extra backline access would really prove to be quite good for Bigatron Alpha, I feel like now. Ki and Iman, or rather for the 2 picks.
They left the Aurora open though, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Aurora has been a solid response to the Zask.
He's very strong as well in lane for most of the mid laners and roamers that have been playing it so far today.
Well, does RRQ have a hidden counter if they go pick the Aurora? That's where your mind starts wandering off to. The Zask already picked up. Do they want to still go for a first attempt? It's still going to be the Harith. And it's going to be the Arlo taken away from the side of RRQ. I think it was very critical in actually securing some of those team fights for the side of RRQ. Now with the Edith kind of short range, kind of shorter on the range, you're going to have to try and find something else that can be used to the same effect, to the same kind of engage. Because otherwise, it's a bit like game number 1 where they want to try and get a fight, but they just aren't allowed to.
RRQ. Hayabusa, there you go.
Oh, no
An
more
assassin
Frederick.
battle. No utilities, no tanks,
Yikes.
only assassins. Assassin battle in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the jungle. Okay.
Welcome to the jungle. Alright, so for RRQ, what do they get rid of now that they have already picked the Haya, Zask, and the Edith?
The Kufa is already banned by Bigatron, and that usually we've seen being picked against both the Hayabusa and the Ling. I think for Bigatron, I think that they haven't really shown anything too crazy. I think RRQ are the ones that might come up with an unorthodox solution towards these assassins. For Bigatron, they might still be looking at the traditional counters, suppressions, Way of the Dragons, and the like. I mean, they have the skill pool to pull some of those heroes off.
Yeah. And there goes the Aurora being banned out for RRQ. They kind of respect the strength that this hero kind of has to lock down the burst damage. Want to give it free for Bigatron Alpha, and that was also a good response towards the Zask. The Moskov now being taken out of the fray for Skylar, as well as the Angela. Angela, interesting ban right there, Arashi.
We haven't seen it in a long, long time, but can he come up with the Ling? So it is a threat. I personally loathe it the most whenever I see an Angela combo with a Hylos, by the way, and that is still open. Wonder if either team has plans on picking it up for themselves.
The Moskov ban here. I feel like they can just go for the Roger ban too, right? Kind of force Skylar into a role that he's not comfortable, or not comfortable isn't the word, but more of a winning matchup. Because the Roger versus the Herod, though Herod obviously has the advantage, you can still make a lot of plays. Jawhead!
Oh,
making its debut, RRQ!
I've been waiting for this for so long! Ever since they changed the missiles now, it adds a focusing mark-like effect. It increases damage to the target up to, I believe, about 6%, 6 to 10%. I'll confirm right after this, but I've been waiting for this hero to make an appearance, and now if Bigatron wants to try and contest with an aggressive roamer, let's say use the Arl as a roamer, it won't be as simple. And there is a possibility to use this Jawhead with a Seasoned Hunter, and you can very easily steal camps away from your opposing team's jungler. If it's used in that way, then Cascade is really just bringing up all the weird metas he can think of.
Oh, Tigreal.
Oh, Tigreal.
And the
Paramus. Gives them an extra life to try to get it the second time, because you would argue that RRQ also has the kill potential with the Hayabusa and the Jawhead. Jawhead does give that extra lockdown, so Edith Jawhead can really catch this Ling in place. So the Paramus for that extra cover would provide Bigatron Alpha for an extra life for them to re-engage. Now last pick for RRQ. Hoshi, what would it be?
Comes to the last pick right here. I think they're pretty set on durability and technically in damage output as well. Gonna bring out the Claude signature choice. Skylar's Claude. has been very reliable. And against the Netherrealm, if you do enough damage, if you get ahead enough, you can completely negate that Netherrealm and in fact use it as a form of crowd control. Because once you have your Netherrealm HP depleted, you're kind of stuck there for a while in animation. It all depends on how the early game goes right here, man. There needs to be a plan, like a cheese of some sort, to really get the edge, get the ball rolling for that snowball.
Yeah, now the draft index here, quite frankly, sides towards Bigatron Alpha for the early to mid-game potential. Because yeah, I mean, for pickoffs, composition, Bigatron Alpha does have that advantage in the first few minutes. But come the late game, can they weather the storm now? Land of Dawn will be the witness of whether the kingdom fall or stand and continue its rebuild. Game number 3, the Bigatron Alpha against RRQ Hoshi.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome
RRQ
to
equalizing
Mobile
earlier
Legends.
1-1, and now it is the decider back. Basically a best of 1. Sutsujin on the Haya, this time no longer the Fridgen, up against the Ling on Ken.
Assassin against Assassin. Now, of course, the Jawhead roam. Talk to us about this, Arashi. How is it going to operate and function?
Well, first of all, you're seeing Edok already helping out with the clearing in the jungle. Those missiles do a lot of damage when there aren't a lot of different targets nearby. And the new passive of Jawhead, the Mecha Suppression, every time you deal damage to your opponent. Hang on a minute, Dyron.
First shatter down, those Super Luke gonna be rotating over as well. Good stun and a vengeance there. Reset it so many times. Luke recalling still feeling confident.
Fortunately for him, it's gonna be a very decisive play coming in from Bigatron. But again, every time you inflict damage on someone, you get Mecha Suppression for 3 seconds up to 6 stacks, and each stack increases all damages to the target by 2%, so 12%. But look at that.
Oh, Moreno goes for the Purifier earlier. The Juriken Moreno, 1 HP! Friends with a flicker forward, finding the zap down, and Edok ejecting him out to safety. Ken's still gonna go for it. I don't think he should, and he does decide to back away. Now onto Edok he goes.
Flicker.
Man, they're forced to use all these flickers defensively here, RRQ. It's not the way they want the game to go. But for now, you have to take a look at the difference here for Super Ken and Sutsujin. Still level 4, but look at this play in the bottom side.
Eman jumping in as well, now at the top of the blade, Super Ken picking up all the blades, and Eman tanking it up, so he's still very, very healthy. Can go for the orange buff again, and then maybe set up for the turtle instantly.
It's just a difference in the mobility, man. Again and again, this Ling is so dangerous because of this. The Hayabusa has a bit more quote-unquote outplay potential, more ways to kind of approach a fight. When it comes down to maneuvering around the map, it's just king right now. Look at the toss though.
Great Ejector Rin still not going to go for the Bounder's Descent just yet. The Nightmare Spawn is slowly but surely poking down at Key's HP, and Moreno will be able to clear it out as RRQ hold the turtle. Super Ken still on the orange buff, now making his way into the purple buff. Super Luke there, not able to go for it. Final Snash used up. Luke deciding to go in, now calling the onward. A bit of miscom perhaps. Netherrealm though still there to provide some safety. Key rotating over, Dominator's Descent! Luke taken down.
Great sequence of events. The Dominator's Descent for the extra crowd control. Now Edok though imploded.
The Super Ken rotating forward as well. That's unstoppable force and the blades to pick it up. Equalizing in kills, picking up the blade. Sutsujin gonna wait up a bit. Moreno, no Netherrealm this time around, pops in a Purify to get those stacks away so that Shadow Kill can't follow him all the way, and he decides to back away so Sutsujin doesn't go for the commit.
They're forcing the issue, but again, they had to expand two ultimates to kill Edok. Only the Roamer this time, Key under pressure.
Shadow Kill was used up. He still has the Quad Shadow, jumps in. Good maneuvers by Sutsujin, catching Key off guard.
Clean. Happy feet on all the 4 shadows. But for Bigatron, they have the access to this insane chain CC lock situation. You saw it earlier, there's just a lot of airtime available for them if they really go into a big fight. So it seems like now RRQ are the ones who want to avoid that kind of big fight as Edok goes in and ejects.
Look at that damage placed down. Iman still holding on to the Purifier. Wow, all right. Patience from Iman. Very calculative.
It's a problem with the Jawhead. The fact that you have a lockdown and a defensive route to escape for your teammates, and then stacked up on a damage that is quite bursty as well. And the first stages of the game means that RRQ, they have that flexibility in terms of of skirmishes and also dives. And they will rely on this jawhead quite a few times. And here we go, Super Ken!
Or Shatter onward! Dyron and Sutsujin again just reading the maneuvers, waiting for the purple buff to spawn and now taking it away. Luke with the final slash. We get Dyron back, but the Shatter still connects out of two.
Implosion.
Despite that, Dominator's Descent though coming down as well. Dyron able to flick around. That's amazing. What happened, Key? Find the kill. Bring in Edok back, Rins. The Dominator's Descent already expiring now, and they're going to go for the Shadow Stampede. Rins brought back in mind with a Synchro Fission. And Bigatron actually winning out in the end. Sutsujin jumping with the Quad Shadow, back and forth now. The stun, the shove. The Vengeance reset. Sutsujin has to give this away. And it will be a trade in the end. Ken picks up the turtle for RRQ's purple steel.
Purple buff for the turtle. I feel like Bigatron will take that. But you can see Super Ken trying to find something. Go to the Heavens of Blades. But can Ida find him? Oof. Won't be able to just yet. Thunderbelt for Dyron will give him a bit more burst damage. Look at the shadowing though by Edok to try and stop Moreno.
So far, it's been pretty intense. The exchanges happening left and right. RRQ showing how much of a threat they can pose against Bigatron Alpha. Meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha with the responses has been quite aggressive as well. Not shy away of popping the ultimate needed. Key with the implosion. And Luke rotating to help. Equipments though coming in. Berserker's Fury completed for Super Ken.
Dreadnought armor for Super Luke there. Looking out for that extra damage coming in from Sutsujin and Edok. As far as but for Dyron in the Primal Wrath, I think he does magical damage as well. This Starlium and Feather Heaven already completed for Iman, so very respectable amounts of damage. Whereas for Skylar, needs to wait a bit longer, man. Even with 2 items, he still does an okay amount of damage, but you know, it's just not the same kind of power spike that you really need to have a way to throw around in the middle of a big team fight.
Thunderbelt again, I feel like for Super Ken. Itemizing towards it, so far needs that extra HP. As well as that slow, that damage needed. now for RRQ. Oh, focusing the control towards bottom side. Here we go. 1v1. Jungler. Please, please, please.
Jin knows better than to take this for now. Still needs to wait for some of those stacks, you know? Goes with the Quad Shadow though up top, and he will be able to match that. Ken still with the same build. Thunderbelt down below. Iman walking up to Skylar.
Oh,
up top has the BMI up top. It's a 1v1, no? Just a bit of a cut. Iman actually going to be able to take the turret down below, but he has to be careful. He's right there, blazing away, used up. Oh, he's going to be waiting in the BMI right there. So this is going to expire very, very soon. Edok jumping with unstoppable force. Skylar's going to be caught by Moreno. Skylar was zoned away completely. Key still getting the Nether Realm HP. Have so many ways to actually tackle this fight. Super Luke jumping into the midst of it all. Into Edok finding the final stack from Diamond back at the Stampede as well. The Dominators descend. They were able to out-sustain it. Meanwhile, Ken 1v1ing getting the kill on the Sutsujin. They wipe RRQ Hoshi out in the 7th minute.
The kingdom tarnishes. And Bigatron Alpha, they take charge of the kingdom. And the moment we get a 1v1 assassin in the jungle, we don't see the replay, we don't see the camera.
That was so intelligent, man. You see the way that they used the BMI against Skylar?
Just went straight and waited for him. Made sure that his escape routes are cut off. It's a great play from both teams. I think RRQ are also trying to bait Eman to try and commit there. But unfortunately, the response from the team is a bit too fast. It's been a slow grind the whole time, the whole early 5 minutes. But now with that sequence of events, a full-on wipeout and several turrets falling, Bigatron now has the clear control over the game. RRQ are the ones who have to be a bit more careful. Because for the longest time, with the turrets available, it's all about the pickoffs. It's all about the bush maneuvers. But now Bigatron has more space to try and work with.
I've never seen Skylar fully shut down on a Claude.
Yeah.
Definitely feels a bit eerie, to say the least, but that was what Bigatron were aiming to do in the draft, right? Moskov and the Roger, the two heroes that actually can go up against the Harith, and now we have the item check.
Piercer for
Sutsujin. Force back, he might be looking for it. Ejector. Oh, onward. Super again. He still has the implosion. Binding two. Now Super Ken going to be rotating over now. Zaman Force placed down. 2 members taken out. Where did that Dominator's Descent go?
Got immediately deleted. That's the weakness of the Dominator's Descent. And Sutsujin is still very much in danger, trying to make plays happen right here. But Bigatron, every single time Dyron is trying to make a play happen, he just gets outmatched and caught out by something. Either the final slash or the pullback from the Paramis, Darwin is trying to use the Primal Wrath to just elevate his damage, his presence in the team fight, but he's just completely denied of doing so every single time.
Yeah, these are deep waters now for RRQ. The fact that Skylar is also struggling with this Claude, just being zoned out by the players of Bigatron Alpha. They have so much control. This time around, sieging the tier 2 turret towards the kingdom of RRQ. They're looking for a pick. Edok disrespected. This Jawhead was a menace in the early game. Now they don't care about the ejector. They don't care about being caught upon and tossed behind Bigatron Alpha. They want to end this right here, right now.
I think it's a great decision for Bigatron to kind of play it slow, to try and match and just shadow the movements of RRQ in the early game, knowing that that is where RRQ are the scariest, are the strongest, when they have all this burst damage and take up potential and extra survivability with the Zask. Now that we've reached like the mid game with some items, some power spikes, this is where Bigatron can use that Netherrealm, that implosion, and you're seeing every single time RRQ try and go for a fight, they're just not strong enough. They're losing out in damage output due to the same factors of the Zask being sustainable. You see the dominant percent immediately is deleted.
Yeah, game fact by GoPay. The new application. This marks Jawhead's debut in MPL ID Season 14 after last being used by Key in MPL ID Season 11 when Bigatron lost to Ultra Ego. I mean, wow. So poetic using it against Key, who's playing right here, right now.
The he still has another new hero, by the way, in his 4th game. Yeah, he's played a new hero every game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess the Tigreal is a hero in his repertoire.
That's true.
With the orange buff taken away by Super Ken, though, you can see RRQ confused on what to do right here. Trying to find baits, trying to find engages, but either on the Jawhead just isn't tanky enough as of right now. He has the Dominance Ice, but that's about it. There's just way too much damage, especially coming in from Eman.
Oh, look at Key. Conceal just zone them away right now. Holy defense already used up. Top, so it's Jin dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, and RRQ can go for the final slash. Edok force a flicker around. Super Ken jumping in. Okay! With an implosion to the midst of it all. Skylar with a blazing duet. That's all he can do under the fountain. The shadow kill used up, but it just tickles the robots. Sutsujin, Dyron, and Skylar unable to defend. Bigatron Alpha keeps the record against RRQ perfect since Season 12.
Oh man. Unfortunate day for the Kingdom. It was going so well, but the experience of the robots shows once more. They took full control, and every single time they have not let RRQ get anything in this game. Every single trade, every single objective was answered almost immediately.
Again, the machines rage against the dying of the Kingdom. In the Kingdom they fall. This time around, the man on your screen, Super Ken. Those assassin junglers that they picked up. But the Ling was way too strong. But it was a team effort coming in from Bigatron Alpha. So beautiful in that last execution that they did. The implosion by Key. The captain leading the charge towards the conquest against the Kingdom. And the Crown Prince left alone to watch the crystal fall. It feels so strange, it feels so weird to see Skylar not being able to comfortably play his staple hero. The Claude, having died twice with the Claude, being caught upon multiple times down bottom with the BMI still even. Bigatron Alpha are able to punish them. And now Bigatron Super Era 2.0 continues their dominance with a 4-match win streak against RRQ.
Win streak against RRQ is definitely a great moment for Bigatron to know that they still got it, that they're still a legitimate threat in MPL ID, and RRQ will be forced to accept defeat, to accept that they are still rebuilding and they cannot match to the complete construction of Bigatron Alpha.
Rome wasn't built in a day. It'll take them quite some time to regain that prosperity once more. But for the machines, they don't stop. They're there to just run rampant and pulverize the Kingdom. But to go to the stage we will, as we'll take a look with Budik Lara Mongstar for an interview.
Dan Bigatron Alpha! Mereka mendominasi menghancurkan kerajaan. Temboknya diruntuhkan kembali 4 kali berturut-turut.
Wow.
Ada apa di Bigetron sehingga tak bisa dikalahkan oleh tim RRQ? Ada apa? Ki?
Hoki.
Tiga kali. Hoki. Oke, kalau ngomong tentang hoki, kehokian kalian sebesar itu kah? Gimana menciptakan kehokian sih untuk tim Bigetron?
Berdoa.
Wow. Oh iya, tadi para talent juga mengingatkan untuk selalu berdoa.
Iya.
Pada saat berdoa boleh tahu nggak, Ki mintanya apa?
Minta mau menang.
Simple aja ya?
Enggak, main bagus aja buat hari ini.
Oke, diberikan permainan yang bagus.
Ya.
Udah, gitu aja.
Ya, dan semoga dilancarkan.
Semoga dilancarkan. Dan menurut kalian tadi lancar nggak dengan 2-1 ini?
Kurang lancar sih, karena game 2 kita kalah, harusnya kita bisa lebih rapi lagi. Tadi bisa menang game 2.
Game 2, apa tuh permasalahannya berarti?
Mistake dikit aja, kurang disiplin, biasa.
Biasa.
Anak muda.
Anak muda. Tapi anak muda ini kalian melawan mantan coach kalian. RRQ sudah memiliki mungkin coach yang bisa memberi sebuah informasi penting tentang kalian atau sesuatu hal. Apakah kalian mengganti permainan kalian atau mengganti gameplay kalian karena adanya mantan coach kalian di RRQ? Ada nggak?
Mau gue yang jawab terus nih?
Boleh.
Sebenarnya nggak ngerubah jauh banget, soalnya kan kita punya playstyle sendiri kan. Terus masuknya Luke ya paling kita ada adaptasi playstyle dari dia juga. Ya kalau coach Kescute tahu, ya dia banyak tahu sih hero-hero kita. Terus tadi banyak di band-bandin juga kan hero-hero kita.
Tapi itu bukan jawaban sepertinya.
Bukan kayaknya, karena kita menang.
Oke. Mungkin apa yang bisa didiskusikan nih?
Apa pertanyaannya Bude?
Apa yang bisa didiskusikan tentang permainan? Kalian mungkin tadi dengan match up tadi.
Diskusiin materi sih.
Materinya?
Iya.
Sama kan kemarin mereka ada match juga kan lawan EVOS. Jadi kayak kita nonton, review, bahas game ya. Kita diskusiin buat besok planningnya mau ngapain gitu.
Jadi memang kalian sudah juga mempersiapkan, ada nggak yang spesial gitu kemarin semangat untuk hari ini?
Ini Moreno khusus.
Moreno, benar-benar Moreno khusus. Moreno hari ini, Bude mau tanya, kamu harus kasih tahu apa yang kamu punya dan mungkin lawanmu nggak punya.
Yang saya punya apa ya? Aduh.
Aduh.
Kasih mewing Mor. Ya apa ya? Apaan sih? Mewing. Pertanyaan apa?
Apa yang Moreno punya sampai lawanmu tuh sekarang nggak bisa ngalahin kamu loh, RRQ loh.
Kayaknya aku punya recall lebih banyak daripada mereka.
Jempolmu pegel nggak tadi?
Pegel banget sebenarnya. 3 game soalnya.
3 game soalnya.
Iya.
Pegel nge-recall apa pegel bermain kamu?
Pegel nge-recall. Soalnya mereka recall juga.
Recall dibalas recall. Oke. Ini ramai juga karena kali ini Bude ngeliat banyak banget Aurora hari ini sepertinya ya. Lagi ramai banget Aurora. Bagaimana sih dari Moreno ngeliat Aurora yang dipakai?
Aurora siapa tadi?
2 kali tadi.
2 kali.
2 kali. Gak lihat?
Oh, Roma memitnya.
Iya.
Jago sih, jago dua-duanya. Jago. Berarti mereka powernya di Aurora bisa di flex.
Bisa di flex.
Iya.
Dan tadi pun ada Jawhead yang muncul Ki.
Nice.
Terakhir kamu yang pakai di season 11 dan kali ini muncul. Bagaimana kamu melihat Jawhead potensinya mungkin dan idoknya pula?
Ya jago sih tadi dia main Jawhead, cuman kayaknya kalau gameplay Jawhead harusnya aku tahu kan, soalnya aku main Jawhead juga kan. Jadi ya buat hero Jawhead bagus, bisa kepake kok nanti buat nextnya.
Season ini Jawhead bisa populer?
Bisa.
Bisa. Dan di sini juga banyak support system yang hadir. Super Ken, keluarga hadir semua ke sini. Dan Super Ken, gimana sih kamu untuk memotivasi dirimu sendiri untuk season 14 ini? Karena season lalu bagus banget. Tapi bagaimana untuk memotivasi lebih nih untuk Super Ken dan juga Bigetron?
lebih keras dari season lalu.
Apa tuh Super Ken? Gimana tuh?
Season lalu scrim 3 kali, season ini 5 kali sehari.
Nambah,
Ya.
hampir double.
Hampir.
Hampir. Dan bagaimana sekarang ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk support system yang sudah hadir untuk Super Ken?
Makasih udah datang. Ya, makasih.
Makasih udah datang.
Ya.
Terima kasih juga. But Emma, do you have anything to say? For this is the last match for the first week. Are you satisfied with your performance and your team performance? Are you happy?
I think no, because I know we can we can do better.
Bisa lebih baik lagi. You guys won 2 matches, but you guys still can do better. So everything must be prepared for you guys, right?
Yeah,
What you guys prepare for?
gak tahu juga.
Gak tau juga, mungkin Luke tahu. Luke, tim lawan suruh ngapain sih? Disuruh hati-hati kah? Suruh gimana?
Apa?
Siap-siap kah untuk minggu kedua? Apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Bigetron?
Lawan siapa dulu?
Lawan banyak, tapi siapa sih yang paling kamu takutin? Dari Bigetron siapa? Ada 3 tim nggak? Kalian udah ngeliat semuanya. Siapa 3 kontender terkuat untuk Bigetron?
Alter Ego sih.
1, Alter Ego. Lalu?
Alter Ego lagi.
2, Alter Ego. Yang ketiga?
Alter Ego lagi.
Alter Ego. Pada setuju semua?
Setuju.
Setuju. Pesan untuk Alter Ego karena next match kalian adalah Alter Ego.
Nanael sih. Tunggu gua.
Tunggu. Baik. Sekarang kita akan menunggu juga seperti apa breakdown dari match mereka. Silahkan para caster.
That was it with Bigetron Alpha. Luke, ever longing that reunion with Nile later on. We'll have to wait for Bigetron Alpha against Alter Ego next week. But yeah, a solid win from Bigetron Alpha, shutting down the kingdom that is still under construction still. Again, I want to tell you, Rome wasn't built in a day. So, RRQ, they still have quite some time to readjust, realign their strategies. But we have seen now the fact that this team can play a lot of different heroes, flex it as well, the Jawhead, and then the Aurora as well, that was flexing to the mid, and then into the Roam, means that they probably have a mastery of where to allocate their heroes in the drafts.
I like that in the early stage. Some teams experiment with the roster and whatnot. And considering RRQ last time were one of the big critiques for RRQ is the fact they were changing rosters a bit too often. I feel like it's great that they're using this early weeks here to come up with crazy stress like this. I mean, let's be real. If they're playing strictly for the meta, this ain't it, man. The Aurora, the Jawhead. I'm happy to see the creative decisions here when it comes to the drafting. Of course, it will need work, and you have to admit that Bigetron were good. They are still good. Now with Luke in the mix, arguably even better. So, it's sad to be an RRQ fan because you didn't win. But honestly speaking, I don't feel too bad. That was a very intense, very competitive match in my opinion. And I think the real winners are the fans in this particular match.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Mirko to say cope.
Nah, bro.
I'm waiting for you to say cope,
Nah,
nerd.
bro. What do you mean?
See, if this was last season, I would say cope.
But he's a changed man.
But no, it's not. I haven't changed. I would say cope if it wasn't for Cascute and
Cascute and well, the player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner Ube S Gold, especially the final game right here. Key was just an absolute menace. There was the right idea here. Go for the pickoffs, the same way they were using. Go for the crowd control tools because they were going with the Zask, and you see moments like this in the early game. But that's because, it's base damage oriented. The longer the game goes, the more damage is available to everyone. And Key, the fact that he does not have to start things off for his team is just so dangerous, man. He just waits for the exact right moment. And that's what we're talking about whenever we have a great EXP lane, along with a great roamer. Super Luke and Key, at this point, they're just so good at just altering who's going where, right? At what point. And there are even times where you see Sutsujin try to make a play, and mid-dash, mid-quad shadow, he gets dragged off by Key. So the instinct on this guy is still legit. They try and go for him here, the usual, right? Jump on the engage tool, but Key says no. I am the danger. I am the one who engages. And just like that, it almost feels like they should have looked for moments like that earlier on, before Key got tanky enough to withstand the damage. But man, it's just lethal every single time. And by this point, look at the gold difference. It's close to 10k. And there's no way you can get like even an equal play if you're that far behind.
And now we want to see how they communicated that in the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Lihat Arlotnya megangin gua.
Setengah Ken.
OTW gua OTW. Ken, kalau mau gua CC retrik Ken.
Ayo.
Kasih tau Ken.
Charging.
Gua ulti nih 2 nih. Gak apa, gua dapat juga 2. Paramis ulti guys.
Gua balik guys, gua balik.
Lo jangan mati. Cover gendut.
Kabar gue baik, aman.
Gua langsung bawa Dut.
Aman.
Aman sih ini.
Gua aman juga guys.
Nice banget, Mor.
Heng, gua nggak bisa ulti jauh. Gak apa. Ayo guys, lihat guys, 2 di sini guys.
Mid bawah.
Itu Zasai main flicker doang Heng, gas Heng. Itu instan kok. Gua takutin. Sabar. Tower dulu aja.
Gua bisa geser Idok nih. Flicker.
Lihat gua guys, 3 guys. Nice. Lihat. Lihat.
Santai, fokus.
Bisain ya.
If you are a Bigatron fan, like the gentleman right here, you'd be happy because El Memento, and then the biggest news ever is that, you know, Super Luke, he fits in like a glove. Doesn't need adaptations. He's just there, feeling like he's been there for quite some time, and everyone's chatting around, calling strats and calling shot calls. So, yeah, Bigatron Alpha deserved to win, but RIQ at least made them work for it.
It was a phenomenal performance from both teams. Honestly, I meant a lot of respect over to RIQ as well, right? I mean, we've been having discussions off cam for a while now about both RIQ and Bigatron, and just yesterday, even Rashi was like, I don't know if RIQ can win, and I'm like, no, dude, they're good. Trust me, they're good. 2-1.
Yeah,
close game.
And now we want to hear from the losers of that match, which is RIQ. So we will take it to the losers interview.
Di match kali ini karena historicalnya memang 3 kali belum bisa ngedapetin kemenangan. Lose streak lawan Bigatron. Dan kamu yang sebenarnya win streak sebelum ini ya. Iya gak sih Cute?
Iyalah.
Iya juga. Berpindah ke RRQ. Apa sih? Apa yang terjadi di RRQ untuk melawan Bigatron hari ini?
Yang terjadi ya apa ya sebagian dari hero-hero ada yang luput dari band, terus ya sama gameplay lah sedikit early-nya.
Hero dan gameplay.
Ya. Nah, gameplaynya ya.
Gameplay semuanya. Kan kita tahu, Keski tuh punya ada benefit sebagai mantan coach Bigatron. Seharusnya ada dong informasi-informasi atau hal-hal yang membuat kamu ada benefitnya lah untuk melawan tim Bigatron.
Ya.
Apa tuh yang mungkin gak sesuai dengan rencana atau apakah hal itu tidak bisa digunakan untuk melawan Bigatron?
Ya sebenarnya sama sih, kayak kita juga udah expect sebenarnya hero mereka kayak begitu. Kan ya mungkin ya mereka lebih rapi lah early-nya dan juga tahu winning condition mereka di mana. Jadi ya kita ke snowball dari mati 1-by-1 and then ya terus.
Berarti kalau dari hero udah kamu expect tapi tidak dengan gameplay mereka. Apa yang berbeda nih dengan Bigatron mungkin di season lalu dan season sekarang?
Sebenarnya sama aja sih. Kita juga mungkin kalau draft seperti mereka ya 2 tim ini ya mungkin sama-sama tahu ya. Cuman karena mereka dapat timing. Kita kagak dapat timingnya jadi ya agak sulit kita untuk bounce back ya.
Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang tadi juga kita ngeliat hero-hero. Kalian tuh membawa hero yang cukup unik. Ada Aurora, muncul 2 kali dengan 2 role yang berbeda. Apakah semahal itu Aurora sekarang?
Enggak juga sih.
Oh enggak juga?
Enggak mahal.
Oh enggak mahal?
Iya enggak mahal, kayak ya udah kita pick aja. Makanya game 2, game 3 ya kita masih week early jadi ya kita buka-buka tipis-tipis lah banyak.
Mencoba banyak hal berarti?
Ya itu juga sih sebenarnya ya.
Oke, dan ngelihat dari mungkin juga tadi ada Johead juga. Terakhir kita lihat di season 11.
Ya.
Kalau Johead itu gimana? Kalau Aurora kan masih mencoba. Dan gak terlalu mahal.
Johead mahal.
Johead mahal? Mahal kali?
Kayaknya ya. Coba aja sih.
Masih dicoba. Dan ada satu player loh. Idok yang sempat diperbincangkan juga. Cewek juga mention nama Idok sekarang jadi Spotlight. Sebagai player Spotlight gitu ya. Kamu nge-coachnya ada berbeda gak sih untuk player-player yang ngedapetin Spotlight gini?
Mungkin Rekit sekarang karena ya masing-masing punya hero-hero power ya. Terus Idok juga ya hero baru ya banyak. Jadi ya jadi tantangan gue sendiri kayak mau mainin apa jadi ya kita lihatlah minggu-minggu ke depannya mungkin ada hero-hero unik lagi. Semoga sih bisa bikin kemenangan jadi.
Semoga bisa membuat kemenangan karena untuk minggu ini 1 menang, 1 kalah. Next weeknya kalian juga akan melawan Fnatic Onyx. Jadi apa nih yang mungkin bisa dibenahi atau diskusi apa yang mungkin paling akan kamu diskusiin setelah ini untuk next weeknya?
Paling apa ya paling gameplannya ya kayak tadi kita share opini kayak kalian kesusahan di belah mana gitu. Terus ya masalah draft, match up dan lain-lain paling itu sih. Jadi mungkin di next lawan Onyx ya kita bisa lebih prepare mungkin gameplannya.
Prepare untuk game plan. Kalau untuk di Onyx sendiri menurut seorang coach siapa sih player yang mungkin paling kamu waspadai atau paling harus kamu liatin terus gitu? Lawannya?
Onyx, kayak semuanya sih. Udah pasti kayak tim yang apalagi yang Onyx udah jual berkali-kali ya udah pasti semuanya ya berperan. Jadi kita nggak bisa fokusin satu sih.
Kalau tadi Bigetron ada nggak? Ada nggak player yang paling gara-gara dia nih?
Enggak sih sama sih kayaknya. Kayak sama sih kayak semua tim. Saya anggap semuanya ya berguna lah di sini. Jadi ya kita draftnya berdasarkan ya game plan kita sendiri. Lemahnya karena apa gitu-gitu. Nggak fokus sama musuh juga.
Oke, untuk dari 1 sampai 10, seberapa puas Cascute dengan hasil di minggu pertama?
Ya untuk roster yang muda gini, at least mereka nggak takutan sih. Itu sih yang poin bagusnya. Jadi ya nilainya mungkin 8.
8?
Ya lawannya kan kuat-kuat juga gitu loh.
Benar sekali.
Top 4 ya.
Season 14 ini memang kuat-kuat semua?
Ya untuk minggu pertama hasil gini ya oke lah. Pembelajarannya banyak juga gitu.
Oke, dan itulah dia terima kasih sekali Cascute dan good luck untuk week yang kedua. Dan Caster, itulah dia Bude bersama dengan Cascute. Silahkan.
That was the insight coming in from Cascute, the key for Bigatron and now for RRQ. Of course, he was able to kind of arrange this killer machine of a Bigatron. Now, he has to face that creation. I mean, he has the insight coming in from the hero pool from Bigatron Alpha, but still, he couldn't tackle it because in his words, Bigatron Alpha won the timing. So yeah, it was hard. But if you want to have more timing, you know what to do. What? Crunch on some Campina. Like how Mirko mentioned, of course, Tropicana Double Crunch, the ice cream for gamers. It could double your energy to God level. Caramel ice cream with double chocolate, making it twice as crunchy.
Twice.
Experience the excitement of Mabar, which is basically
play together,
or Makan Bareng, which is eating together. With Tropicana Double Crunch. Hurry, get it at the Campina booth. Just buy here in MPL Arena or at convenience stores anywhere because it's basically everywhere.
Any convenience store, just open up the freezer and you'll be like, all right, yeah.
And also, Mirko, maybe the viewers don't know.
Okay.
For us casters in the talent room, we have our own personalized Campina refrigerator.
Exactly, man. Campina hooked us up with the whole
ice cream.
You go to a mini market, you see that big fridge with the ice cream. We got a whole one whole one just for us.
Yeah.
And we're having a great time in the back because even when it comes to sound, we have the best in the business.
Wow, and that is, of course, the Raimo experience, the power of hero sound and LED digital display visualization in collaboration with MLBB, all with Raimo Airbuds 4. You can check out the official Raimo store and get yours now because with good sound means you can hear and listen.
Of course.
Not just hear and listen, brother. You wanna tell them why we've been able to listen to each other in the game despite the kingdom roaring, the Bigot Troopers roaring. Just yesterday, it was a classical derby, yet we were all good. It's because we were using
Raimo.
The earbud, Raimo right here. And also, if you ask again, okay, got good hearing, but what about your connection though?
Yeah, your connection. You don't want to sell yourself to via internet, so of course, you can watch your favorite team compete in MPL Season 14, and you'll surely want to play as well. Looking at the flashes, the moves, the flickers left and right, you don't want to be left behind, so don't let your gaming session get ruined by lag.
No.
Because you can now buy the Games Max Booster for smoother gaming. You can use Games Max Booster Prices start at 25K with data up to 36 gigabytes.
To all the Gen Zs out there, my people, if you know how to Lux Max, then you need a Games Max.
Hurry up and buy the
Because
package and activate the booster in the Dunia Games app, by the way. That's
That's
how
it?
you do it.
That's how you Games Max?
That's how you Games Max.
Open the Dunia Games app. You know what? Go back to Lux Maxing too.
Yeah.
Because Erigo's got you. There we go.
You have Games Max, you have Lux Max. And with Lux Max, you can do it with Erigo. Erigo, wherever you go.
Erigo, wherever you go. Go wherever you Erigo.
And wherever I go, I see Erigo.
There we go. You see Erigo.
Yeah.
You see Erigo?
People using Erigo.
What do you mean by see?
Yeah, I see with my glasses.
With your glasses. 'Cause
Yeah.
my vision is pretty bad.
I think you need new glasses, of course,
Ah.
with Saturdays, with
But
the
it's
MV.
Sunday.
It's every day Saturday. With Saturdays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Saturday, what day it is? It's a mental state. It's a state of mind.
It's a mindset.
Yeah, it's a
Every day
mindset.
Saturday.
Because you have to get that winning look
Uh-huh.
for winning gamers with a winning mindset.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. That eyewear is a secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. It's available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. So stay up to date by following @Saturdays Lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for season 14. It was just the shades last season. We
Yeah.
got a special one cooking up in the lab for season 14, bro.
Imagine it being
Special.
an airplane helmet with
What?
the glasses on.
Brother,
Like a
it's-
visor.
It's eyewear, right? I mean, like,
I'm expecting too much, but still,
Are
you
you
know,
a-
with the helmet,
get
you have
it.
a visor.
but I don't think that's, like something that you would sell to the masses. That's something you would sell to like pilots. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that they can do that.
Maybe you'll feel like it, right? It's so comfy, you'll feel like it.
Yeah,
You need an award, Sheffin.
but of course,
You notice how I called you Sheffin and
Yeah.
you didn't realize?
wow.
That's because you don't need an award. You know who needs an award?
Who?
MLBB.
MLBB, because of course with Esports Game of the Year, MLBB is nominated. So now you can come and vote MLBB and
Hey,
Mooton
hey.
in Esports Awards right now.
Right now.
We are nominated in 3 categories: Esports Game of the Year, Mobile Esports Game of the Year, and Esports Publisher of the Year. Get in there right now and vote.
Vote right now. Help
Vote.
us vote, guys, because obviously more recognition for MLBB around the world, and it's the esports
Globally.
awards, man.
Yeah.
That's the biggest award for esports
It is.
because it's esports awards.
It's a global award.
Let's get it, bro.
Let's get it. But of course, we want to get ourselves
All right,
prepared
at
for
PC,
match
let's get
number 3. It is going to be Dewa United against Geek Fam. We'll be back after the break.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers,
banyak damage-nya.
ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan juris dengan mudah, download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers,
banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah, download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it.
GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy, level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Circle it. Circle, well, let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it, so let me circle it. Circle, well, let me circle it.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki match penutupan di mana tim akan berusaha untuk mencari posisi teraman. Lalu siapakah tim yang akan menutup minggu ini dengan senyuman? Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan selamat datang kembali di MPL Indonesia Season 14 match yang ketiga. Dengan hari ini akan ada Geek Fam yang berhadapan dengan Dewa United. Mereka akan berhadapan satu sama lain untuk menjadi match penutupan di minggu yang pertama. Semua tim sudah beradu walaupun ada yang mendapatkan hasil baik dan ada yang mendapatkan hasil tidak disangka. Dari Dewa United mereka memenangkan match 2-1 mereka di match pembukaan. Namun dari Geek Fam, mereka gagal untuk mendapatkan kemenangan dan kalah dengan skor 2-1 pula melawan mantan jungler mereka di season 12 yaitu Nile. Saat ini mereka akan melawan mantan jungler mereka dari season 13. Pertarungan akan semakin memanas. Namun MPL Arena juga begitu panas dengan anak dewa yang telah hadir di sini dan juga begitu ramai mengisi MPL Arena. Super fans pun demikian dan di sisi lain Geek Community pun berkumpul untuk memberikan dukungan karena Geek Fam benar-benar butuh poin untuk menutup minggu ini dengan kemenangan. Dan tentunya Bude juga berterima kasih kepada para pendukung MPL yang ada di rumah yang lagi menobar-nobar dan juga kepada para partner dan sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 19 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga kita punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, lalu Dunia Games dan juga Games Max. Beserta dengan supplier Erigo dan Saturday. MPL Indonesia Season 14 supported by PBSI. Semua yang ada di sini tentu menantikan seperti apa performa dari pondasi-pondasi baru tiap tim karena begitu banyak perubahan terjadi dari kedua tim ini dan gameplay seperti apa yang akan mereka sajikan setelah match pertama mereka telah usai. Kali ini match kedua bagi kedua tim. Bagaimana dan seperti apa laju permainan? Jadi kita akan langsung saja lemparkan kepada para caster untuk memandu match ketiga.
Of course, we are in the pinnacle of today to close out the week, which has been very exciting. Still with me, Realize, and my two amazing partners, Mirko and Arashi. The boys. Arashi, of course, not short of the happiness because he's still kind of joyful, even though the kingdom had to fall. But still,
it's okay,
again,
Arashi.
Arashi.
It's okay. Next time.
Well
next
played.
Time. Get
Good
you next
game.
Time.
Nice try. But of course, MPL ID Season 14 is powered by Moonton, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet, GoPay. Our official destination for gaming and esports is Hidea. Our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Also, our partner in esports, Campina, Head & Shoulders, Raimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, and Games Max. Also, thanks to our suppliers, Erigo and Saturdays. And also, this is all supported by PBSI. Thank you so much for making this a smooth sailing show as we try to wrap up the last match of today, which is Dewa United against Geek Fam.
It's a stellar match to end the day and the week on, man, because for Dewa United, I think they're a team that many consider to be mediocre, especially coming off of a performance last season, not making it into the playoffs, and Geek Fam, runner-up, almost, just barely, almost beating Evo's Glory, but they had to swallow that third place spot. at the playoffs. So top 3 versus bottom 2 teams. But this season, it's a bit different, huh? Geek find themselves in the bottom. Dewa are actually there where Geek stood.
Who would have thought? How the turntables, man. And today, it might be the closest day of the week, honestly, with 2-1s across the board so far. If we follow the patterns, we're in for the long run here between Dewa and Geek Fam. And honestly, a lot of people are still not convinced about the performance of Geek, not convinced about how much Dewa has improved. I feel like pitching these two teams together is a great way to really measure the progress here, to really visualize the progress that both teams have made, whether that's positive or negative.
Yeah, and of course the standings here. As we take a look at who's up there, I don't think that is going to be a surprise for everyone here watching. Fnatic Onyx had to drop a point, and RRQ Hoshi also just behind Dewa United. If Dewa United are able to get a win, they will take 3rd place at best until next week rolls out. And it is quite poetic for Geek Fam, because this is going to be the 2nd time they will encounter one of their former players, which is Ray. Yesterday, they were taken down by Niall in what was a heated gameplay. You don't want to fist bump me? Do you want to fist bump me? You don't want to fist bump me?
No.
Because yesterday...
you forgot.
Do we need to cook it?
I didn't forget. I was just not the guy who did not go for the fist bump.
Yeah, because yesterday, of course, there was that little bit of spice in it. But I think this time around with Ray, Ray having played his part as well in that Geek Fam lineup that made it to the top 3 of MPL ID Season 13 playoffs. How do you think, and how do you rate Ray now? The fact that he has been able to improve so much, especially now, he excels and he blooms so much in the Assassin meta.
The Assassin meta has been so beneficial for him.
Absolutely.
By all means, I was never the harshest of critics on the English desk. That title belongs to Mirko.
Yes, sir.
But I did think it was a bit underwhelming the way he's playing. And now he kind of stands out almost, considering the nature of the meta with all the outplays, all the aggressive maneuvers. So I gotta say, I've been very impressed. I didn't think it's possible to have such a drastic change within, between one season.
Yeah. I'll just reinstate my point from last season. I still think he's the worst jungler in MPL ID if we're talking about utility junglers. And that was the point as well just last season. But I did mention as well, if the Assassin meta ever comes back, or if they wanted to force out some of these Assassins, Ray is good. That is where he shines. Back in GPX as well, when he played in MDL, you never see him on utility. You rarely see him on utility because it was still the Assassin meta. But because he had to adapt to the utility, and then now, or even in the playoffs even, start playing the Lings, right? He started popping off. And I feel like with Dewa, the whole revamp of the team, this has been pretty solid. They have a stable XP in Cerezo. They have Hijume, who is still very, very hungry to prove a point that he was done dirty. Let's put it that way. Because that's how he feels, definitely, right? He definitely feels like he should not have been taken out of that lineup.
Yeah, and Hijume was able to prove himself, especially with Cerezo as well. They were exploiting that high loss pick, but of course, the foundation for Dewa United is revolution. What kind of revolutions are we talking about, Arashi?
What kind of revolutions are you talking about? I mean, for them, it's just a change, right, in the old guard. Back then, it really seems that with a name as big as Drian in the picture, it's almost a given that you're gonna try and prioritize his play and his opportunities in the game because he has more experience. There's more chances for him to actually make game-changing plays. Now it seems like they've taken a different route. They want everyone to be on even footing, even ground, and try and build up from the bottom a clear, concise team composition that is kind of evened out, that's kind of more balanced, right? And to a degree, I feel like having a star player is great, right? It's always more exciting. You're always looking forward to what is the big man about to pull out this time. But now, when it's balanced like this, it's a lot more difficult to shut you down. You have so many more ways to be versatile in the drafting phase and in the Land of Dawn even. So I think it's a great change for Dewa United.
Yeah, we have been talking about Dewa United being this one-dimensional team, trying to funnel their resources towards Rian or playing through their goal laner, which is what. And now that they have the changes going on, I feel like everything is coming up roses for them. But on the opposite side of the coin, Vincent, this guy has been struggling to utilize the Assassins to its maximum. I mean, this guy was well known in Rebellion for being forced to play cheese pick. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but we usually see him in the utility junglers, the Fredrins, the Barats, and now that he has to be forced to play the assassins, that comfortability is just gone.
This is definitely one of my concerns when Geek Fam, Poloisky actually spoke to me in Riyadh at MSC. He told me, "Hey, we're gonna get Vincent." I was like, "Oh, that's an amazing buy, dude." But if the assassin meta continues, if we're still going to be in the same meta that we see in MSC, he's gonna have to readapt. He's gonna have to change his playstyle entirely, and he was aware of that as well. So I think Geek Fam are on a very similar route. I feel like every single season they go through the same character arc, right? They start off real slow. They look very underwhelming with a few of their new members. And heck, even last season, no new member. Oh, technically, yeah. With the loss of Nile, they looked weird. And then they got third place. They were able to beat a lot of big teams, even first place regular season and playoffs 3-0.
Yeah, we're talking about struggling and the meta. Poloisky is also someone that is quite highlighted to be someone who struggles with the meta as well. I mean, he's known for having such a flexible hero pool as well. He can play the healers, the Florin, and then he's also very apt in the Ruby, the Halkert as well. Halkert execute,
The
this
Natalia.
guy. Yeah, it's Natalia as well, but now he's quite struggling and trying to play those healers, those support roles. How do you view this one, Arashi?
I feel like it's almost a given, right? When you have the meta shift to a more aggressive role, these healers kind of fall lower in the priority list just because of the nature of the fights. When you have as a very clear example, I usually go always with the Estes. It's just a straightforward healing machine that is immobile. How are you supposed to help out a Hayabusa, a Ling in the current meta if you're playing something like an Estes? Which is why I feel like all these other picks that are kind of versatile, they can be used aggressively and defensively, are rising to popularity. For Geek Fam though, let's take a look. Gobs, Vincent, Aboy, Poloisky, and Chadera.
Ooh, Gobs in the XP lane, of course. The new addition towards Geek Fam. And Poloisky, will he be able to lead again the family into the victory?
Let's see as the Geeks make their way on stage. It's time to redeem themselves from a lackluster first match in Season 14. This time still entrusting the same lineup. Trust the process. This has always been Geek Fam's motto with Poloisky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Geek Fam!
The big boys of MPL ID make their way right here, and they are on a mission. After suffering a defeat just yesterday, they are eager, almost burning, to prove that they are still a respectable opponent, and you cannot take them lightly.
They will struggle in the first few phases of the regular season, but it is how they come back, how much of a resilience that they have is what differentiates them from other teams. And now, of course, the gods, the Dewas, Chorizo, Ray, Hijume, Mueza, and Watt finally being able to find a new playstyle. Revolution is what we call it. Will they be able to smite down Geek Fam?
They shocked the viewers of MPL Indonesia in their first match, getting a win against the first runner-up of Season 13, taking the glory away from the name and maybe putting it onto their own names with their performance. Let's see if it stays consistent. Still, with a whole lot of veterans in their lineup and a star player in the row, Muesa. Let's welcome Dewa United Esports.
The gods take charge in today's match, the closing one at that. And this could be the start of a rolling ball for them. Momentum that they don't want to let go of.
They've already shown great improvement and great flexibility as well. The team that used to only play a single way, with a single strategy, now have options to explore, and those options are decided right here before the drafting phase even begins. Marshall Dainang introducing Coach Bluffsy and Coach Ryzan with Dorad SP and Bellin as their analysts respectively, both seeming confident. A lot of smiles coming in right there though from Bluffsy. You have to wonder what's going on inside his head.
Yeah, Bluffsy has been with the team since last season, and his draft has been pretty solid for most of the parts. When for Geek Fam, they're basically a team that could really play whatever they want, but again, the question was that one-dimensional play that they had. Sure, last season they had Druyan, who could basically play everything in that roam department, but now for the rival showdown, Ray against Poloisky. Ray was a soldier of the war crime general, which was Baloyski. Last season, they were able to make it to top 3 as we take a look at their accolades. But this time around, the soldier flees away and he has to face the wrath of the general.
Ray, the turncoat from duet to duel. We'll see right here if Baloyski picks up an assassin. In that roaming position, we can see an assassin showdown between the jungler and the roamer, which is something that you can't say for every single matchup. So this is definitely highlighted. This is definitely exciting to look forward to. And you bet Baloyski has plans. From what we hear, well, from the news that we hear from the grapevine, that man, you know, he can be pretty scary when he gets upset. So let's see what happens here in this match. Let's take a look at the team head-to-head. First and foremost, average KDA really favors Dewa, but they have this aggressive style that they want to snowball with. Whereas for the side of GigFam, not winning in the KDA, but winning in the DPM, they like taking the games to the late game. And unfortunately for them, the win rate still is 100-0 for now. It's a first week thing. But let's see, the Lord rate here is what we're looking at. 62% for Dewa, 40% for Geek. I don't think we've ever expected this. If you showed me this stat last season, I wouldn't believe you. But here we have it, Dewa with the advantage when it comes to the Lord rate against GeekFam, a team that is solid, that is so controlled in the late stages of the game.
Indeed, for Dewa United, I feel like the addition of Ray just kind of grasps them into the objective control, the Turtles, the Lords, all under the premises of Ray, but not for GeekFam. How can they address this Vincent problem? Will he be forced to play utility junglers, or will he try to work his way off to kind of play with the assassin meta?
Again, I feel like playing with this comfort might just be the best way to tackle this problem for GeekFam, because yes, you're not that great on the flashy assassins like GeekFam want him to be, but he still has a lot of strengths even with damage dealers. I think heroes like the Alpha suit him pretty well. Heroes like even the Roger that he showed in game number 2 earlier, or yesterday, suit him pretty well. I think the Julian was okay, he's getting there, but it definitely takes time. And again, for GeekFam, maybe if they want to get some more wins early, if they want to get them to a comfortable spot, leading to comfort might be the best way.
I want the comfort picks for GeekFam. Are they going to try and go with the same approach RRQ did to try and deal with assassins? They know Ray excels in that situation. Maybe not quite the double mage utility jungle, but doubling down on the team fights, right? Having enough crowd control to confuse the assassin on the opposing team. RRQ kind of pulled it off against Bigatron. For GeekFam, I feel like it's something that they can do, but for Ryzen, immediately the health crit is denied. We ain't waiting to see any of that in game number 1.
Still, one should have never picked that up, huh? No, that was his first and last time.
You know, we see Ling taken away from Vincent as well. Fear of that Ling could be picked up, but for GeekFam, they took away the Zuxin.
Wow.
Zuxin open, not banned out. Maybe they can respond with a high loss, because they have been exploiting the high loss as well in the lineup of Dewa United. That could be very interesting to pick up.
Yeah. I think in the Dewa game, we saw a whole lot of respect just for the Hylos. It was Dewa versus Evos. Whoever picked the Hylos won the game, and Dewa actually flexed the Hylos to Mueza.
Yeah.
So I think as first pick for Dewa, it actually makes sense to go for it, especially considering they've already banned out the Hellcurt, the dive potential to make it chaotic. They can force a front to back.
I would hate to be a Sushin dealing with a Hylos, man, because you can lift the horse like 4 times, it's still gonna come running at you. And now we can see, first 2 picks, no, they're kind of holding off on that pick. They go for the Ruby, they go for the Roger, and it's funny to see the Ruby really rise in popularity. A lot of teams have been prioing it, but for Geek, they're going straight for the magic damage.
What's your command?
Kind of hinting at a damage assassin, a physical damage assassin. Fanny making her debut in Season 14.
70 times banned. And we were talking about how Vincent has been uncomfortable playing assassins. I think Fanny is the most uncomfortable assassin to play. But this time with full confidence, he picks it up for himself.
Yeah.
Now for Dewa United, how do they respond?
Well, first I want to talk about that Fanny pick, because yeah, for most people you don't play the Fanny that well, right? But for Vincent, it's kind of the opposite, where his Fanny is actually still okay. I wouldn't say it's bad, right? But I wouldn't say it's Kyrie. it's good. It's a solid Fanny that he can try to utilize, and hey, you need to get some games down on it if you want to practice, right? So they think right now is the best way to go, or the best time to go for it. So why not?
Yeah, why not? And now we're seeing the Aurora coming up again. Is this gonna be a pattern? Was that the game to really bring Aurora to the minds of everyone?
No, what are you talking? Keskut said no, it's not meta.
Keskut said it's not meta. Don't pick it. Don't
It's
pick
bad.
it. Here's a comment though from R7.
Chorizo is really great. His KDA at Bigatron Alpha is always impressive. And this was something that Mirko also pointed out, that Chorizo is that XP laner who has that proper KDA. I mean, sure, KDA is like that minuscule detail that you don't really overlook, but I feel like Chorizo has been playing solidly so far in Dewa United. And now for the second phase of bans here. The Moskov and Arlet taken away. The flexibility in Dewa United still looms behind them. The Roger and the Ruby can still practically go anywhere around the line of dawn.
Also, again, it's such a similar situation. A mobile assassin, they can go all around the place. A sustainable, annoying maid in the mid lane up against a Roger, a Ruby, and an Aurora, you know, like team fights with sustainability. It really seems like a bit of deja vu, honestly. But with banning away the Moskov, they are concerned about the macro threat of ways for Dewa United to match the Fanny when it comes to the split push, when it comes to moving around the map. Whereas for Dewa, banning away the Tigreal, they want to have the absolute edge when they're going in for those decisive team fights, most likely around the neutral objective. But I think they would require a bit of pushing power if they want to make sure that they can deal with this Fanny.
Yeah, this Fanny could also open up the side lane pressure. So that is something that they have to be concerned about. But for Geek Fam, last set of bans being rolled out. How do they want to approach this flexibility of Dewa United against the Aurora slowly skyrocketing in picks? Is this going to be like a lane counter to the Zuxin? I don't think so, but again, the power it has is so strong. The lockdown it has is also very, very solid. Now the Julian taken away. What will Ray most likely play?
You're thinking of an assassin, the Julian, no longer allowed in the Line of Dawn. It might be answered before I can make a guess. No, Terizla shown first. Again, all in on the team fights. 3 massive ultimates, knowing that the Valentina isn't available to steal any of it away. It has to be an assassin, man. I'm thinking of something that can kind of deal with the Fanny 1v1, but I don't play a lot of assassins, so nothing really comes to mind right here.
Lancelot. I mean, if you want to go for assassin right now, the only thing that's open, or the only things that are open, is Nolan, Lancelot, like you mentioned earlier. But I think the best way for Dewa to go is Roger Jungle, Ruby Gold, and then they pick up a Roamer here to go and match Geek Fam's team fight. Double down on your own team fight, and it seems they're hovering over to CC for Geek Fam there. So they're actually also planning to go for like a full damage output composition and the Kufra pick too. Now I think they have to go for the Roger in the jungle. These are glue.
What?
Whoa,
Making its debut in MPL ID Season 14.
Aurora Rome, Faramis mid, go up against that glue. They have a chance to do that. Just copy what RQ did, because now it makes sense against the glue.
Oh boy. I was about to say that to realize, right? Oh, the question is, how will the Aurora do? No, the question is, where will the Aurora go? We don't even know just yet. The glue, though, it's a bit of bittersweet seeing it now without Luke in the roster, right?
Oh no,
Luke has always been a thing, you know? But unfortunately, it's Globs?
Maybe it's just Geek who have the glue.
Yeah, it's Gleek.
It's Gleek.
Now Dewa, what will they pick up here? In the last 2 seconds of the pick phase, they will go for the Alpha. So Roger Gold, Ruby Roll. They will take that Alpha to the hands of Ray. Not the traditional assassin, it's more of a fighter, but at least it has that setup, that initiation that can really rattle up the backline of Geekman.
Especially against Sushin, if they can just jump on her immediately. You have to wait and see for what battle spell the Sushin will carry into the Line of Dawn. That will be very, it's going to determine really how the fights are going to go. Looking at the counter index and lineup rating, favors Geek Fam. It's going to be a Purify Sushin from a boy. So a lot of ways to actually get out of the, or actually go in even, to just purify out of the Glacier or out of the I'm Offended. interesting aggressive style right there. I think when it comes to mid clear though, I feel like the Aurora will have a bit of an edge, especially with the assistance of that Ruby, man. Only time will tell though, as we go into game number 1, realize
it's time. It's time to witness the Wrath of the Gods against the Geeks. Here we go for the closing match of the week. It's Dewa United against Geek Fam.
Here it is, Vincent trying to prove the doubters wrong, trying to silence the doubters. That his assassins could be one of the best as well here in MPL Indonesia, and Ray actually picking up the alpha that I expected Vincent to take. This should have been swapped, you know, in terms of expectations at least.
Yeah. Like both players are trying to just prove everyone wrong. Moez and Hijume though, we'll see what they can do right here. The Asucian is notorious for just being so oppressive in the lane, but against an Aurora that can kind of zone, right? Put down the storm there and kind of force people to move out of the way. It's gonna be great. But with Beloyski being on the Kufra, I do think that later on, the bridge control here is gonna be very difficult for Moeza to really contest. Looking at the emblems by GamesMax right here though, Chadera with the Bargain Hunter. Very confident in the lane, going up against Watt, who has the Master Assassin. His basic emblem against Mage emblem as well, so Watt could actually end up out-sustaining Chadera here. With 3 tenacities for Gobs, Aboy, and Beloyski, they're intending this to be a scrap, man, to be an all-out battle. But with Ray in the mix, with the true damage from the Alpha, might be a bit dangerous for them to think it's gonna go their way.
In regards to the Kufra, Beloyski has faced multiple scrutiny on his Kufra, always leaving himself too exposed in the initiations with no follow-ups. This time around, we hope it is different. Because talking about initial initiation or heavy lockdown, they don't really have it. But Gobs under pressure.
Great lead with the Spear of Alpha there. Reading out the slam, pass, baiting out the flicker.
Just like that, at full control over the area. Beloyski's trying to contest it though. Okay, he'll be backing off away from it just for now. But the turtle is already started by Dewa. And Geek, they have the mid-clear prior now. A boy can try and make something happen.
Yep, he's gonna pick up Ray, throw him back, and don't just show him, hey, you were the newbie when you joined our team.
Now he backstabs them in a good way. He has to play an ascent now towards godhood. But for Vincent, interesting to see how he operates in this Fanny.
He's been farming a lot, and usually you see the Fanny try and take advantage of the early burst of damage available from the cables to try and make something happen. Now even with the Cutthroat, hasn't really been making a lot of assassination attempts, and that's maybe because there's not a lot of good targets available. The Roger being more tanky, the Aurora having a second life. It'll be great if you can pop the passive there first though, ideally, before some big fights really do happen. But for now, you can see that he's just power farming on the Fanny, but look at Beloyski.
Again, Moeza, I'm offended, Spear of Alpha, baiting out the flicker, so 2 flickers burned in the last 2 minutes of the game, but Gobs will be able to find that flicker back up very, very soon. Beloy, Tyrant's Revenge, not able to find Moeza, and just don't run Wolf Kings out of there.
Yeah, Vincent's yet to get an assassination. I mean, yeah, I do agree. It comes full circle now, the fact that the lineup of Dewa United are kind of beefy. This will make the backline access for the Fanny to just, you know, grab and go much more harder compared to if you have paper-thin lineups. But for Dewa United, that is not the case.
You see in the top side there, Chadera is actually freezing the lane against Watt, trying to make sure that he stays safe while still being aggressive. Quite the smart move. Aboy hasn't really been disturbed when it's coming to the clear, but he hasn't been allowed to really roam around and use that early Tushin power either. So level 5 at this point, and not a lot of plays, not even a lot of lifts here with the Lantern Flare. Here comes one more though.
It's gonna be fine. I mean, Zuxin and the pressure that it has. The Beloyski jumping in Tyrant Rage.
Great pick up, Speed of Alpha, canceling it out. Moeza's able to save Vincent, caught! Frigid Glacier to combo it together. Beloyski still able to survive, but Chorizo swings a hammer penalty zone to lock the boy down as well. And now the glue is on him. But it seems Dewa don't care. They say keep on globbing Gobs. You're gonna be caught anyways, frozen down, now cut down, and then the hammer, the spear, everything thrown in his way.
Oh boy, what an unfortunate conclusion right there. That's a danger when you try and make a play onto the roamer. When it works, you kind of deny your opposing team the main weapon there, like the trigger of the detonator of the bomb. But at this point, look at that damage from Beloyski.
Oh my god, Vincent can't do any damage on the Ray, just tickles him and he's just walking down on Vincent, who's trying to cable away.
Already full circle for Dewa United. So take a look at the time predictions by Gope. Wait, Gobs.
Spear of Alpha, oh, the split. All the little gloves. Oh, Vincent almost caught again. Luckily able to escape. A boy now with the Crimson Beacon trying to go for a fight. Moeza picked up, thrown back again. The Purify. Using Chidera, but what? It's crashing down. Good save by Beloyski. The Purify gets him to look for the chase again. What? Picked up, thrown away. The Lycan Pound still there. Now Vincent rotating over. But the wall comes down to block his way.
No way.
Gate kept by his own purple buff.
Unlucky.
Oh, jumping in, Ray! Comes out with the Spear of Alpha, Vincent slashed down, no purple buff, even Beloy is next! Niall did this to Geek yesterday, and now Ray wants a piece of them too.
Oh, I'm gonna get punished for it though, getting lifted, getting bursted down. That's a shutdown picked up by Chidera, and Moeza might follow suit.
Seal gets out, Dewa United, they lose Ray, and that was a big shutdown actually, that they gave away to Chidera, but I think they'll say, ain't no problem, we shut down the fan.
Goodness, 6 minutes with the 4.6k gold deficit. In the hands of Dewa United, they're everywhere around the map. I mean, Geek Fam again haven't been able to circumvent and just funnel their leads towards Vincent. Vincent hasn't been able to get an assassination. That's been very hard. The initiations didn't even follow through for Beloyski. How do they maneuver from this terrible ordeal?
Just to wait and maybe bait out Dewa's aggression first, because it seems like Dewa is only throwing out some very subtle hints of aggression. I mean, even earlier, Hijim actually flickered forward, which was very surprising. They have to head to Sorizo right here though, 1v4.
Oh, God. Whoa! Find a slam, pass. This is bad, this is real bad. Geek have used their aggressive resources. It's a free turtle over to Dewa. Luckily for Geek Fam, Dewa did not want to commit, but man, some misplays happening.
It's kind of terrible for the side of Geek right now because the staff got on the blue, never mind, Purify.
We're going to Purify Sorizo in the backline now, the Crimson Beacon. Straight down to Sorizo, just swinging a hammer, and now Vincent picks up Moeza. What? Chasing down, now picked up again, thrown back. Oh, it's not far enough for anyone to follow it up, and still, despite the kill, I think Vincent would much rather have the purple buff over that kill.
That's just the pressure coming in from Dewa again and again, knowing exactly where they want to aim their aggression. I was about to make the point that Sorizo and Ray both kind of heal up from their spells, and the fact that Gob is on the glue means that in a fight, Sorizo and Ray will get so much regeneration in the fights. You're seeing them healing in the middle of the all-in.
And Ray even having acquired that Queen's Wings makes it even much more tanky, much more surviving. Ooh. But Vincent will cable his way back to the base. A defensive cable. I mean, hasn't been able to get the snipes. Yeah, for Vincent, quite hard game.
I mean, I don't know if we kind of forgot this, but the matchup itself, remember when glue was meta? You would pick Terizla against it. So they picked the glue into the Terizla here, having the confidence that they would win out, but so far, Sorizo's had Gobs' number.
And look at the items right here, especially for what? Thunderbelt into a Sky Piercer. Extremely aggressive. Usually we see a couple more items before the Sky Piercer even crosses his mind. For Chidera, he's only on the Starlium, stuck on that right now. Vincent is farming pretty okay. Only have to see some Malefic Roar though. I think he can go for the squishier targets on Dewa, but anyone else will be able to actually match him when it comes to damage and sustainability. What with the Endless Battle, by the way, means he can spam a lot more spells out, and that's even more procs on the true damage. So Geek has to be a bit more careful here with how they want to take their fights.
Moeza finding the ammo friend number 2 right now. The boy is only able to step back after the flicker backwards now. Great counter revenge, but now gets caught in the penalty zone. And in the skirmish of an AoE comp like that, you can only get punished. Chidera with his Avant Force not able to dish out enough damage to anyone.
Look at the healing, like I said. Even after the fight is over, you saw low HP bars on the side of Dewa. Once they were on the Lord, they're just healing up, man. Every single one of them. And look at Moeza, making play again.
Get hooked over, then you get frozen. Luckily, there was no Roger. There was no Alpha to get rid of his HP bar.
Wow. So much control coming in from Dewa United. The pull, the setup as well. basically counter-initiating the players of Geek Fam. And Beloyski hasn't been able to set up for his team as well. Vincent against Cerrizo, he's gonna be fine. Just trying to activate that side lane. Looking to scrape something out of nothing. And Cerrizo, was that a winter crown, I see?
It's a winter crown. He's attempting to go in deep in the next fight, definitely. And on that note, by the way, Mueza on the Ruby also benefits from the split, so
yeah.
What the heck is going on, man? I think he knows that too. If you look at his emblems earlier, they usually go for some kind of tankiness, but Mueza went for the pull yourself together to get lower cooldowns on the battle spell. He is attempting to just go full-on aggression.
Fully defense pops there in the mid lane, and Dewa, they can actually still look for a dive. Vincent's cutting in a mid wave. He's going to be able to get rid of the minions there, but I think Dewa are just going to utilize the wave in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this Lord will crash soon. Dewa, they might just knock on the base of Geek Fam, but they will hold. Courtesy of Vincent as well, trying to cut that minion wave as well, so they don't crash at the same time. And Geek Fam, they can just try to shift their focus on the top side.
Playing it safe for now, not attempting to go for any crazy dives. Great play by Vincent though, cutting the waves, going into the opposing team's jungle, because in a situation like this where Dewa is fully setting up camp in the jungle of Geek Fam, their own jungle is actually the safe spot. So Vincent did a great job, but look at the damage dealt.
Cerrizo! 31k. As a Cerrizo, that's a lot of damage.
Ridiculous.
And his PCs has been hitting, so that could be the case. An argument for Cerrizo. Hiju may follow suit with the Aurora as well.
It's all the AoE, man, and the fights that happen very much decided by the AoE nature of Dewa United. And they're holding Geek Fam inside their own base, man. They're controlling the jungle, and at this point, if they go on Terizla, if they go on Ray on the Alpha,
oh my
he
god.
can buy the time.
What a Chad! He sees 3 and he says,
What?
it's 3 opportunities! It's 3 squishies, I'm gonna go in now. Beloyski grab back. It's a flicker forward from Hijume to find the Frigid Glacier. Beloyski gets caught. And Ray now, we just try to get Vincent. He gets a turret in the mid lane, but now he doesn't have any energy. He still has energy to maneuver over to the purple buff, and Roger, what? Look at him chasing him down the cable. That's one. The Lycan Pounce is ready for one. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna follow through. One last hit should do it. Boom, bang. And the Sky Piercer, I believe it was from what? Was that Sky Piercer? No. Oh yeah, Sky Piercer and Thunderbolt. No wonder he dealt so much 2 damage.
The Big Bad Wolf hunts down
BBW.
Big Bad Watt.
Big Bad Watt.
Big Bad Watt. Oh my goodness. Vincent couldn't even go anywhere. And Cerrizo, just a man with a hammer, able to make 4 players flee and scamper. And this time around, Dewa, they get a free Lord. They're winning in all departments of the game.
It's just double the problem here. They don't have enough damage to shred on Cerrizo as is. They have a composition that allows Cerrizo to heal up so much. There's no wonder this guy is fearless in the face of 5 people. He went in right there, dueling Vincent. Wow, he's shooing him out of the lane.
Look at me.
This is my lane now.
I am the damage now.
I am the damage.
I am the assassin now, jumping at your backline members. There's a War Axe in the inventory for Vincent, but I don't think he can even make good use of it as Gobs forced to pop the split so early on already.
Lord able to take the first base turret down below. Gobs, yeah, like you said, already using a split here, so Dewa can actually still try to pull the trigger, but they still have to be careful because Geek Fam have ways to still combo them down. It's an 11,000 gold lead. They have another wave to play with.
This is bleeding, hemorrhaging for Geek Fam. To take a look at the tier 3 turret down mid. Dewa United could just rattle on through and maybe, just maybe shove every possible wave, creating enough pressure to fall.
Mueza getting 2 there, but I'm offended. The Crimson Beacon down. Beloyski missing the target by Cerrizo. A penalty zone to the back line as he zones them back. The Frigid Glacier unable to connect, but Mueza only loses immortality. Watson able to kite away right now as Rai buys the winner crown. That's a good amount of damage from Vincent. Placed down onto Watt, getting the shutdown and the double. Dewa kiting away. Vincent looking for the assassination. Cerrizo swinging a hammer, winner crown. Boom. Hijume able to give Cerrizo enough space to back out. Well played, a Geek. They defend, but that's still 2 base turrets down.
A bit aggressive for Dewa right there. They just keep going at it. Finally, Vincent shows some signs of aggression, slicing and dicing. Now there's a bit of time with 2 members down for Dewa, and Geek definitely want to capitalize, get some control, get some vision, set up traps in the jungle, check for the buffs. They spot the purple buff still available. but they won't be able to push it out and push out like the bottom lane. Never mind, it wasn't available. It's just the small creep.
Now for Dewa United, moving in unison. That one scare Geek Fam made, that base defense that they had. I mean, how long can they hold from the monstrosities of Dewa United? Mueza fishing for Beloyski, having to pop the bouncing ball. And now Dewa United, it feels like it's just a ticking time bomb for Geek Fam to finally explode.
The longer the game goes, there's more chance for Geek Fam to at least have a fighting chance. That's the nature of the gold lead. Generally, at about 15 to 17 minutes, you're seeing that that gold lead will start to become less relevant due to the items being completed. Of course, there are item swaps. That is still a very big part of the competitive nature of the game. But at this point, I mean, it's better for Geek to just stall it out and wait for the late game. It does seem like Dewa are a bit more confused on how to actually get a solid, strong finish to the game. They've been able to get the Lords, they're still winning these fights, but when it comes to the Lord usage, the management of the waves to get like a 3-wave push, they haven't been doing it that well.
They're even able to control the jungle of Chidera. Geek Fam.
Still a win though, right?
Yeah.
Not on Vincent.
Forcing it away from the hands of Vincent, definitely still a W. Look at this. At this point, what is the Fanny even for? The mobility, the maneuverability is just completely denied now by the fact that Dewa can rush this Lord down if Vincent goes for a split push. Where's that though?
Forcing out the beacon. The fight hasn't even begun, and it's still a 7,000 gold lead. Geek Fam need all the resources they can get.
That's an antique cuirass in the hands of Vincent, by the way, just saying.
Yeah. No beacon, no defense, no shield now for the Lord take. Dewa United, all hands on deck. Geek Fam might look for a counter initiation, especially with Beloyski having that ultimate ready, but they're themselves with a conceal play.
I don't know, Beloyski's positioning was okay. He gets caught, but I'm offended the pretty great here as well. Cobbs jumps into the midst of it all, still to win a crown though. This time from Ray, not from Sorizo. And he buys the immortality there. Very unnecessary. He was still alive, but it's okay. Better fast, better now, better safe than sorry.
That is the name of the game, especially at the highest level. Look at Sorizo though, already just stalking, looking for a chance to try and bully Chidera away, but look at that Mueza.
Able to find I'm offended. Rage up to the penalty zone. Now Sorizo actually jumping in as well, helping the Spear of Alpha. There's Sorizo enabling Watt to just scratch them down now with the Purify. He's got to be careful though. Chidera's doing a whole lot of damage, and now he's going to get dropped down again. Watt overextending. Chidera getting frozen there. Frozen by Hijume.
Peculiar choice for Chidera to just keep running at it. I get that he has a Purify, that he wants to be aggressive, but man, that was bold as heck. Now Beloyski trying his best to try and solo zone from the purple buff, but Dewa wants it.
Oh no, the Power's Rage wasn't able to get anyone off of this, but the penalty zone did it. Vincent's burning down Hijume. The basic attack was laying way off to him. But Vincent buys the immortality in case that actually did kill him. Oh my god, there was an ice frost like just following him.
The snowflake, the most lethal snowflake of all time, flying through the air. Vincent now with the Sea Halberd though, gonna do better against these beefier targets, but the same thing still stands. The fact that the structural objective here, structural advantage is just so high for Dewa, 2 base turrets, but with a gold lead that's dwindling slowly but surely, Geek Fam will not be able to contest this next Lord. If Dewa don't get it done with this next Lord though, I think there's a real case for Geek to find a big moment to try and turn it around.
Yeah, that has been positive waves for Geek Fam now. The fact that they're able to get out of the jungle, push the waves, shove it out, and they have been winning in these little skirmishes. Couldn't be a kill, maybe resources, and so close for Mueza to get the I'm offended, but at least Vincent is able to escape out. And for Geek Fam, I think Weathering the Storm might be the name of the game now for them. And Dewa, they need to most likely end with this Lord marching, the tri-lane pushing, trying to just withhold the minion waves.
Let's see. Round 2. Sorizo won the first. It seems Vincent will be at... Oh wow, Mueza forced out the Purify early, and Hijume still has a Frigid Glacier. That is a very vulnerable Harith now with no Purify. Penalty zone, locking him down, and now there you go, Chidera with his Amount Force, but now it's going to be scratched down. Sorizo just with a hammer. Hijume, Frigid Glacier, able to find his Beloyski there, and immortality for what? Sorizo is still able to go for the winner crown now. Beloyski still in the midst of it all. Ray just scratching now. Vincent doing a lot of damage, trying to save the game. Now jumping in again as a shutdown Dewa. To the end of the game. Vincent,
The crystal.
no energy. Chorizo swinging a hammer one more time. Vincent still has immortality.
Oh.
Chorizo with a big penalty zone. Vincent still escaping. Our boy slamming him down to the ground. Hijume with a flicker. Hijume with a basic attack. Hijume with a game save.
Down to the thinnest of margins. Dewa United, they still have divine intervention. Geek Fam, they falter in that final base defense. 1-0, Dewa United.
Oh man, what was that? You talk about discipline, you talk about calculations. Dewa United don't care. They go for all the riskiest plays possible. You love to see it. The audience goes wild. But that was too close for comfort, man. It was not a clean performance. But we are here for it, completely.
They don't need clean. What they need is a win. A win is a win.
A nasty
dub
win.
is a dub.
A nasty win is still a win.
A dirty win is still a win.
And there was a glimpse of hope. For a split second.
Then Chorizo comes on and just smashes it.
I mean,
and the most impactful snowflake of all time. Initially, it almost got Vincent, and then it ended the game.
Yeah,
What the hell?
It was layered by the glowing one as well, but Vincent was able to survive that encounter. But Chorizo just landing impactful PZs left, right, and center.
He got 2 penalty zones out in this team fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he basically carried the last team fight. That penalty zone in the last one was detrimental towards Geek Fam. And this paved the way for Dewa United to just end and go for the crystal. It was so close. I mean, a boy was getting back online. Vincent was such a menace, and Chorizo with that final penalty zone just basically sealed the deal.
Hijume
for
with
Dewa
the
United.
outplay.
Yeah, Hijume. The snowflake.
See, there are ways for Dewa to get a cleaner end there if everyone really focused on the crystal. There are ways for them to win the fight more decisively if they all focus on the fight. But this is the Dewa way, right? We want everything. We're greedy for it. We want everything we can get our hands on. And as long as we do get it in the end, it doesn't matter how close it was. It doesn't matter how risky it all seems. We like those odds.
Chorizo had an absolute Chad moment. He had a couple of Chad moments.
Oh yeah.
He was the Chad
He
moment
is the Chad.
maker.
A Sigma or a Chad? Both. Both for Chorizo.
As if he's not already a Chad in real life, man. He works out. But boy.
Now man's built strong.
Cerebro.
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 Sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro.
That was what Geek Fam had to say because they have to swallow the painful pill of losing the first game. I mean, sure, a best of 3 means you can reset the next game. But again, for Dewa, the first few minutes was a statement, was a dominant win. But the last few minutes was crappy, and Geek Fam found a loophole in which they could crawl out of that shadow of Dewa United. So for Geek Fam, I think that wasn't really a draft difference, but I feel like the execution was kind of flawed because they were forcing fights early on the game, knowing that, you know, Dewa United has that AoE advantage, they have that initiation advantage, setting up themselves for success. But for Dewa United, they had to really rely on Vincent getting the snipes, Valoisky with the, you know, initiation as well, wasn't getting the space needed. So Dewa United, yeah,
that was
solid game.
That was just Chorizo going in. Again, it was clean, but it really wasn't the easiest of games because again, with all these beefy members in the front, with a Harith, right, that's supposedly doing bursts of damage instead of melting these tanks down, like we were talking about in the previous match. Actually, they complemented that, you know, that burst heavy gold laner with a Sushin. Okay, the Sushin does not do any melting either, right? that damage, for the most part, the bulk of the damage comes from the glowing wand, if anything. So that's why Chorizo just had a field day as the player of the game for game number 1, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series. That's the aggressive style, the War Axe, the Queen's Wings, then the Oracle, then the Winter Crown. In order to take this guy down, you gotta basically do it like twice due to the healing, and even then, he has an Immortal. And even then, he has a Winter Crown. How was Geek supposed to deal with this man?
So much layers. So much layers of defenses for basically Chorizo. And yeah, that was the problem with Geek Fam. They had little to no damage in the first few minutes, even going to that late game where Chorizo was able to pick up most of the, kills, most of the items. And yeah, here, player of the game highlights by our official goal partner, Ube's goal.
Mueza, man. Barely surviving there, getting out with the flicker. Let's play the game highlights, right? And we're seeing that in that early game, this was one of the first fights, and you're already seeing the difficulties of securing the kills, the difficulties of matching the crowd control, and the difficulties of actually getting in position because of the aggressive movements of everyone. And even when they do get a pick-off, when they do get a pull, a throwback towards their team, what's the problem, right? The Teresa wants to get closer, Ray wants to get closer, same thing can be said for Mueza on the Ruby. None of them have any issue being pulled closer to the whole team of GeekFam. That's where you just see them struggle so much. And in the end, you're seeing 2v4s, 2v3s. These are just really wild fights coming in. You almost want to hear how the comms went. Like, who made the call to actually go in right here? Because some people certainly wasn't ready.
Oh, man. But this is the defense, right? And then even here, I mean, Chorizo was still able to sustain back up. And then the final fight, let's see that again. We've seen this 2 times already, now 3rd time in the replay. It was so scrappy, it was so dirty. Nothing clean about this.
Look at how low everybody is. And it's like, usually teams would go back. Retreat, retreat. No, man, only forward.
Sorry, bro.
We don't do that. Bro. We don't do that here.
We don't.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, he stayed alive for so long.
He's whole carrying the fight.
Oh, this is so unfortunate, Vincent.
It took too long to kill him.
And a boy also ran out of mana. Did you notice that?
Yeah, when you have no mana, what is the... You can't throw your lantern. Player.
Exactly. He spends all the mana to finally take out Chorizo.
Basically out of mana.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Zuxin, of course, in the hands of a boy. But yeah, the builds, the items, the emblems here. Anything particular?
Like I said, Chidera with the Bargain Hunter and the Inspire. I really felt like he felt that there's a chance to snowball right here if the game really went in his way. But man, he was struggling, dude. And on the other side, Watt on the Roger with the Master Assassin, he was just going in aggressive. That Purify, I don't think he's used it defensively. Maybe he used it like once defensively. All the other times, it's him running straight towards a boy, running straight towards Chidera. Just trying to be too angry to be stopped.
Yeah. Most of the builds as well. Coming in from both players.
Or
both teams. Yeah.
For Mueza on the Ruby. Same thing for Chorizo and for Ray. It's a similar situation, right? War Axe, Queen's Wings, and then Oracle. And that sustain is just way too much.
Yeah. And for Watt as well, he was very, very confident building that Sky Piercer early on the game. After the Thunderbelt, went for the Sky Piercer without, the supplemental damage items, and then went for the Endless Battle. The rich guy, of course, is Vincent. He has been roaming the side lanes and trying to farm his way back into the game. He was proven to be a problem for Dewa United in the late game, sniping left and right. It was just not enough, though.
But late game Fanny, right? That's not usually what you hear.
Yeah.
Usually you hear about that early game Fanny, which Vincent really wasn't. I guess he was being careful because of the draft. And the highest damage in the game is Chorizo. It was not the Aurora that was just having a field day in the back, throwing out spells. It was Chorizo. Buddy.
Ray's definitely having a good time, he's one step away from doing what Niall did to GeekFam, right?
Do you think
2 of the junglers that are no longer with GeekFam, can they get wins against GeekFam?
Again, aside from wins.
You're hearing okay, go on.
No, aside from wins. Will they get goosebumps?
Oh, we have to make sure we pay close attention right there.
We have to.
I'm just about to say that I hear the loudest groan coming in from Chevin's house, man. Dude, like yesterday, it was bad enough. I can feel him just like slowly but surely sink into his couch. Like, God, bro.
And he's a Chelsea fan.
Chelsea fan.
Oh no! You gotta feel for Chevin, man.
Adding insult to injury. I mean, living on the edge.
Tissue for you, Chefin.
You don't want to live like an NPC. You want to kind of have that adrenaline. That is what Chefin took as the path of life.
Yeah.
Trying to support to. I mean, not like we're not saying that they're bad.
Yeah,
they're struggling.
They're struggling.
They're trying to look for glory.
Yeah. I think it's back again to the same road, and it's unfortunate to see GeekFam not have the chance to actually keep their roster for a long time, because for the longest time they've always just had swaps after swaps after swaps after swaps, and it's gone to a point where they're going through the same character arc 4 times, right? Like season 10, 11, 12. Oh my god. 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 5 times.
5 changes.
We've seen like some little changes here and there. And dude, I mean,
that's tough.
If in a movie, right, in a different, in a trilogy, if you see the same character go through the same character arc the same time every single movie, you would call that bad writing.
But here it's just called real life. Man, that's tough, man, because even the mental game, right? The mental game to go through the same development, the same process 5 times. I mean, for the new guy, cool, you know, he's the main character in that movie. Yeah. But for the side characters, they're like, again? This is a season 2. Like, do we have the same character, the same arc again?
Let's back up again, right? Season 10, it was with Hades, and with Elzura. And then season 11, they had, okay.
We'll rewind.
I'll rewind.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that. But what we need to take a look at is, of course, the new application GoPay. Because you can download the new GoPay app, which is the gamer's wallet packs a punch. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match, and you can guarantee yourself to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote. Collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles. I'll try to ride myself one to the arena. It's also eco-friendly.
Oh, go and try it out yourself, man. I mean, it's that easy. Just download the GoPay app and you guys can get so many cash backs, so many GoPay coins that I've also been getting, by the way. That's why you see me with a lot of the drip. I've been using my GoPay coins. I've just been saving up on the GoPay coins with the cash backs from buying diamonds, from buying, honestly, anything. Everything. Everything. I use GoPay for everything.
Stickers. There's so many options.
Stickers. You buy stickers?
Yeah.
Stickers?
Stickers. And land
stickers, like the things that stick.
Exactly.
I thought you meant like stick. Like the stick and then the ers.
Stickers. What? Interesting. Hey, got a hair camera head and shoulder right here.
Is this another CITV moment?
Definitely is.
Hair cam by Head and Shoulders. It's very, very silky, very smooth, and very long.
Interesting.
The hair.
Great detail here by Realize.
Yeah.
Describing.
I mean, Head and Shoulders also pays attention to details.
Exactly. For those of you who are not looking at the screen because you were on your phone or having a meal, Realize got you, man. We got that audio description.
Yeah. That audio description.
How would you describe Vincent's face here?
Vince, I don't want to describe his face. I'll describe his hair.
What?
Oh, okay. Is that the jungle hair?
Yeah, that's the jungle hair. The
what
middle
does jungle
part.
hair even mean?
The junglers all have the same hairstyle, Rashi. Kyrie, Super Ken.
Who started this trend?
No, that's called the middle part here. So basically, you know what? I have a wild idea. Why don't Head and Shoulders use the junglers for their, models? That would be cool. And the shampoo bottle. I mean, imagine that. Nah, this is bad. Never mind.
You might be onto something there, buddy. But I think you want to refer to it as the jungler hair. Jungle hair. I feel like that has a whole
jungler hair.
Jungler hair.
A whole different connotation.
Jungle hair means you don't really take care. But I don't think I want the professional players to be on the Head and Shoulders packaging. I prefer Gatot Kaca.
I got everything now.
One.
All right, let's go.
Season 10.
Yeah.
It was Luke, then Hans. And Hades was there too, but he actually played like in the middle of the season. Mid lane was Elzura. The goal lane was Shadera. Season 11, we saw a change. We got Matt in the XP lane. We had a boy coming into the lineup.
Geek Slate.
And yeah, it was Geek Slate. They changed their name too. And Coach Reno. you know, the pose. Anyways, season 12, we saw obviously Niall come in, right? Replacing Jana. And then Marky in the gold lane. Matt left. They got Erpang. Season 13. Niall's out. They got Ray and Hazel. They kept everyone else, and Matt also left. And then now, again, they lose their XP. They lose their jungler. They've had the same rebuild arc. It's almost like Geek Fam revamp is every season.
And the problem is that the changes are always in the pivotal roles that they have.
Yes.
Junglers, you need the rotations, the objective takes.
people would argue that, hey, Beloyski is still here. You know, you still have the helm and Geek Fam, but again, changes don't come easy. And now, of course, drafting phase underway, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 series, in which 3 bands out. Will they leave the Zuxin open once again?
I feel like for Dewa, they can very much do so. For Geek though, if they leave it open this time, I feel like with the way Dewa has been playing, the Sushin on their side will make it so much more difficult for Geek Fam to even put up a fight. Looking at the ban so far, 2 assassins for the side of Dewa. Still very respectful of that potential. The Fanny left open. I guess they have no issue dealing with that. But they themselves banned away the Ruby, so they recognize the potential of that hero. They're not willing to let it go to the hands of Geek Fam. Chip and Valentina though, with 1 more ban available here.
My mission is to
protect the high loss.
The high loss.
Interesting.
Will this be a first pick Zuxin?
I feel like it could be.
will protect this world.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, Edith. They'll pick up the Edith. Again, still flexible to either be put in the roam or XP. And they will leave the Zuxin in the hands of Geek Fam. And again, Vincent having to play that assassin this time around. It is Hayabusa.
Oh boy. Hayabusa Zuxin very early on. Again, we're seeing a different route here. Showing the jungle and the mid lane immediately. Actually trying to hide your tools, right? So you don't hide the damage sources, but you hide the setup tools right here. That's how much Geek needs the setups to really work, right? They need Beloyski. They need Gobs to be on the right hero to really make the plays happen right here, because otherwise they're prone to repeating game number 1.
If they were feeling really confident, I feel like Terizla, Fanny could work. But if not, then Julian Fanny would also be pretty solid. But the Rogers obviously also still up for grabs, and they'll decide to go for that instead. Still with the Aurora. Hey, that's cute. He might have lied to us. He said it's not prio at all. He said in the interview, no, don't pick Aurora. It's bad.
Did he just... Interesting. Did we catch you red-handed, Cascute?
Nice try, Cascute.
There's an online record available for us.
Ryzan is not falling for it.
Did he just, you know, give a game plan for teams for the next 2 weeks?
Oh man, Aurora? That's crazy if it actually ends up being that way. Just hidden OP Aurora the whole time. There hasn't been any big changes recently to Aurora. She was, I think, buffed a bit, but that was several patches ago. Only now does it show up, and I wonder why exactly that is. Of course it's crowd control, of course it's zoning, it's the survivability, but some other laners, some other mid laners can also provide those same things. What exactly tips her over into a strong pick rather than a situational pick? I want to ask some of the coaches, man.
Now Fanny banned out. They kind of thinned down the margin and the cone of picking up that Fanny. The Harith, they kind of want to take it away as well. Last 2 bans from both teams. Again, flexibility in the hands of Dewa United. So is for Geek Fam with the R. Let's look at go the XP route, the roam route. We never know.
Alright, man. No Harith for Dewa. I guess they're still concerned about burst damage now. Now that they have the Edith, it wants to survive a bit longer, right? To actually get the bar up and then go for the Primal Wrath. They're trying to make sure that there is a limited burst damage, and if they want to deal with more Shred, they'll be okay, I was thinking. But they don't want to let Geek play the macro game. They know they can beat Geek in the teamfight execution, so they deny all these macro tools. With the Terizla picked away though, what exactly will fall into the hands of Sorizo? Because this Edith can still be flexed into the EXP lane.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, again, the Fanny Julian was an open window, an open opportunity for Dewa, but they decided to go for the actually the other way. For the Cho and the Alpha again. So yeah, with the Moskov and the Harith setting up for the proper lane, a great winning matchup. And now there's nothing left to go for except for Claude and Carry, and they'll go for the Claude still, Claudera.
But the question is, Arashi, does Dewa have enough damage to battle through the front lines of Geek Fam?
Oh, I think they do, man. Especially with the Alpha. That's some true damage, and that's some spammable damage. I think ladies and gentlemen at home, if you feel like Alpha does okay damage, you should get into a practice room and really see how crazy that spam is, right? Yeah. You go in, and there's just a bunch of true damage coming in really fast on relatively short cooldown.
Don't even buy items, just go for the damage, because base damage alone is ridiculous.
Exactly, man. And on top of that, they have the Roger for the shot, for the execute, and they have a Primal Wrath. That Edith is not just a tank, it's also a DPS source.
Right.
So all things considered, it's pretty okay. I am also concerned for the safety of this Cho, because it's the same problem. Who exactly do you try and go for with this Cho? Like, who do you try and go for the kick?
Interesting to see. Now, again, back to the land of Dawn to close
5
out
seconds till the enemy
this
reaches
series.
the battlefield.
Or will
Smash
Geek
them.
Fam push us the extra mile? It is going to be Geek Fam against Dewa United.
Let's see.
Welcome
Ladies and gentlemen,
to
if
Mobile
Geek Fam can
Legends.
jump back to at least equal footing here and force out a game number 3, or will Dewa United just consume them here? Take a full 2-0. It is again Vince. Oh, boy, what? Oh, yeah, Mueza just needs one more hit. Gets thrown back under the turret. Mueza falling there, trading his life for the mid lane. And Hijime gets the kill. It's Voloisky on the Terizla roam, by the way.
What? I just realized that as well.
BBB.
Oh man, that's a whole different look. Hijumino getting chunked down by Vincent. Terizla roam is a very weird look. It's a very fresh look. But the fact that we're looking at a lot of sustainability problems for the roamers that are getting bursted down left and right, maybe this is that new technology that has so much more value. The fact that it's matched with the Chosen, though, means that in the mid lane, I think Geek Fam's skirmish scrap potential is a lot better for now. Looking at the emblems by GamesMax, 4 tenacities on the side of Geek Fam. They want to make sure they get every single bit of extra potential in those crazy skirmishes, because they know they're losing this by such a tiny margin. Everyone from Dewa gets so low whenever the fights end. And along with that, it's a firmness on Voloisky, so he doesn't even have that extra bit of healing from like a Festival of Blood. He went straight for the tankiness to make sure he doesn't get chunked down and bursted down immediately.
I was such a surprise to see Voloisky with the Terizla having to force the flicker this time around. A resource wasted, and a very significant one at that, but he hasn't been able to get the level 4 yet, so all fine and dandy for Geek Fam as a boy creates that rotational play. Voloisky is tasked to just hold this lane down. He gets bullied for that as well. As the turtle spawns now, all eyes in Dewa United. They have prio towards this lord, but Geek Fam, they will corral and collapse.
Shadow kill coming down, raise the wing out in the retro battle. Now Frigid Glacier to stop them there, despite the penalty zone. And now they get all knocked up. Boy, going for Crimson Beacon into the back, but now will pay for it with his life. Again, a big error for Geek Fam.
A catastrophic turtle attempt for Geek Fam right now. And look at it, the play immediately Ray goes for the steal. Spear Alpha's out as Vincent tries to look for something. But even this, wow, whoa!
There we go, Way the Dragon Ray doesn't have a Spear of Alpha just yet, but he gets frozen! Now the final splash, they trade over Mueza, but I think they were happy with that. Ray's gotta be careful now, the damage is gonna be enough to take him down with the vengeance. Geek Fam finding a better trade this time around.
All debunked. Dewa United do have the damage needed to just skirmish early on. You were talking about how Voloisky would have the potential as well to skirmish around that mid lane or even create rotational plays as the Terizla, a beefy yet tanky yet damaging hero. But still, it is going to be very hard for Geek Fam to cut through Dewa United. Oh, 1v1. Primal Wrath.
Gonna damage.
Oh, stops. Turning it back around just a bit here. Doesn't have the final slash. Chorizo just says, sorry, bro, this is my lane.
The all-in, bro, from the Edith is definitely a menacing thing to deal with. And the fact that they already used Guns already used the final slash right there means that Chorizo can just do that with no trouble at all. Now the question is for Geek Fam, what are they looking for? Because I think for Dewa, it's pretty straightforward. They relinquished a couple of kills there to Geek Fam in favor of shutting down Vincent, right? They took away the orange buff immediately. They took away the second creep on the bottom, below the orange buff as well, to just make sure that they put Vincent behind. And you're seeing the EXP gap here. Ray already level 7. They want to make sure that the jungle is where they have their sights on.
Yeah, that head-to-head, we have seen Ray having the back foot, but this time around, initiation not going to pop up well. The lantern as well, or the flare rather, from a boy will provide a protection, but no ultimate for this skirmish in the turtle pit.
And now the arm with the Earth Shatter, Voloisky. Oh, great final slash into the penalty zone right there, but the Frigid Glacier actually saves him for a bit. Vincent getting rid of Ray, Chorizo gonna be caught here with the Primal Rat, and that's a blazing duet from Chadera, rotating all the way from the bottom lane to get Geek Fam to win. Gobs. Okay. Vengeancing into the turret just to show. Oh, actually reading that as well. Mueza forced back.
What a read right there. It seemed like the combo from Dewa was going to be too much, but the fact that he used several of their ultimates already, trying to deal with a boy, trying to pick him off before the turtle fight, allows Geek to kind of strike back. Hijume tries to make something happen right here. Can he save that turret? Geek fam back away immediately. It's a great win for them though, already at a 1k gold advantage. Oh man, Sorizo comes back in though.
1v1. But look at the Ice Queen just waiting there in the back. That's not fair, brother.
It's just a bait. With the Thunderbolt available for Gobs, he is going to be quite tanky, but Vincent rushes the Sky Piercer, so now they need to be careful. If they keep going for trades like this, but never get the shutdown on Vincent, he can start building up those Sky Piercer stacks. But I think he knows that that item paints a target right on his back. And look at a boy trying to zone. Let's be careful though. Purify is not up, it's not up yet.
Oh, great kick again with the Raider Dragon, and now into the freezer. Boy! So able to escape now. Wow, Purify comes back in time, but Rizzo will be able to pick up that kill. Now with a Shadow kill on him. Dewa United playing for it. Earth Shatter in, blazing to it from Chadera. The penalty zone over to Ray right now. It's good freeze. Cancel it out. Now Watt is coming in to go for the cleanup. Malloy left alone. Oh no!
Unfortunate. The War Crime General beat on by 5 people. That's a war crime. That shouldn't be allowed. What a play from Dewa though, to take out a boy, knowing that the Purify was barely out of cooldown. Look at Gobs though, taking a lot of damage.
Mueza's just gonna kick him to the wall. Oh, that's a bully right there, Mueza. What? Oh, Woo. Can pounce as well there. All right. Both teams disengaging.
A lot of confidence from Watt as well. Already having his hand on the Windtalker. Itemizing next towards the Endless Battle, so no Thunderbolt this time around, Arashi. For what?
Not just yet. Looking at the level advantage, by the way. Ray is almost level 10. Ooh.
That's the retribution. And now Voloski brought back again. The penalty zone still able to connect the Frigid Glide. Gobs final slash on a 3! And the shadow kill from Vincent to execute them. Mueza cannot stand the damage. Hijume, no mana. Seems like he still wants to save for a bit. Watt able to regroup with Hijume. Vincent steals away this purple buff.
It's almost like you know that you should actually prioritize the fights first before the initial objective. Look at Gobs though, starting things off. Hijume with low mana will still be able to protect the turret. But look at the jungle. Chadera, very active trying to get something here. What spots it though? Oh, and Chadera will be able to secure it.
Yeah, he'll be able to get the orange buff. Another resource again, blown by Geekfam. But a game fight by the new application GoPay. Cloud is the most picked hero in Chadera's MPL ID career with 32 picks and a 62% win rate as well. This is why he is called Cloudera. This is why it is one of his staple heroes. This such a comfort pick for him to excel. Whoa. And this time on Mueza, stopping forward with the kick.
Great penalty zone to cancel it out right now. Voloski takes all the damage. The Frigid Glacier as well, but Chadera is still free with the Blazing Duet. Doing so much damage to Air 4 knockup. A boy playing basketball with the Dewa players. Sorizo tried to go for the Earth Shatter, but couldn't get it done. What? Has to purify out. Gobs diving in deep right now. Wanting to be slain again. Gobs is unstoppable. Sorizo spaced away. Oh, look at the boy. A boy going for the dive. A boy. A rare mistake from a boy.
A questionable decision there from a boy. But at least for Cloudera, for Chadera, he has been able to step up with the Blazing Duet double kill. At least Geekfam now they're able to get Prio up top. And as well as the golden staff in the hands of Chadera, this is going to be his power spike.
Yep. 3-item power spike for Chadera right here. And now Dewa, they've had the problems of Geekfam solved. Earlier they were able to sustain and win all these crazy fights just by out-sustaining Geekfam. But now with all that damage here, it's going to be a lot more difficult as Gobs by sometimes. I think Dewa thought they were on the Lord right here, but they're not. Voloski catches them apart right here.
There's a penalty zone, goes on to Ray. Gobs with a follow-up. This time no follow slash. Vincent! Finding the shadow kill with a Frigid Glacier, was able to connect onto all the members of Geekfam, and now Dewa are outnumbering Geek. They wanted the skirmish. What with the finishers?
BBW, the big bad wolf, or rather, the big bad one is here to fight 1v1 against Vincent. And Vincent almost gets taken down. But they flipped the strip with the Wombo combo. That was so beautiful.
Oh no.
From Dewa United.
Okay, Vincent, not too sure if you actually want to go for this. Ray is right there. Retribution at 5. Vincent, no shadow kill. Walking slowly but surely, like the ninja he is. Walks up with the quad channel. No. Ray gets it. No. The retribution came up in time.
In the nick of time, the retribution came up. That's a sad time for Vincent. 5-1 though. If you look at the score at least, what the kills are on Vincent, and the rest are on Gobs. And that's great and all, but Gobs isn't the main carry here. He's on the Arlet, and he's building tank with the Thunderbolt into the Dominance Ice with a Warhammer for good measure. But man, GeekFam funneling into that corridor for the glacial, for the Frigid Glacier to crack down on them.
Wait, solo kill? Wait, this might be a solo kill. Does he have the Quad Shadow to actually escape Chorizo? One hit, Vincent, don't go back. Don't let the intrusive thoughts win, Mueza! Finding Gobs into the Frigid Glacier, Beloyski caught as well as he went for the in-game. Tandera! Cancel out, has a Purify now, slam dunking him down, our boy. Looking for more, what? Purify, what? Oh, saved by Heatman!
No.
But not for long, it's still a shutdown for Mr. Boy of House A.
What is going on? Boy of House A makes the play, but man, for both teams, they've been able to get a small lead, but almost immediately it gets overturned. There's just no balance right here. It's like you're on a seesaw. It never stays right on the center. It just goes up and down, up and down.
It's a pendulum.
It's more than just a pendulum. With the way things are going though, this is going to the late game where the Claude in theory becomes so much more dangerous. But so does the Edith, and so does the Aurora, and the Alpha technically. So I feel like overall it's kind of even for both teams. It really comes down to how the fights play out. We've seen both teams win and lose with a goal advantage. It's an execution gap at this point, and with 55 seconds till the next Lord, who's gonna make the first move? Who's gonna go for that engage? Because GeekFam have a lot more tools to try and make that happen. Whereas for Dewa, Mueza is on the Cho, so it's a whole different scenario right here. The real big AoE spell is just the Frigid Glacier, and maybe the Earth Shatter and the Spear of Alpha.
Watt and Chidera both having that access to the Malefic Roar. Watt without the Thunderbolt this time around, opting for a much more heavy damage build. He doesn't have the tank item, still a beefy boy. But then again, with the Thunderbolt, he doesn't have that extra cover, that extra true damage. For GeekFam this time around, it all comes down to the execution. Are they able to counter-initiate the players of Dewa United? Because again, they can really just layer the CCs with the Glacier, with the Spear of Alpha, with the Earth Shatter.
Yeah, a lot of layering for Dewa, definitely. But I think for GeekFam, their initiations have been too honest, you know? Because I feel like, if you take a look at the items, no conceal at all. It's an encourage for Beloyski, so they don't have ways to usually utilize the typical Beloy BBB.
Oh! That's some damage coming in from Watt, man. The true damage is real against the Terizla. But Dewa, they don't want to force this. They might have a way to work with on the bottom side. Both teams know, though, the team that commits onto the neutral objective is prone to getting completely wiped out. So both teams are playing it so patient. You can feel Beloyski's emotions right here, trying to find the right engage, but everyone's spreading out apart. His penalty zone can make or break this game right now. And who recalls, he wants to get back to full HP. This is why Terizas usually go for that Festival of Blood, so he can heal up from the minions, from the jungle. The fact that he has to go back to base on occasion is not a good sign as the top lane pushes in favor of Dewa. That could be used by Chorizo to try and prepare something.
So far, for Beloyski, the penalty zones have been hitting, have been the setup for success for GeekFam. But the slow dance will just be prolonged. Chorizo is up there looking for a flank angle, or maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to cut Vincent. No, he won't. They'll wrap around again, and this time Geek moving in unison, looking to eye Chorizo and just scamper him away from the crime scene. But a kick was jumping.
That's Gobs getting out of a sticky situation. No way off the dragon right now. Wave pushing in the bottom side for GeekFam. This is their moment if they want to make it happen. But I think they're just a bit too gun shy at this point. They just have to wait it out and be patient as a boy just tries to scout with the lantern, lighting up the jungles. They are committing to this. They're letting the tower on the bottom side fall.
So close. That bottom side minion is shoving towards their tower. There goes Hijime.
The freeze over Chidera, burning down! Oh, Hijime gets a fadeaway despite the penalty zone. It is Dewa's fight to win. Doing a lot of damage. Vincent, he used all of his skills already. Mueza's going for it again. And it seems for GeekFam, they'll only be stuck with two members. Dewa, they lost a base turret down below. Vincent actually looking for a play here. Has the Quad Shadow, jumps in onto Chorizo. He's going to be careful about this though because the Onward could punish him. All right, Both teams now back to laning.
All not too bad for Dewa United. They didn't get the Lord, or rather for Geek Fam, they didn't get the Lord for for Dewa United, and they didn't even get the turret as well. Down bottom, they couldn't even defend this. So Geek Fam, at least, they're able to bandage all the scars and stitch it up. Because Dewa United, they can't really advance with the 3 kills they're able to get, and the kills were pretty crucial as well in the hands of Chidera.
That was Hijime though, starting things off with a flicker glacier out of nowhere. Crazy. While Geek Fam were concerned about the way of the dragon, the onwards, the spear of Alpha, they forgot about the glacier of Hijime. Dewa though are right back at it. No base turret, no problem. They're gonna go and try and blitz it down.
Let's see if Vincent, the red tree, can it save him? No, Chorizo gets it! Massive counter stack of the Glacier freezes all of them in the back line right now. That's gonna be Vincent on the shadow kill. Doing a lot of damage. Mueza very low. Watts getting Maloyski down. It's a trade 2 for 2 right now. Watts still looking for a way to take some more kills. But Dewa, they realize we got the Lord. We can play it slow.
Wow. Mueza survives with literally a pixel of HP there. Has to pump the regen. And fortunately for them, the Lord pops up on the bottom side of the map. They can use this to equalize. Sticking together here, letting Mueza scout out. He spots Vincent. Oh, goes over the drag!
Wait, the drag in the freeze! Vincent caught Watts like can pounce.
Insanity. Mueza, the prodigy, has been the forefront of Dewa United to make the plays, the kicks, the moves, the executions, all heralded by one man, and that man is Mueza.
Dewa find an opportunity right here. 18 seconds without Vincent. It was ideal they could go for a base fight at that moment, but the Lord was busy dealing with the empowered minions from the side of Geek Fam. Oh, Hijime!
Again, finding Maloyski. Only Maloyski this time around, though. Maloyski's gonna be taken down by Watt right now as Mueza gets brought back to the team. So the Purify Watt able to escape Chorizo. A bit too aggressive. Meanwhile, Ray's still in the bottom lane. Chorizo doing a whole lot of damage, or taking a whole lot of damage rather, with a Primal Wrath there. But in the end, it's good for Geek. Vincent, almost gonna go for the execute. The shadow kill in, but the immortality's still there. Ray's waiting for the quad shot. The Muse up. Vincent jumping in. Now Watt able to get the winner crown in time. Vincent jumps in. Oh, what?
My goodness.
Like a pound. Does he have the winner crown? Watt shoots him down as he goes to the shadow.
A battle for the ages. Sky Piercer after Sky Piercer. But Watt is the one who's able to get the kill. And they also get the top side turret. This is going from bad to worse for Geek Fam.
What a cruel joke though. Geek Fam find a swing of momentum, but they lost the base turret on the far side of the map.
Oh no.
The Lord is spawning on the bottom side. But now Geek Fam are the ones who have to face the empowered minions. Dewa can very easily control the bottom lane. And that is just tragic, man. Mueza still on the hunt. But this is a draining match for both teams. Unwilling to let up the control in the map and the game. 32 seconds right here for both teams. Battle spells up for the side of Geek Fam actually, not available for Dewa. But look at this, Beloyski. If he is the man tasked with clearing the waves right here, he's gonna take a while to rotate, man. That's a slow, lumbering Terizla.
And you don't even have the PZ as well for the team fight. But then again, the question for Dewa is who will address that side lane pressure? Who will be able to instill that constant pressure to the top side if they really will take the Lord? Because again, I do see Cho as the most fitting member, but Mueza was the one who is always on the initiate, on the hunt, looking for the kicks. And this time around, Geek Fam are the ones who lay claim on this Lord. They were the ones who started. Ray under pressure this time, having to dodge, but God's looking for a Spear of Alpha.
Goes in all the way, winner crown, what's up? Fighting the way to Dragon on the Vincent, and now the frigid Glacier. So Rizzo might as well die, it's okay, Watt has done the deed. From the bottom lane, just looking to go for it. Watt able to get the triple kill. Can he go for the Maniac? Can he go for the Savage? Gobs, run! Run away! Oh my god, Hijime catches Chidera! Cancels the recall. Watt is still on the chase for Gobs. Mueza still there, trying to cancel it away. Unofficial Maniac. Mueza canceling it again. Chidera, PMI forward. Mueza loses the immortality. Now jumping in, canceling the recall once again. And Chidera might just be outplayed here. Mueza! Once again, the Geek Fam Junior Roamer to Dewa United. It's 2-0. Dewa win out in the slugfest.
The big bad wolf and the prodigy able to push the gods to the win. Geek Fam falter. in a 2-0 against Dewa United in such destructible fashion. Dewa United, what a showing from this new and energetic team.
What in the world was that? In a battle between the Sons of the Gods and the Geeks, we have an absolute slugfest. And through sheer toughness, they were able to sustain the blows and keep moving forward. They have beaten Geek Fam in a 2-0 sweep.
My goodness, Moeza is such an exciting player to watch. This guy has been so active, on the lookout. And Geek Fam, again, they have to swallow the painful pill of losing yet again another game. Again and again. Unable to pick up the 2 important wins to start off your season in such convincing fashion, roll balling it into a positive momentum. And Dewa smite them from above, but this time with the help of an apprentice.
My God, a total of what, 52 kills?
What season is it? You see this engage? It's a 2-man engage. The play from Ray to engage there with a numbers disadvantage. He knows the rest of the team is too far, but he believes the true damage from Alpha with the Earth Shatter from Sorizo will do it. And it did, with the backup coming in. And even here, the dramatic ending.
Look at this.
The dramatic play by Moeza.
Why did he recall in front of Moeza?
He has the Geek Fam sticker as well.
Oh man.
Total disrespect to the elderly by Moeza, the kid prodigy. So exciting, so flashy, so good, so effective. And this new roster is, yeah, again, look exciting to watch. And this is, of course, 52 kills, a lot of kills across the board. One of the best closing games of the week so far. A good way to close out the day and the week.
It's not just the fact that it's 52 kills, it's the fact that it's evenly distributed between both teams. It was literally a back and forth, a seesaw. We're looking for the fist bump, ladies and gentlemen.
There is.
There was a fist bump, so that was a respectable victory.
Let's see, Ray? Ah, yeah, he did fist bump.
Yeah, it was more than the fist bump. It was like a high five.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
yo,
a high five.
good. Oh my God.
no.
3. It's not just Ray. I forgot it's Moeza and Airpong. Now Bellin too.
Yo, Kimura is like the meme god now for Dewa United.
Yeah.
He's just there.
Oh, Bellin.
No, Bellin.
Okay, Airpong.
The Sons of Gods, of course, celebrating, rejoicing. But we want to hear, of course, with the winners upstage alongside BCM Bude Clara Mongstar for the interview. Interesting to see what they really have to say, especially from Ray, having played in Geek Fam. Interesting to see what he has to say. So, yeah, Bude Clara Mongstar, take it away.
Match penutupan, tim dari Dewa United memberikan telur untuk tim Geek Fam. Dan inilah dia kemenangan untuk Dewa yang mendebarkan game kedua. What happened? Gimana itu kalian bisa menciptakan momen yang begitu indah di area Lord?
Karena ada juara di sebelah gue.
Wih, ada Moeza, ada juara MPL. Percikan-percikannya, tapi tadi tuh KB sempat mention, Ray muncul pertama, semuanya itu nggak akan bisa terjadi kalau nggak ada Ray. Ray, apa yang kamu pikirkan pada saat itu, Ray?
Yang mana?
Momen terakhir.
Oh, yang terakhir. Disuruh teman-teman maju aja sih, makanya langsung maju. Sama-sama pede lah.
Satu suara,
Ya,
langsung gas aja.
ya gas aja.
Langsung gas aja. Tapi Ray, kamu punya advantage juga sebenarnya di sini dengan menjadi mantan dari tim Geek Fam. Apakah kamu memanfaatkan dari mungkin ada sesuatu yang kamu dapatkan yang bisa kamu bagikan ke kawan-kawan ketika melawan Geek Fam?
Enggak sih, semua lawan sama aja lah, saling respect aja. Semua lawan kita samain aja. Sama-sama
Samain
jago.
aja. Mungkin kamu punya informasi penting gimana untuk menaklukkan Geek Fam?
Ben Hellcurt Baloy aja.
Wah, langsung auto ya.
Ya, jago soalnya.
Jago juga. Dan melihat tadi, Ray udah masuk. lalu ada Mueza juga. Karena ini benar-benar cepet banget. Dari Ray, lalu ada Mueza. Mueza bisa nahan Cadera, buying time sangat baik. Bagaimana kamu bisa mengkalkulasi itu semua Mueza?
Ikut teman aja sih, suruh cuma lamain Claude-nya kalau bisa mau atas gitu. Ya udah sebisa mungkin aja lamain Claude-nya.
Kamu tugas ngelama-lamain, nahan-nahan, begitu pula dengan Hijume berarti. Apa yang kamu dengar pada saat di in-game tadi?
Disuruh gas aja udah, aku suruh gas aja udah tadi.
Oke.
Biar pulangnya cepet.
Bentar, biar pulangnya cepet. Jadi ini suara untuk...
Bude maaf.
Apa?
Maksudnya pulang ke rumah yang cepet.
Iya kan ini sudah match penutupan ya, biar kalian cepat pulang. Dan kalau tadi itu kan kalian dengar suara suruh tahan, suruh ini. Siapa? Itu suara siapa aja sih? Siapa Mueza? Dengar suaranya siapa tadi?
Anak-anak sih, kayak maksudnya ya bareng-bareng lah, kayak bisa atas ya wave-nya masuk, jadi kayak ya udah. Kayak ada info juga Arlot di red buff, langsung aku maju aja ke sana.
Maju gas saja tanpa ragu.
Iya.
Dan Wat, kamu bisa untuk memaksimalkan itu semua?
Ya karena gobsnya juga darahnya setengah kan. Jadi pas buka roar, movementnya lumayan kencang, jadi pasti bisa end game.
Game kedua kalian sepertinya tetap tenang dan bisa ngedapetin momentum.
Momen kebanyakan dari Mueza sama Hijume.
Mueza dan Hijume. Sekarang memang ini bisa dibilang dua combo yang sangat luar biasa. Namun Wat, ini kan bisa dibilang minggu yang manis untuk kalian. Awal yang manis seperti halnya di season 13 Wat.
As always, dari season 12.
Dari season 12 bahkan. Early yang manis, Wat pun merasa. Tapi kita ngelihat ada beberapa momen-momen setelah minggu pertama. Sheki, kamu apakah percaya dengan line up ini bisa membawa hasil yang lebih baik untuk season ini, Wat?
Percaya sih pasti percaya lah, harus percaya 100% buat line up yang sekarang. Kalau nggak percaya nggak mungkin mereka ada di Dewa kan.
Nggak mungkin, betul sekali. Dan apa yang mungkin kamu pelajari dari season-season sebelumnya biar nggak terulang di regular season ini, Wat?
Mungkin karena season kemarin tuh lebih kendor aja sih main. Sama latihan kayak misalnya nge-rank atau segala macam tuh kendor. Kalau sekarang kan ya lebih intens kita. Kita sadarin diri masing-masing, untungnya pada sadar semua gitu.
Wah, disadarkan juga semuanya haus untuk kemenangan dan lebih ketat lagi. Tapi ini juga nggak hanya Ray yang hadir di sini sebagai mantan dari Geek Fam. Coach kalian yang dulunya Erpang, Berlin, apa yang dibisikin Erpang atau Berlin di match kali ini untuk melawan Geek Fam? Ada nggak sih?
Kata Erpang suruh mukbang baloy aja.
Loh, itu?
Iya.
Coachnya baru fokus. Berarti satu player yang memang harus diwaspadai untuk match hari ini adalah baloynya. Dan berhasil tadi.
Untungnya.
Untungnya berhasil. Dan ngelihat dari kemenangan ini dua combo menarik Hijume dan juga Mueza. Kasih tahu dong gimana sih kalian dari dua tim yang dulunya berbeda. Di season ini kalian bersatu dan bisa menjadi combo yang sangat kuat.
Kalau dari aku nggak main dari MPL season 13 itu kita sering turnamen offline sih sama dia. Jadi kayak udah rasanya nyatu lah mungkin.
Kalian berdua sudah cukup lama berarti?
Udah cukup lama sih turnamen gitu.
Sudah cukup nyaman, lama dan makin pede dong untuk season 14 ini Hijume.
Insya Allah pede.
Insya Allah pede. Nextnya menarik karena Sorizo. Next week lawan dari kalian adalah sekarang hari ini mantannya Ray. Next week mantanmu Sorizo. Ada BTR di depan mata. Bigetron menjadi penantang yang sekarang juga lagi cukup kuat dengan win streak-nya. Sorizo, bagaimana kamu melihat untuk next lawanmu?
Kasih yang terbaik ya sih.
Kasih yang terbaik? Mungkin ada siapanya gitu yang pengen kamu sapa-sapa?
Semuanya, satu tim. Semuanya.
Semuanya?
Iya.
Nggak ada lainnya, nggak ada pesan-pesan dong, sesuatu dong. Hai guys.
Siapa?
Buat Bigetron?
Ditunggu ya. Ya itu aja sih.
Ditunggu ya. Oke, kalau Ray berarti boleh dong. Ray, ini kan adalah mantanmu. Gimana Kamu ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk tim Geek Fam sebagai sang mantan untuk match hari ini? Geek Fam ini, apa menurutmu sendiri Geek Fam biasanya kan kuat nih. Ini di 2 match ini mereka belum bisa ngedapetin kemenangan.
Emang gitu sih, emang seperti biasa mereka leg 1 kan kayak gitu, leg 2 biasa ganas sih mereka.
Atau mungkin apakah kamu melihat Vincent belum bisa mengisi posisimu di Geek Fam?
Enggak, jagoan Vincent dari saya, makanya keluar dari Geek.
Jujur sekali ya, enggak gitu Rey. Tapi Rey ada yang pengen kamu sampaikan gak sih mungkin untuk semua yang sudah menonton match hari ini?
Buat semua yang udah nonton match ini, fans Geek Fam atau enggak fans Dewa, makasih yang udah nonton. Semoga kalian sampai rumah dengan selamat. Amin.
Amin. Dan mari kita beri tepuk tangan untuk penutupan match hari ini dengan 2-0 sekali lagi untuk Dewa United. Caster silakan.
Dewa United with a flying win against Geek Fam to close out their perfect week. 2-0
Wow.
in both games.
2-1, 2-1.
Yeah,
Oh, 2-1, 2-0.
2-1, 2-0. So they're up top. I think
They're above Fnatic
second
Onyx.
place. Yeah, they're above Fnatic Onyx indeed.
Bro, because of the alphabet, right? If they are,
Oh, man.
if so they okay. We'll take a look at the regular season later, and
Yeah,
we'll explain it later.
we will take a look at the standings later on, but the first game was, basically Dewa United written all over the place, but the second game, that was a bludgeon. That was a slugfest for both teams, and it was so interesting to see, so entertaining, yet so bloody with, 52 kills?
52.
Equally spread.
Give or take, man. 52 kills, bro. That's ridiculous.
A lot of plays happened as well. And for Mueza to also be the enabler for Dewa United, I feel like that was such a great moment for him. But kudos to the players of Geek Fam as well for putting up a good fight. I mean, it was said by Watt in the interview that, Beloyski is the player that we watch. And he caught us off guard with the Terizla roam. But again, if we take a look at the bigger picture, the Terizla roam wasn't really able to function pretty well. It was only PZs, the penalty zones.
Yeah.
Aside from that, no peel, no disengage, no nothing.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Terizla roam myself. I'm a big fan of Aloy though, but in MWI, I think we saw something similar. A team went for Terizla roam, and same, didn't work. I think even though we always say, Terizla does well without resources, without too many resources, he still needs resources. It's not like you could just fully go like a normal roamer, because he's also technically someone that can deal damage, someone that has a lot more than just engage in his kit.
I feel like if you're in a team with already enough crowd control, then maybe you can make it work. Obviously, with more resources, you're even more impressive. For now, let's pause the tape real quick and go to the player of the match, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 series, Cerebro.
Sorry, bro.
On the Edith, even in that final game. Oh man, the final moment even includes him. He was an irreplaceable figure here in securing this game for the side of Dewa United. Let's take a look at the highlights here by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. All the way from the beginning, it's just skirmishes. This is Mueza being aggressive. But again and again, you do see that they get a bit overzealous. Hijume was able to steal away the first blood, technically. And I gotta give a shout out to Hijume though. There's a lot of moments in this game that we might see here that Hijume absolutely started off, man. It all comes down to moments like this where you can see they were hiding back. Veloci goes for the big play, but then they funnel. And look at that, man. All that true damage followed up with the magic damage. It's way too much to handle for Geek Fam, despite their gold advantage.
Wow. Yeah, Dewa United. They were in harmony today. For Cerezo to be the front man of most of the tanks and the initiations. Having to also secure that Lord for Dewa United was crucial, because this fight could have gone south for Dewa United. Vincent was on the hunt, and it was Watt that finally put him down. So again, a tug of war, basically, a ping pong game for both teams.
That play, the engage initially, it was set up by Ray, but afterwards, that just enabled everything to fall into place. The fact that the backline were caught completely off guard. Who would expect at 18 minutes in a back and forth kill game where everyone groups as 5 for a massive team fight, 2 members would start off an engage alone, solo, and 3 members show up from the side unexpectedly. I don't know if they were planned it out, but it worked out perfectly in the end. And even the chase and the delay coming in from Mueza, from Hijime, I feel like that really sealed the deal, and you can see the excitement in the back room. That game was a ticking bomb just waiting to explode. Oh, sorry, bro!
Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
Sigma.
What an absolute Chad.
Absolute Chad with the guns blazing in his arms.
We should have him here on the desk because we're the arm combo, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So it's fit right here perfectly.
Rush realized Mirko.
Arm. But what is arms without muscles?
Okay.
That's true.
What is muscles without brains? What is bronze without brains? So let's take a look at the setup here for both teams. The tenacities, I told you, for Geek Fam, they're just trying to duke it out, and maybe the tenacity is what allows them to have a much better time just skirmishing against Dewa United. On the flip side, if you look at the items right here, we're talking about Beloyski. The game went so far that he has a Queen's Wings, he has the Radiant Armor, and with the Crown and the Immortal. He's just lacking the War Axe. And you have to wonder, like, if he did have the War Axe, could the game maybe have been closer because he could have healed up a lot more? Remember, this is a Terizla without the Festival of Blood. He does not have any healing right here, except for the extra healing that comes in when you're low on HP from the Queen's Wings. So he really wasn't the same kind of sustainable monster. He was just very tanky with the blade of the Body of Smith as damage reduction, and he was just banking on that being enough for going in completely committing and not really attempting to survive and sustain through the fight.
Yeah, Rich Guy, of course, is what? With 913 GPM, and the sandbag goes to Mueza, 155,000 damage taken, as a Cho basically always on the forefront of most of the fights. He was screening for his teammates, he was basically peeling, basically initiating as well. You know, a complete package of a roamer in the hands of Dewa United in that game for Mueza with the Cho.
And look at the damage taken, almost 500,000.
On Cho, dude. This is like something you would expect on like Terizla, Uranus maybe, you know?
Yeah.
Cho? Exactly. The overall damage taken as well, dude. 500,000? Have you seen that? Damage dealt. I think the highest I've seen so far was like 200 maybe.
I mean, Raj, if we take a look at the kills, right, then we were like, oh yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense.
And also, you know, literally speaking, it feels kind of odd seeing Cho with the highest damage taken. Because Cho is a small guy. He's a small guy.
He's not a small guy, but he's not Terizla.
Yeah, he's not Terizla. He's not Uranus, who has a big body, you know, a Chad body.
Oh man, he's not Thamus.
He's not Thamus.
He's not Barats.
He's not
Fredrin.
Hylos.
He's not Hylos.
He's not Uranus.
He's an MMA fighter. I mean, I think it says fighter more than it says tank.
He's a martial artist.
At a description, it's fighter/tank, right? It's not tank/fighter. But hey, Mueza, okay, sure,
makes it work.
Took a lot of punches to the face.
Yeah, and Hijime traded it right back, 86,000. That's just how much damage was traded back.
Your question was
and forth.
answered. Realize, you know, you were asking if the Aurora was enough. Oh man, even in the late game, yikes,
Yeah.
86,000.
It was all answered in content for Dewa United. I mean, the damage was just there from the start of the game. And back to our conversation about Aurora, this is going to be the staple mid laner for the next few weeks, because we have been arguing that, you know, Indonesian mid laners in MPL Indonesia, they kind of cone down their options a bit. If they have the Valentina ban, they kind of panic on what to play. But hey, there's still the Layla, the Lilia, the Faramis, the Aurora. So
exactly.
There are a lot of options in that mid lane.
There's more than just Valentina.
Yeah, more than just Valentina, more than just Novaria, more than just Vexana. Oh my goodness. You have the Aurora being leaked by Cascute, by the way.
By the way, so
Hijime, is that a leak though? Technically.
Not really, right? I mean, it's already been banned out whenever you pick the Zask, Juicin as well. So I guess the Aurora is just really good against anyone who wants to take their time in team fights, because Aurora says, no time, freeze.
Freeze. Stop the clock.
Stop the clock, but we have to stop a while because we want to hear the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Sabar.
Diam over.
Ayo, boleh.
Ayo. Sini. Gua ada konsil.
Orangnya sabar. Boleh guys. Buka.
Ini gua buka nih.
Target ya.
Haya.
Go please.
Kelas start.
Go please.
Ini Aboy mati.
Nice. Belakang lo. Klok.
Ada Arnold ya di bus merah, bus merah, bus merah.
Nice. Ya, Arnold. Bisa. Bisa ya, met.
Arnold, bunuh.
Osman kalau dulu.
Aman gua. Kejar.
Atas saya, yang atas. Ini gue langsung
Claudia-nya gua kejar.
Kejar.
Nice.
Atas boy.
Pegang tak.
Aman.
Nice tak.
Ada gua aman boy. Cancel tat.
Nice. Let's go.
Santai boy.
I love it. I'm liking it. I'm liking the energy from Cerezo to Ray to everyone in that team. It feels like they are looking at the future with bright eyes and tons of energy.
Except Mueza.
Why?
Mueza was silent.
Yeah,
the
he
whole
was-
time. He was 1
he was
HP. Dude, he had no HP when he got the way of the dragon. He was just like,
You know, in a loud friend group, you gotta have that one guy who's kind of cold, will speak louder than the library. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Louder than the library.
can be
The
quieter
loudest.
than a library. Is that
Oh,
it?
is that what you're
I
looking
guess.
for?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Lost in translation, guys. My bad.
Okay, I mean, man, I feel like I want to hear what Geekfam has to say about this.
Yeah.
So let's go straight to the losers interview with Bude Clara Monster BCN. Yeah?
BCN.
Langsung dari Dora. Halo Coach Dora.
Halo Bude.
Bagaimana kamu melihat match tadi?
Ya masih inget-inget game tadi lah, masih kebayang-kebayang lah.
Masih kebayang-bayang.
Ya.
Game kedua seharusnya
Ya.
bisa menjadi tim Geekfam.
Hmm.
Tapi apa yang terjadi? Apa yang nggak sesuai rencana atau what's gone wrong untuk Geekfam sehingga gagal ngedapetin game kedua tadi?
Kita masih belum komit sama satu pandangan aja sih. Jadi mungkin masih ada delay time yang kayak kita nggak bareng aja sih. Itu sih mungkin harus dibenerin.
Jadi suaranya nih ya, harus satu suara. Apakah itu momen yang apalagi di Lord itu menjadi salah satu crucial moment di situ?
Iya, harusnya terutama lot terakhir lah itu. Ya harusnya bisa dapetin yang lebih baik lagi sih itu.
Oke, jadi dari komunikasi yang paling terpenting.
Iya, komunikasi.
Apakah karena juga ini bisa dibilang dari tim Geekfam itu banyak sekali perombakan, dari fondasinya pun banyak sekali yang baru. Apakah ini masih dalam proses atau seperti apa nih?
Masih sih, kita juga masih kita ada 7 player kan, jadi kita masih cari roster terbaik juga, kita coba tiap day by day-nya, jadi mungkin masih ngebiasain lah sama gameplay, karena kan dari beda-beda tim juga, jadi kita harus satuin one patch dulu aja matanya ya.
Masih berproses dalam mencari meracik hal-hal yang baru. Dari Coach Dora sendiri juga baru masuk banyak sekali. Dan jadi punya penasaran gimana sih untuk memaksimalkan adanya kedatangan player-player bintang seperti Vincent, lalu ada Gobs juga. Gimana sih biar bisa bersinar?
Ya mungkin tetap sama sih, kita latihan Bude kayak biasa, scrim, terus kayak kita mungkin step by step lah kita belajarnya dari early sampai mid sampai tuletnya. Jadi mungkin karena kan habit dari tim sebelumnya pasti beda-beda kebiasaannya, jadi itu kita nyatuin di sana dulu sih.
Oke, karena ini baru masih minggu pertama, 2 match tidak berjalan baik untuk tim Geekfam. Dan apakah karena adanya mantan? Ngaruh gak sih?
So-so lah, sebenarnya ada ngaruhnya tapi nggak banyak. Memang dari tim kita yang harus banyak berbenah sih sebenarnya.
Ada ngaruhnya, tapi kalau kemarin ada juga hari ini lebih banyak kayaknya ya.
Iya.
Mantannya bahkan mantan anak Anda, Mueza, di tim lawan. Gimana ngelihat ini?
Moeza ya. Moeza improve, terus pool hero-nya juga tambah luas. Ya so far dia berkembang lah, grow dengan baik.
Berkembang, jadi di MPL dia lebih bersinar lagi daripada sebelumnya.
Belum bisa lihat sih karena week 1, tapi so far kalau dari hari ini good performance lah.
Apakah bisa disebut Rookie of the Week?
Masih banyak sih, nanti tunggu Gobs next week atau mungkin nunggu yang lainnya juga masih banyak kan. Ya.
Karena sekarang banyak banget ya yang bisa dibilang di MPL ini bibit-bibit unggul. Tapi kalau dari Coach Dora sendiri, gimana sih untuk melihat next week-nya untuk tim Geekfam? Apa yang bisa dilakukan? Karena Bahkan Ray juga bilang, ya biasa nih awal-awal untuk Geek Fam. Tapi pasti ingin lebih baik dong.
Iya, tetap sama sih step by step udah kita manfaatin tiap weeknya dengan baik lah latihan. Jadi kita mungkin tetap harus belajar juga dari kesalahan. Terutama week 1 kan belajar banyak lah dari out game maupun in game. Ya mungkin itu sih yang paling harus dibenerin dan tetap belajar aja sih dari week per weeknya nanti.
Out game, in game berarti banyak banget ya PR-nya ini?
Ya, so far nggak banyak sih, tapi mungkin sedikit-sedikit lah kita step by step. Karena kan nggak bisa langsung semuanya kelar kan, karena baru ngumpul. Ya.
Menurutmu Coach Dora, Bude penasaran, ini Baloy akan menjadi satu player yang mungkin terus-terusan bakal difokusin. Bahkan tadi Dewa pun bilang udah mukbangin Baloynya, ban dari Hellcurt-nya. Gimana sih untuk menjadi coach? Aduh, ini Baloynya kayaknya bakal diseser terus nih.
Enggak sih, sebenarnya nggak problem tentang itu sih. Emang kalau kita udah nyatu, saya yakin timnya lebih nyatu juga dan ya bisa fight lah gitu. Karena kan emang problemnya karena kitanya yang masih belum rapi dan disiplin kayak belum nyatu 100% lah, masih sosok lah. Jadi mungkin kalaupun hero Baloy di ban, full hero Baloy juga masih banyak. Yang penting nanti satu timnya bisa evaluasi dan bisa satu mata tadi. Gitu.
Bisa satu mata.
Ya.
First week ini dari Coach Dora, nilainya berapa untuk Geek Fam?
Ya 6,5, 7 gitu. Ya karena saya rasa udah so far ada beberapa hal yang bagus, tapi ada sisa beberapa PR yang harus dibenerin buat next. Gitu.
Boleh sebutin apa yang bagus?
Sebenarnya yang bagus mungkin di setup atau team fight kita udah sosok, kalau kita lancar kita good. Gitu.
Yang dibenahi?
Benahin tadi komunikasi sama komit kita mau kemana gitu. Ya.
Baiklah, jadi memang semua tim sedang berproses. Dengan adanya fondasi-fondasi baru dari tiap timnya. Terima kasih sekali Coach Dora atas insight-nya. Kita bakal langsung lemparkan kepada para caster untuk melanjutkan apa yang ada di meja.
That is it for the losers interview. Like how we actually discussed about it, the fact that Geek Fam was always changing their roster, this is another issue that they're facing.
Yeah.
Like how, Dora said, they're trying to tune in, give it a couple of weeks, and maybe they will be back on track. But O2 start is not what they want.
I mean, aren't they just doing what RQ is doing over a longer duration?
They put it that way, yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
They're just taking it slower. It's slowly but surely.
Yeah, but here we go as we take a look at Hindia play of the day. Yeah, of course.
Man, the harmonics, insane.
So good. Yeah,
what does it play though? Bro,
a choir.
It was looking so bleak, and out of nowhere, Keyboard just finds it, man. On the Koopa, I feel like there's just the way he thinks, the way he moves, the way that he walks, the way that he talks, something about how he operates kind of lends itself to
his biggest fan or something?
Yeah, his glazing Keyboy.
And
he deserves the glaze though.
On heroes that can engage from so far away like a Kufra, I feel like it just really fits in with his style somehow. Something about how he perceives the Land of Dawn is just different, man.
Kufra is an evil character. Are you saying Keyboy is evil?
He is definitely a bad boy. He's a bad boy.
He is.
BBK.
He's bad for the enemies because the enemies always get caught in his engages, and that was one of the examples.
Dude, he's bad, but like Michael Jackson bad.
Michael Jackson bad. But now,
a good song, right? Amazing, yes.
Now, of course, take a look at the standings of the regular season of MPL ID Season 14, Week 1, Day number 3. As the assets load, of course, up top is Big Alpha. Of course, and Dewa United follows suit.
Oh man,
that alphabetical order you said, Miracle. Talk to us about that.
So first, if you want to know how to read the standings of the regular season, you take a look at the match win lose first. If it's all tied up, you take a look at the net game win, and then the game win lose, and then if all that is tied up, you look at the head to head. But because none of them, Bigatron, Dewa, Fnatic, Onyx, have gone up against one another, there is no head to head between them. So it will come down to alphabetical order. This is just how you see it for regular season. This will it won't determine who makes it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Alphabets will not determine who makes it to the playoffs. So yeah,
but I think
get that out of the way.
The next time we want to create an esports team, I feel like I'll name my team from A.
Alpha. just boy.
Agatron Balfa.
Huh?
Agatron Balfa.
Yeah, Alphatron Balfa.
Why Balfa? Because
why is that even necessary?
I don't know.
Agatron Bova.
But yeah, of course, we hope that the teams down bottom, the bottom three, EVOS, Glory,
Yeah.
GeekFam, and Team Liquid ID can crawl their way back. I mean, it's always going to be a hiccups for them. In the first few weeks, they don't really start off flying. I mean, EVOS Glory started like, what, 05 last season, and they're able to finish MPL ID Season 13 top 2, going and making their way into MSC. For Team Liquid ID, same story goes for them. They're trying to fix up things, just tune in together and just get the groove of the game.
I think it's just surprising that Team Liquid, that was kind of hyped up, even before last season's playoffs, right? It was
Exactly.
surprising during the playoffs, but now even coming into the new season, I think a lot of us were really expecting this massive org with a great reputation, with great players in their rosters, to do a lot better. But of course, it is only the first week, so for Team Liquid and GeekFam and Shevin, calm down, it's fine.
Cut them some slack, bro.
It's a marathon.
Especially for Liquid, right? They were up against BTR and Onyx, right? They were
True.
up against
Very true.
Fnatic Onyx. And then like Bigatron with this new super era.
Wow.
So we'll
Strong
see
teams.
how they perform the next few weeks because we still have 8 more weeks to go of 3 days each.
What a win.
It's a very, very long week. It will be for MPL ID Season 14. But as usual, as the week closes, we will be voting for our Rookie of the Week and the Player of the Week. Let's look at the Rookie of the Week. It is Mueza. And Mirko, that is your quote, so I'll give the stage to you.
A great roamer is a prospect for the future. So much potential and so mentally ready for his first season of MPL as a roamer. When you play heroes like the Cho, the Kufra, like, you don't usually pop off instantly in your first season, right? And your first time on stage. But Mueza, it almost feels like he was born to play in MPL, you know? He was just ready.
Yeah, I felt like he was so mature.
Exactly.
With the decision making.
We actually met him backstage as well. And we said, good luck, Mueza. He said, yo, thank you, Bang.
Thank you, Bang.
Where's the Dewa room? And we're like, oh, we don't know. We don't know either.
He was looking for the Dewa room.
He was lost.
It's so funny.
Proof that he's a rookie.
Yeah, it is a rookie. But now, for the Player of the Week, it is Lutpi. With that's stats.
That's your quote. Oh my goodness, Lutpi!
Wow, it's my quote. Okay. Proving that he has been able to stabilize Onyx after the departure of Boots. Able to carry the game and support his teammates. Obviously, you know, filling the shoes of Satya or Boots is going to be a hard task. Huge shoes to fill. You know, you are trying to be in place of the finalists of M5. But he was able to take down the pressure himself. I mean, there were doubts when he made his debut in Season 13. Now in Season 14, he looks fresher than ever, sharper than ever.
Yes, sir.
He could be the enabler for his team. He can carry the team. He can support his teammates. So, yeah, for Lutpi, this is a deserved Player of the Week.
I'm glad to agree, man. It's not just the big moments, it's also the decision making in a split second. If you're allowed to plan out your course and you do well, cool. But Lutpi, there are moments where we were like, okay, he's done. But he wasn't. But there is more. But there is also more next week, though.
Holy moly.
Oh, man, these are some games we are looking forward to.
Banger games. And Friday, of course, Rebellion against RRQ, EVOS against Team Liquid ID, and 17th of August. What is it, Mirko?
Wow.
Independence Day.
We got the Independence Day. Not
He
only just
forgot.
the Independence Day, we forgot. We got the Chaos Derby on Independence Day. And we have
Holy moly.
the Royal Derby.
Oh boy.
On Independence Day. And then we have EVOS taking on GeekFam, the classic matchup. Just revenge repeat. We'll see, right?
Yeah.
GeekFam were able to take them down. Just kidding. It was EVOS who were able to get the last victory there, the last laugh. Despite GeekFam's performances leading up to the playoffs, leading up to that very match. It was a crazy moment, man. Like how EVOS turned the game around and made those miracle comebacks happen. It was magical.
But I hope EVOS do wake up soon, because I miss
Liquid too.
Watching their prime, Liquid, GeekFam, everyone who is kind of slumping behind in MPL ID Season 14. But yeah, cut them some slack. This is still the start of the season. But of course, we have to celebrate, like how I've mentioned before, 17th of August. It's the Independence Day of Indonesia. Merdeka.
And you can celebrate that in MLBB as well with the Kadita Pantang Mundur battle emote. Make your competitive matches even more exciting and more independent by grabbing the hashtag Kadita Agustusan battle emote for free within 5 days. Pantang Mundur, Merdeka.
It's as easy as that. And if you guys want to know the ways to do it, how do I get it, Mirko? Yeah. Here's how to get it. Log in every day, play 5 matches in Classic, Rank, Brawl, or Magic Chess.
Magic Chess?
And then team up with friends for 3 matches in Classic, Rank, and Brawl. So it's perfect right here. We can play, all 3 of us together, and play Rank, and we'll get the skin.
Heck yeah. Make sure you watch the hashtag Kadita Agustusan promotional video as well, though. Share the event because it's only running from the 3rd of August to the 17th, right? So don't miss it. Remember, you need 5 days, all right? Don't just come in on the 15th and like, oh man, I can't get it. Your fault.
Yeah, I feel old now.
Skill issue.
I feel old, but you know who's older?
Who?
Indonesia.
Oh, that's
79 years.
Technically,
Independence.
Yeah, independence-wise, 79, but the island's been here forever.
That's true. 1,000 years. But of course, the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. You can grab multiple permanent skins for free. July 17th to the 31st of August, Youth Fair Exchange, where you can redeem Sylvanas painted skin, which is called the Classroom Glam, an animated avatar border, a battle emote, and more, all for free. Many more exciting events will be revealed as well in the video, so tap to check them out now. Like I said, this is Sylvana in her teaching mode.
Yes.
Classroom Glam.
Classroom Glam Sylvana.
Sylvana.
You guys can go and get it right now.
Mrs. Sylvana.
Miss Sylvana. Miss Sylvana.
Sylvana Sensei.
May I go to the toilet?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Then you proceed to
Are you Miss Sylvana?
No.
Now Miss Sylvana goes, oh, can you?
Oh, can you?
Can you?
Miss Sylvana, you're a nerd. You know why? Because I have a better skin on Franco than you. I have Quantum Vanguard.
Oh.
Yeah, take that.
Take
Miss
that.
Sylvana.
It's 30% off as well, so we're still getting full value, Miss Sylvana.
The value,
What's
dude.
up?
The value, miss.
Don't miss out on it, miss.
30% only on the first week, though, so don't miss out, Miss Sylvana.
Miss Sylvana.
Why are we getting all sassy with Miss Sylvana, bro?
Because she got sassy first. She said, can't.
Why do we have beef?
Can you?
We have beef with Miss Sylvana.
Not anymore, you know, Miss Sylvana's cool.
Well, good.
Classroom Glam Miss Sylvana.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all
Everyone
good,
names
miss.
Sylvana in the chat. In the chat, it's like, what?
Yeah. And people named Jonathan. Yeah.
What, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, you too, Andrew. Don't think I don't see you over there.
Jackson.
Ferdy.
I thought that was personal.
Wow. But again, we don't want to stop reminding you that MLBB and Moonton has been nominated in 3 different categories in the Esports Awards. Esports Game of the Year, Mobile Esports Game of the Year, and Esports Publisher of the Year. So go on ahead to the Esports Awards webpage and vote for MLBB and Moonton.
Do it now.
At Esports Awards right now.
It's as easy as that. Just open it up and, you know, help MLBB grow even more because, man, we're already at a very, very good stage at this point, right?
The EWC as
Not
well.
for the Indonesian representatives, though, but that's something we're working on. It's okay.
Yeah.
And you guys can see that progress.
No excuses.
Together with us here today and next week and all the way till like 8 weeks from now by buying tickets and watching in MPL.
Yeah, MPL Arena is always welcoming to you guys who want to watch offline.
Come,
Don't
join.
forget to buy your MPL ID Season 14 tickets so you can experience the thrill, the electric, the
vibe,
adrenaline,
the
vibe, the atmosphere, everything here in MPL Indonesia live. You definitely don't want to miss out on this unforgettable experience because, you know, it can become a story later on when you have children and grandsons.
Oh, it's like dad lore.
Dad lore.
Dad lore.
Back then,
Back in my days.
I remember season 14 when I was, oh my back hurts, when I was watching RRQ against Bigatron and Mirko and his team won. Bang.
Yeah, and I'm like,
unacceptable.
I remember when my team
Let's
won.
go. Your team won?
Yeah.
And the
That's what I
trophies?
said.
Yeah.
And the trophies?
Huh?
And the trophies?
Yeah. We got MDL. Piala Presiden.
Okay.
We got first runner-up of SPS.
Okay. Okay, we'll count it tomorrow. We'll count it backstage because that is it for us today right here in MPL ID Season 14. We own this.
Namun perjalanan dari 9 tim yang beradu belum usai. Mereka masih akan terus berjuang dengan pilar-pilar baru yang mereka miliki. Mereka ingin tentunya dengan fondasi-fondasi. Mereka harus bisa berdiri teguh untuk di minggu yang kedua. Bude Clara Mozart begitu bahagia melihat semua progres, semua proses yang dilalui dari semua tim yang ingin menjadi terbaik di season 14. Namun para super fans, dukungan kalian tentu mengalir di minggu yang pertama. Dan jangan lupa untuk terus mendukung tim kesayangan kalian di minggu yang kedua. Hari ini kita harus berpisah, namun sebelum itu Bude juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih. Karena begitu meriahnya MPL Indonesia Season 14, karena MPL ID Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, Dunia Games, Telkomsel, dan juga Games Max. Beserta dengan supplier ada Erico dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. 9 tim sudah memberikan yang terbaik untuk minggu yang pertama. Masih banyak proses yang harus dilalui oleh semuanya. Kita nggak akan tahu apakah tim-tim yang berada di atas bisa menduduki posisi dengan aman. Dan seperti apa perjuangan dari tim-tim yang belum bisa mendapatkan kemenangan di minggu yang pertama. Semuanya akan dijawab tentunya di minggu yang kedua. Jadi Bude ingatkan sekali lagi, mari berkumpul bersatu bersama untuk menyaksikan minggu yang kedua MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this. See you next week.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi. abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani